the new story begins, with the end of something. A bright shockwave shot into the sky at that moment. People fought, their swords grinding. Scarlet fire crackled among the stones. Someone said that if he destroyed this, the Demon King would disappear. It was a hooded man holding a red sphere. He asked if he was right, and his words were confirmed. He added that it was the heart of the Demon King. The demon began to laugh, saying that he had always told himself that if there was a person who could destroy him, it would not be a hero, but someone like him. The boy standing before him said the hero had made a great contribution to the victory. He replied that the current Demon King was weak. He was sure he knew that himself. If the hero had such a hard time fighting the Demon King, he wouldn't have stood a chance against him. After which, he dissipated, bidding farewell to the hero hiding in the shadows. The man of power clenched his fist, causing the heart in his hand to disappear. The demon added that it was an honor to be destroyed by him, not by a hero. The boy declared the mission accomplished. He had destroyed the Demon King's heart. They told him it was confirmed and he needed to return. However, he mustn't be seen by the hero. No one must know of his presence. The boy muttered that he supposed that was it. He couldn't say he felt like humanity's savior. He'd been raised as a tool to win the war, nothing more. The knights gazed joyfully at the sky that opened before them. In the war that had ended, the protagonist's final mission had just been completed. He looked at the vast expanse before him. Bright rays of sunlight began to break through the sky and onto the earth. Looking at them, he wondered how he should live now. In the capital, the kingdom of Teramakorla, birds flew calmly over the houses, and children were playing in the streets. A vendor shouted at people not to pass by, as they were offering to celebrate the hero's victory, and also to look at his wares. Meanwhile, the protagonist approached the stairs toward the wide gates. He had arrived at the meeting room in the royal palace. He winced when he was told it had been a good job, as always. Turning to the girl in glasses sitting at the table, the young man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and called her Chris. She agreed, adding that they'd been communicating only via intercom lately. He replied that he'd left headquarters for the first time in a month and inquired about the Demon King. She replied that everything had gone smoothly. A couple of days ago, news of the hero's victory over the Demon King had spread around the world, even though he was the one who actually defeated him. She lowered her head at these words. He replied that it didn't matter who won. In this case, it wasn't he who defeated the Demon King, but the organization. That's how he was raised. She replied that he was as indifferent as ever. She then asked if he was turning 15 this year. He confirmed her statement, after which she placed a large stack of documents in front of him. He asked what they were. Looking through the papers, she replied that they were documents about his work history. He responded that there were too many of them, to which she replied that this showed how extensive his activities were. He himself knows that their organization's job is to cover for the hero. In the Fourth Great War between the demon and the hero, the demon is the embodiment of destruction. The hero is the embodiment of hope. As the title suggests, the Demon King and the hero are destined to clash. Their clash is known as the Great War between the demon and the hero, and it has occurred 3 times in the last 30 years. The boy replied that now it was all over the hero's victory, and therefore humanity's victory. 10 years ago, when the new Demon King was born, a new 4th generation of heroes emerged within Terry. The country where the heroes appear can rule over other countries. If the hero defeats the Demon King, their country becomes exalted and, what's more, the country also becomes richer. But what happens if the hero loses? The leaders were concerned that a hero born in the country would be unable to defeat the Demon King. As a result, their organization was created. The kingdom supports the hero in 2 ways, in the light and from the shadows. The Shadows, a special forces unit, are a secret group that operates in the strictest secrecy and does not worry about the legality of its actions. For the past 4 years, their organization has focused exclusively on supporting the hero and has become the hero's deputy. He knows the reasons for this better than she does. He replied that 4 years ago, the war had become particularly brutal. Then the unexpected happened. The hero couldn't even defeat a common demon. It so happened that the demon was an enemy that needed to be defeated to enter the castle. He believes the hero has fought him countless times. He fought and lost again and again. Even when accompanied by the finest knights from around the world, the battle always ended in the hero's defeat. By then, they were already in a panic. Time and again, they'd watch the heroes bravely go into battle, only to have them end up seriously wounded and forced to rescue them. They wondered if the hero would disappear if things continued like this. They wondered in horror whether humanity would be destroyed for the first time due to defeat by the Demon King. But then the unexpected happened. One of the organization's members ended the war by destroying the demon instead of the hero. The girl asked why he didn't just get down to business. He was the one who destroyed him. The protagonist asked if she was the one who gave the order. He remembered her shouting that she was taking full responsibility, because they simply had to win. She covered her face, remembering that she had completely forgotten about it, and said that she could really tell what it was, but it didn't matter, as he said. From that moment on, their organization also began participating in the war and fought many demons. However, they had to operate covertly. Simply put, no matter what they did, all their achievements were attributed to the hero. He noticed she looked displeased. She replied that it was natural. No matter what he thought, their contribution to this war was greater than that of knights and heroes combined. However, they can't let anyone find out about them. Even though the salary is quite large, life is so cruel. Officially, they are the army's lackeys. If this demagoguery continues, those at the top will start thinking he is a risk factor. He could just disappear tomorrow. The organization is well established, and he's been a member for 10 years now. He seems fully aware of how their organization operates, so she'll get to the point. Looking at him with a serious face, the girl added that a decision had just been made to disband their organization. The boy remained silent, thinking that ever since the Demon King had been destroyed, the formation's purpose had lost its meaning. Unlike the knight, whose duty it was to preserve peace, they had no other purpose. He had been preparing for this moment, so he asked what he should do now. He considered the worst-case scenarios for the sake of preserving the organization's secrecy. He noticed that she was saying that he could choose his own future. She replied that that was exactly what she meant. He had no plans for the future, and she would do everything she could to help him with that. Otherwise, her superiors would overload her with work. He replied that they were trying to bribe all the members for life so they wouldn't betray them, which made sense. She replied that since he had more merit than the others, his bribe would be better than anyone else's. But he didn't know what his plans for the future were. She asked him to tell her, but he asked what she would be doing. She replied that she would have a job similar to this one. He flinched and offered to continue his work, but she categorically refused him because he was only 15 years old. He was taken in by the organization when he was 5. Since then, he's fought for the kingdom in the war. But he's had enough. From now on, he must live for himself. There's no need to think too hard about it. He just needs to say what he wants. He doesn't know anything. He's been thinking about what he's been protecting all this time. Even when he destroyed the king, the war brought countless casualties. He did not even know how many of his comrades fell in battle. What had driven them to defend it to the last drop of blood? What kind of world was this for which not only the hero, but even they had gone so far? He remembered the happy smiles of the children. He said he wanted to live a normal life, like a normal person. He wanted to experience what it was like to live a normal day freely. But he doubted he could do it. Chris replied that everything was fine. She added that, to live a normal life, she thought enrolling in the academy would be the best option. Boys usually enter the academy at 15 to study. If he wants to experience normal life, it's best if he spends time with his peers. The guy replied that if there were a lot of his peers there, it wouldn't be too hard to fit in. Chris irritably replied that they weren't discussing an undercover mission. She stood up and suggested he think about his name first. He replied that it didn't really bother him. He was always called by his number. She suggested the name John. He replied that it didn't sound very good. She started considering different names, thinking it should be something familiar. So he suggested Tveit. She was surprised that it was the same as before. He said that was why it was appropriate. She understood and asked him to wait a bit. Taking the papers, she went to the door and said she would go create his life. She needed to get everything ready. He called out to her and thanked her for everything. He was just a child who knew nothing. He was also survived thanks to her. She trembled and burst into tears, begging him not to say such things because she was trying to hold on as best she could. She always thought of him as a little brother. If something happened, he should just tell her. He simply agreed with the crying girl. From that moment, his life as Tveit began. The protagonist looked out the open window at the clear sky and the city spread out below. He arrived at the Royal Academy for the opening ceremony. He spoke into the intercom that something terrible had happened to him. He said sadly that he was lost. Chris couldn't believe it because he had been so self-assured when they said goodbye. He said that if nothing changed, he'd be late on the very first day. She sighed and asked where he was. He replied that he'd only seen a large estate. It looked like the home of a duke or some other nobleman. It didn't look like a school at all. Perhaps he'd taken a wrong turn. But she replied that this was the Biltar's Royal Academy. Looking at it, he realized it was gigantic. The academy was the kingdom's largest educational institution, as well as the place where the modern hero Theon grew up. And for all this, it is considered one of the most prestigious. It has many traditions and a long history. Tveit asked about the ranks at the academy. Chris explained that since the Terra Kingdom won the Great War, the academy had decided to increase enrollment in anticipation of the hero effect. Therefore, this year they had divided the training into 2 departments. The first faculty will teach the same way as the heroes. The regular faculty is the one where you can get used to everyday life and learn everything at a leisurely pace. Last year, there was only the heroic department, and admission to it required an exam. Starting this year, if you fail the exam, it's no big deal. You can apply to a regular department. Anyone who passes the test gets in. So, the regular course is a repository for those unsuited to the heroic faculty. Students from the general course won't be as capable as those from the heroic. She thought this would lead to discrimination at the academy. Chris asked what department he'd be going into. He replied, a regular one, and figured he was going to school to start a normal life, so it would be logical to take a regular course. That meant he wouldn't have to take an exam. She added that when he arrived on admissions day, he should go straight to the applicant's briefing without taking the exams. He should leave the rest to her. Although she told him where to go, the academy was too big and he had no idea where to go. They asked him if he had arrived, or if he was applying. When he answered yes, they told him to stand in line, and they would explain everything to him. A girl stood before them and announced that she was an instructor in the academy's heroic department. Her name was Furness Evans. It was a legendary academy, home to famous heroes, and she was proud that their students were among the best in the world. But because there were more places, she was afraid the quality of their students would decline. But judging by what she saw, she needn't have worried. Since time was running out, she finished her greeting. The boy thought that, according to plan, the students would now head to class and wait for the heroic class to finish. From that moment on, his peaceful school life would begin. He never imagined he'd be so nervous that his arms and legs would tremble. He'd no longer need the skills he'd acquired as a warrior. As a regular student, he'd lead a normal life. He calmly decided that this was exactly what he wanted to do. At that moment, the instructor loudly announced that the entrance exam for the heroic course was beginning. Her words left the protagonist dumbfounded. She added that the rules were simple. They would all participate in a battle royale. An hour-long exam would take place in the old building. A barrier would be erected around it, so they wouldn't have to restrain their magical abilities. The Roac faculty is a faculty that has raised heroes, not hero worshippers. And they don't need those who merely admire heroes. After all, they'll be the next generation of heroes. Everyone cheered her on. After her speech, everyone began to disperse, and they were escorted to the academy. Tveit told the man he wanted to enroll in a regular program. The man, smiling, thought he was scared and told him not to give up so early. Tveit thought that just because he was setting the heroic faculty exam didn't mean he'd actually take it. If he passed, he could transfer to regular school. Worst case scenario, he'd simply fail. The instructor announced that devices called telescopes had been placed around the entire perimeter. Using these, teachers would observe them and determine whether they passed the test or not. The guy thought he'd been taught at the agency to stay away from them all along. Even the thought of exposing his weakness to a telescope gave him goosebumps. When the exam began, he wondered what he should do. Perhaps this was what he should expect from the hero's exam, that applicants would use magical abilities, but he didn't have to take the exam, although failing it could cause problems later. Apparently, the applicants enjoyed fighting. About 1,000 people take this exam. Only 100 will get into the heroic course. So, on average, it seems like you need to beat about 10 people to pass. He decided to just beat half of them. 5. At that moment, he encountered a guy to whom he apologized and forcefully pushed him away. Seeing him defeated, he decided there were still 4 left. He began flitting among his opponents like a shadow, defeating them one after another. They didn't understand what was happening, as they were quickly defeated. They tried to counterattack but couldn't defeat him, deciding they simply had to flee. Suddenly, one of them walked into a trap and an explosion occurred. Lying on the floor, he asked Tveit if he intended to take the exam. He replied gloomily that after the exam, he would return to the regular course. Deciding that he was being bullied, he would simply return to his village. Soon, the boy defeated his 4th opponent and thought it was some kind of prank when he saw the instructor. She laughed and said they couldn't even hit her. The students shouted that it was unfair to beat the instructor on the exam. She responded that it was a battle where everyone was fighting for themselves. Tveit said it was childish and that he felt bad for people like that. Suddenly, a girl ran past him, drawing her sword as she went. Running past him, she attacked the instructor. The guy thought she was very fast. She wielded her sword so quickly that ordinary people wouldn't even notice. She used magical close combat techniques to enhance her physical capabilities. At that moment, the instructor pushed her, causing her to fly back. As she was getting up, she noticed the guy. He wondered if he should tell her that her skirt had ridden up. She saw it herself and was deeply embarrassed. She tried to attack him, calling him names. He responded that it was dangerous, stopping her sword with his hand. After that, he tied her up. He neutralized the girl, and that was it. That's the 5th. She shouted at him to stop, because she had a proposal to join forces against the instructor. He asked what he stood to gain. She replied that victory would reward him with 1,000,000 gold pieces. She'd said that at the very beginning. She'd given the entire prize. He said it was tempting, but asked why she didn't want it. She replied that she simply wanted to fight her opponents hard for the sake of her future. Moreover, when you look at her self-willed face, don't you want to delete it? He realized she was obsessed with fighting. The plan was hasty, but it wasn't all that bad, so he agreed and freed her. She suggested they calm down and talk. She realized that unless she lowered his defenses, they wouldn't be able to talk. Teffy guessed she was used to this. She introduced herself as Alicia. The protagonist extended his hand and introduced himself. She explained that her specialty in battle was melee magic and close-range combat with his sword. He replied that he could use ranged magic and offered to cover her from behind. She agreed, adding that it had a short range, so it would be useless in a long-range fight. She realized the instructor was a close combat fighter, so she didn't think it would be a problem. But if things really did escalate into a long-range fight, she'd count on him. He said he had a proposition. After a while, Alicia returned to the instructor, who asked her if she was alone. She'd seen her and the guy talking and thought they were teaming up. The instructor replied that she wasn't interested in teaming up. The teacher said she had good fencing skills, but her attacks were too predictable, which was a weakness. Alicia asked if this exam was based on a point system. If so, it wouldn't matter how many points she lost. She would be able to pass the exam if she could defeat the instructor. She replied that this was true, and she guaranteed it. After that, Alicia used her rage and launched an attack. She quickly attacked her opponent, who met her sword with the words, "It's too weak." She began to counterattack, saying she wouldn't give her a break. She blocked her blow with her shield, surprising the teacher, as she was able to create a shield using her fixation. Alicia asked if her sword was magical. The instructor confirmed, adding that it was a regular magic sword, albeit a bit more powerful. She wasn't expecting to win the fight just by being better equipped, so she had nothing to worry about. She also asked if they used the swordsman style. Alicia was surprised that she'd already looked at her documents. She replied that she hadn't looked at the students' documents. Attacking again. She said that she wanted the exam to be fair, so she wasn't doing it. Alicia flew away from her, and the instructor said she'd failed and would report her failure after the exam. She shouted that she had to decide whether she passed or not right then and there. Suddenly, the instructor was attacked, and she realized it was a sniper. The protagonist agreed with her. He figured she knew where he was, so she could guess where he'd be shooting from. He'd warned Alicia in advance that he'd be changing positions. He tried to avoid her line of sight as long as he could. Finding a good position to attack, he fired. However, he missed. For a human, she had incredible reflexes. Moreover, he was surprised by her magic sword. She could easily block his shot. This means the sword was also designed for endurance combat, but that still remains a problem for him. He thinks he can gain so much firepower, so much thanks to this staff he accidentally found. He began to understand everything. At that moment, Alicia attacked the instructor. She pushed her away, simultaneously deflecting the shots. The boy continued firing at her sword. After 4 shots, he announced that they were finished. At that moment, the instructor's sword shattered. The instructor was shocked by his defeat. The protagonist said it was his turn. She was surprised, as he had been able to hit the same spot on the instructor's sword, but she also perked up, because this was a great opportunity for her. The teacher had shouted that it was impossible, because he'd been pushing for this from the very beginning, deliberately letting her block shots. Just then, Alicia attacked her, asking if she'd forgotten they were still fighting. The instructor replied that she'd lost. Alicia said his plan had worked. Furness realized he was the sniper. It was brilliant. He had excellent skills. Alicia asked him where he got the staff, since he didn't have it when they parted ways. He replied that he'd met a boy with one and lent it to him. The girl was amazed, because by the time they parted ways, he'd still managed to knock out another man. He calmly confirmed her words. She remembered that ideally, he would like to defeat her with a direct hit, but if that didn't work, he would neutralize her. Without a doubt, the teacher's swordsmanship was top-notch. Even when she deflected shots, she adjusted the angle to reduce the strain on her sword. She didn't block the bullets, but rather altered their trajectories. What was even more astonishing was what he did. No matter how long she deflected the shots or how durable the magic sword was, if the damage was concentrated in one spot, the damage would accumulate over time. But this is impossible without fully anticipating the enemy's movements. She understood logically how it happened, but her emotions still prevent her from accepting this explanation. The protagonist called out to her and said that, now that they were finished, he would return the staff to its owner. She could take the victory money, as he had no need of it. She wondered who he was. He wondered what he was doing there. All he wanted was to enroll in a regular department. Meanwhile, the royal entrance exam came to an end. As the whistle blew to signal the end of the exam, the students gathered in the auditorium. There they heard their results. Just as he had wanted, he had failed the exam. They were given uniforms, informed that the heroic faculty wore white, while those in the regular year wore black. Tveit now wished he were just a regular student. Seeing him, Alicia was surprised to see him wearing a black uniform. But at that moment, she was called into the auditorium. Inside, the teacher announced that she would be the head of the first senior section this year. Her name was Sylphia McKenna, and she would be teaching them magic. From now on, their training would be divided into 2 courses. Although they will be in different faculties, this doesn't mean they will be completely separated. In fact, students from both years will often attend the same lectures. So, students from both years were in this room. She hoped they would have a pleasant time for the next 3 years, starting tomorrow. After class, Alicia grabbed the protagonist and told him they had to sign an official complaint. She couldn't believe he'd become an ordinary cadet. He noticed that, fortunately, she was wearing the white uniform of the heroic faculty. But that didn't explain why he was in the regular class. Besides, for some reason, she was considered the only one to defeat the teacher. He replied that everything was fine, since he'd wanted to be in the regular class. At that moment, the teacher called out to them. She said she needed to explain why he was in the regular class. The reason he failed the exam was because he was barely visible in the recordings of the telescopes that were used to observe the exam. Of course, she knows better than anyone that they united and defeated her, and there are several witnesses to it. But oddly enough, the recordings only showed Alicia's combat achievements. Tveit wasn't included at all. The boy said he'd been deliberately avoiding telescopes. The teacher was shocked, as if he were deliberately making things more difficult for himself. He replied that it was just his habit. They were surprised. He thought it was from his time in the organization. Alicia asked if he could join the Heroic Corps. The teacher replied that it was possible, but starting next year, Alicia added that he has everything he needs to get into this department. He said he'd always wanted to be in the regular course. He knows she's saying this for his sake, and he's grateful for it. She replied that she wasn't saying it for him or anything like that. She simply wanted to be in the hero course with him so they could become stronger together, which would be beneficial for her. The teacher asked him if he'd heard about her past. He said no. She said he should just be a little more discreet. The place where she was born was quite peculiar. Such cases weren't all that uncommon. All academy students are provided with dormitory accommodations, and each receives their own room, which they can use as they wish. Tveit realized that the academy was truly generous. He saw a guy running towards him, breathing heavily. He fell to the ground and said it took much longer than he thought. The guy asked if he was okay. He answered yes. Standing up, he asked if Day was a student there. The boy replied that they were in the same class. He extended his hand to the protagonist, and the boy said his name was Glenn Uris. Deceites, 20 recognized him. Glenn recognized him as the guy who'd been with a faculty girl since they'd started studying. TCI replied that they'd met during an exam and weren't flirting. They discussed the boy's mistaken entry into the exam. Glenn said that, if he thought about it, people had mistakenly assumed he was applying for the heroic course, probably because of his appearance. Tveit replied that he looked like a seasoned warrior. He said he'd only been on the battlefield for a short time before, but it hadn't lasted long, and he'd left almost immediately. Tveit asked if it was because of injuries. He replied that it was probably a heart injury. He simply couldn't bear to look at the brutality of war. He was focused solely on training his body, but his heart was still weak. Afterwards, he decided to ask the protagonist what happened to him, whether he had experienced any similar circumstances. He then noticed the scars on the boy's body and asked how he got them. They didn't look like wounds made by demons. They seemed human-made. Tveit thought it best not to show them to anyone. Their pasts were more similar than he thought. It would be a problem if he inquired too much and eventually learned about the organization. He had to continue on his path, sticking to the blatant lie, whatever it was. He apologized and said it wasn't true, because these were work-related injuries. He worked in the cleaning industry before entering the academy. He helped his family with the family business. In other words, he's a janitor. Glenn didn't believe it, but the cleaner couldn't have sustained such injuries. Tveit replied that removing stains was much more difficult than one might imagine. Moreover, these stains were in awkward places, out of sight of the average person. In fact, such injuries are a thing of the past in their business. Glenn replied that it was hard work. He never imagined that cleaning the city would be such a difficult task. Now he understands what happened to him. In that case, he shouldn't show his scars to others. They might raise unnecessary questions. The protagonist replied that he would be careful. The teacher said that 6 months ago, the fourth hero defeated the Demon King. And with that, the fourth war between heroes and demons came to an end. As for those who were not part of the hero group but helped in defeating the Demon King, can anyone tell us about them? Zigg replied that, in addition to their country's army, there is also the true order of the Knights of Light and the Duchies. Those were the ones who took the initiative to support the hero. The teacher confirmed his words. The achievements of the Knight of Light on the battlefield are comparable to the grief felt in the hearts of men at the death of their captain. His achievements are stories they must pass on to future generations. She asked the boy if he knew about knightly orders from other countries. The protagonist wondered which order was the most important when he was on the battlefield. The teacher asked him to continue where Zigg left off. The boy stood up and said that the 3 knightly orders of the Holy Kingdom Silver, Ruby, Sapphire, as well as the Demon Nation, had formed their own knightly order of dragon hunters to aid the group of heroes. She replied that she hadn't imagined he knew about the knightly order of dragon hunters. He was quite a diligent student. Even among the demons, there were those who fought against them and then sided with humans. After class, Zigg insisted he not stand out. Those in the regular class were just losers who hadn't passed the exam. Just because they were in the same class didn't mean they were equal. The protagonist remembered Chris saying this would lead to discrimination at the academy, and she was right. Zigg asked Alicia if she agreed with him. She replied that maybe so. Then she added to the guy that she didn't know what his views were, so she didn't know how to react. She also asked if he really intended to hide his strength. He replied that he didn't want to expose himself more than necessary, and she wasn't going to tell him he couldn't do something. She understood what he meant. She asked him if he wanted to be her partner. The fight didn't understand why she wanted to. She replied, to become stronger. He said strength was needed to fight. It was useless now since the war was already over. She squeezed his hand and added that she still wanted to get stronger. That's the reason she entered the academy. The guy thought she was too fixated on it. At this point, you could say she's completely obsessed. He didn't know much about her. If he became her training partner, he was sure he could gain at least some information. But the problem is how this will affect the ordinary life he wanted. It's unlikely to be positive. The reason is that the circumstances she's hiding are probably not normal. So he decided to decline her offer. She replied that it was sad, but she was giving in. Besides, she wasn't going to force her values on others. But in return, the guy offered to be just friends. He can't be her training partner, but he can be her friend. It won't bring her any profit or loss, just friendship. After some thought, she accepted his offer. Afterward, they warmed their hands and decided to take things slow. She thanked him and took his words into consideration. At that moment, Glenn appeared, very dissatisfied with their relationship. He asked the girl if she wanted to be his friend, to which she responded affirmatively. In this world, magic is divided into 5 types: melee combat magic, melee support magic, ranged combat magic, ranged support magic, and point-based magic. During the practical lesson, they studied magical techniques, specifically shooting at a target. She suggested they use a staff for this. One of the girls asked what the point was for ordinary students to use combat magic. She replied that there had been a slight misunderstanding. Target shooting doesn't force them to use magic, but rather teaches them how to properly control it. It's like a method for assessing their magical control. She demonstrated how to create a bird from objects and explained that it was alchemy. Alchemy also comes in different forms but is most often used in manufacturing. It can be useful in everyday life, but to learn it, they must be able to hit their target with at least the same accuracy as she. She demonstrated her skills. Tveit thought that, judging by their peculiarities, they could be the 4th hero's mentors. The teacher said they should start training and suggested using low-level magic. The protagonist asked if he could use a bullet. The teacher replied that it was the simplest magic, so she suggested he use this lesson to practice higher-level magic. He understood and walked away. Low-ranking magic is something even a beginner can learn in a few days. Even a child just entering elementary school learns it at the very beginning. Eventually, they'll be left behind and at a disadvantage. He heard the admiring voices of people discussing how flawless Alicia was at shooting. The protagonist thought she was now famous. He walked up and started using magic. However, his fireball didn't reach his target, causing laughter from those around him who thought that ordinary faculty students were incompetent. The guy realized that now everyone was humiliating him, and Zigg told him to step aside. It didn't matter how much a student usually practices, it's a waste of time. Glenn was very indignant. He tried to stop him because it was Tveit's turn to practice. But the guy calmed him down, saying that it was true that he lacked potential. He sat down and said that the students of the heroic faculty were becoming more arrogant every day. Tveit thought he didn't like fights, since it was much easier to ignore aggression. Glenn replied that the bad aftertaste would still linger, so he cheerfully suggested they go meet a girl after school. Later, in town, he talked about how the key was to pretend to be experienced, so no one would think he was doing it for the first time. He suggested he watch him first. He'd show him how it was done. He never thought he'd do this. But come to think of it, it was the first time he'd ever hung out with someone after school. He was used to spending his free time after school reading. The squad was disbanded after the final battle. Afterwards, he was enrolled in the academy. Ultimately, his life gave way to lessons. The unfamiliar experience here is no different from his time in the organization. He'd been given a new chance, so he should probably try actively seeking out skills he didn't have. And at that moment, Glenn approached the girl. However, she called him names and slapped him in the face. He returned to his friend, saying that in his imagination, everything had looked different. Tveit realized that this had only worked in his dreams. Glenn decided to try again, but when he returned, his face was smashed again. He told Tveit it was his turn. However, Tveit wasn't about to agree, but after his persuasion, he decided to give it a try. It was an important experience after all. Glenn hid in the bushes and offered him words of encouragement, while Tveit thought about what his colleague had told him earlier. He explained to him that meeting girls was like fishing. He called out to a passing girl who looked wary. He realized he had to say something that would make her trust him. He noticed her earrings, which he'd seen before. She was completely relaxed. He realized he'd been told to act with them, as he was accustomed to. Looking closely, he analyzed her appearance and realized she had come from outside. He asked if she had come to see the sights, to which she replied affirmatively. Afterward, they began a leisurely conversation. They discussed the castle, which was open to tourists, and he suggested the girl take a walk to the nearest shoe store and smiled at her. He also noticed that he had come with a friend and asked if he could join in. However, when she saw him, she quickly ran away from them. They began discussing the results of his encounter with the girl, and Tveit decided to try again. Glenn was happy to have such a friend. Nearby, they noticed a cute girl standing near the wall. The protagonist thought he'd seen her somewhere before. He approached her and asked her where he could get a bite to eat nearby, since he'd only just arrived. But in response, she started recommending nearby places. Afterwards, she offered to walk him home. It was better than he'd thought, so he checked to see if it was really okay and decided to thank her when they got to the restaurant. He said he'd buy her whatever she wanted, but he thought he'd overdone it. She asked if she could discuss it with her friend first. A familiar voice came from behind him, agreeing with his proposal. Alicia said she was disappointed, as she hadn't expected such behavior. Diva replied that today was the first time he'd ever tried it. The girl said she genuinely believed they'd been caught, to which they apologized. Alicia said they'd decided to change the scenery, after which she asked the waiter for more drinks. She also wondered why they still hadn't remembered what her classmates looked like. Mize was in the same class as him. It was no wonder he felt she was too polite. He'd forgotten to remember people's faces because he'd lost his sense of danger. Glenn said he recognized her. She's so beautiful, she's the idol of all the boys in the regular department. The girl said it embarrassed her since she failed the exam for the heroic department. Chief'd asked why he hadn't told him about it. After all, he was bothering his classmate because of him. He replied that he simply didn't think he could do it. Alicia called him names and asked Tveit why he held back in magic class. He replied that that was truly all he could do. She didn't understand. He could use a sniper shot, so why couldn't he use another? He explained that the shot and the bullet were the only things he could use. The girl was shocked, because he was saying he could only use 2 types of magic. He added that he simply doesn't know if he can use the others since he's never studied them. An instructor once told him that this one was enough for him. And despite this, he managed to defeat the teacher. These words shocked Mizzy and Glenn. They thought it was the girl who had defeated her. She calmly replied that in fact that wasn't true. The protagonist had defeated her. At that moment, they were distracted by the noise of the students arguing with the salesperson. They were shocked to find themselves still seeing their classmates. The seller tried to explain that if they broke the item, they should pay for it. But Zigg said that a sword that breaks during testing isn't worth compensation. But the shopkeeper insisted he'd warned them it was just a decoration. Tveit realized Zigg was at fault, regardless. This explained why the shopkeeper wouldn't budge. Alicia was about to draw her sword, but the boy stopped her. She said things would soon reach a breaking point when it comes to their personal interests. Nobles do it without even batting an eye. Meanwhile, Zigg had already taken a swing at the shopkeeper, intending to punish him with his own hands. Alicia shouted at him, informing him that he was about to commit a crime, but he calmly replied that it was punishment. Glenn was also outraged, as his actions were disturbing the peace in the capital. Meanwhile, Zigg turned his attention to Tveit, disparaging his skills. He believed he was the epitome of every ordinary student. If he continued to interact with him, his worth would be called into question. Zigg noted that the girl may be a commoner, but she was from the heroic faculty, just like him, so he would consider her an equal. He offered to help her choose her entourage, since he is the Baron's heir and has the right to judge ordinary people. After which, he bowed and extended his hand to her, inviting her to join him. The girl was very confident in his conviction. She replied with a smirk that Tveit was stronger than the yoke, which puzzled the others. Zigg decided that the ordinary people had deceived her and corrupted her common sense. After that, he began using magic. He decided to attack the boy, but the latter stepped forward and parried his blow. Zigg didn't understand what had happened. Tveit told him to stop casting his spell and put away his sword, or next time he wouldn't miss. Zigg shouted at him not to dare give him orders. Tveit reminded him that he had warned him earlier and concentrated the bullet in his finger, hitting his opponent's hand directly. He fell to the ground and started screaming that it hurt. His friends immediately grabbed him and began to lead him out, as they needed to stop the bleeding immediately. Tveit ordered him to stop, as he still had to pay for the sword. He turned around and, shouting that he had been disgraced, threw the wallet at him. Furious, he said that next time he wouldn't leave so easily. Alicia was curious about what it was. The boy replied that it was his upgraded bullet, an E-rank spell. The girl couldn't believe it, because to improve it like that, you need to focus on speed and rotation. She'd never seen anything so extreme and asked who he was. He replied that he was a former city janitor. After class, Glenn invited Tate to get something to eat and headed to the cafeteria first. He noticed that Zigg was absent. His actions yesterday left a hole in his arm, but it should be back to normal overnight with the help of support magic. He probably decided not to take any chances and take a couple of days off. In the hallway, the boy met Alicia, who asked if Zigg had shown up. Tveit replied that he hadn't and thought he'd come and try to get revenge. She replied that they couldn't say for sure. He'd been acting weird the day before. She asked where they were having lunch and found out about the canteen and decided that she should go there since her friend was having lunch with her friends. A guy asked her if she had friends in the heroic department. She said it was rude, but not far from the truth. He assumed she was a loner, but she replied that it was called being independent. She was sure he had a question about Zigg. The reality is that students from the heroic faculty consider it normal to insult regular students. She doesn't like to participate in such behavior, so she doesn't cultivate friendly relationships with them. Starting this year, the academy has been dividing students into different levels. Their uniforms also vary. Students from the heroic faculty look down on others, as any student would agree. Alicia didn't care what house someone belonged to. She noticed that Tveit's collar looked sloppy. He replied that he was doing what the other students did. Looking at him, she couldn't figure out what was wrong with his face. He replied that nothing. He just realized that his past self would never have even thought of such a thing. She asked if he'd worked as a janitor in the past, which he confirmed, suggesting that, to be precise, he'd secretly taken out the trash along the hero's route. She noted that temporary janitors were well trained in manners. He replied that if he did anything wrong, his head would fly off. This shocked her because they were so strict. But the guy wasn't joking, really. She added that she thought it would suit him better if he was dressed properly. So she decided to adjust his clothes and began tying his collar. She asked him if he was even interested in the opposite sex. In a situation like that, he should have been embarrassed or something. He replied that she was simply adjusting his collar. At that moment, she grabbed him by the neck and pulled him closer to her, closing her eyes and asking what would happen if she did that. But these actions only made her blush. The guy calmly remarked that her eyelashes were quite long. His words only made her more embarrassed. He told her that if she was going to blush, she shouldn't do it in the first place. She replied that she didn't expect him to say something like that. He didn't understand because he thought she wanted him to tell her. She screamed that it was his fault that she spent so much time with him, but there was still a side of him she didn't know. This made her want to reveal it at all costs. He replied that it was human nature, but at least she should reconsider her methodology. But she had already determined for herself who he was. Pointing her finger at him, she said he was a suspicious guy. The next day, in class, Zigg approached the protagonist. He asked his name, and after the guy introduced himself, he said that he was challenging him to a duel, which caused confusion among those around him. Zigg hoped he hadn't forgotten what he'd done 2 days ago. He, a mere student, had shown such utter insolence against him, the heir of the Falchion family. Tveit realized he was actually remembering that. Alicia asked if he'd forgotten the Academy's rules. Throughout their time at the Academy, their status is revoked until they become students. Whether he's a commoner, an aristocrat, or even royalty, everyone's equal. He told her to shut up, saying he treated her so well because she was in the same house, but she was too arrogant. Then he took a swing at her. However, Glenn stopped his hand, reminding him that the duel hadn't even begun. Next time, he would just grab his hand. Zigg began screaming furiously at them to let him go. Tveit thought that, no matter how he looked at it, they hadn't done anything wrong. But if they were just going through the motions, the other students might get caught up in it. And then he stood up. He bowed and apologized if he thought his behavior was improper. So he offered to pretend nothing had happened. But Zigg insisted he had to embarrass him in front of everyone. He must make an example of him. It would be too stressful to have commoners like him getting in the way in the future. The protruding nail must be hammered down. Pete realized he was simply seeking revenge. Like a child, Zigg screamed that he had damaged his reputation, and that it was simply a satisfying act of revenge. Alicia laughed and suggested the protagonist accept the duel. The boy realized she was talking about a spontaneous decision of the heart. She wasn't on the enemy side, but nobles can be very stubborn when it comes to their damaged reputations. If he were to turn up, it would be a slap in the face and would lead to even bigger problems. Tveit understood her and thought he should consider himself lucky that he challenged him to a duel. After that, he accepted. Zigg was extremely pleased. People were discussing the upcoming duel between students from the regular and heroic houses. They were gathering at the venue. The protagonist thought he might as well lose on purpose. Alicia told him she couldn't because he couldn't pretend. Now she'd find out what he was hiding so clearly. Tveit thought it was her plan all along. It seems a truly troubled woman has set her sights on him. Ideally, he doesn't want to anger Zigg any further. That's why losing in the most shameful way possible would be the best option. However, that would be a trigger for the Academy students. His defeat could be the deciding factor in drawing lines between the students of the regular and heroic houses. Zigg asked if he had completed his preparations. Tveit couldn't say he'd be pleased if that happened. They stood facing each other, fully prepared for a duel. Alicia offered to be the referee, which suited the opponents. The duel would continue until one side surrendered or could no longer fight. Zigg began unpacking something. When he drew his weapon, everyone present was shocked by what he had produced. The students of the heroic faculty stared in horror at his staff. Zigg said he was sure someone like the protagonist didn't know about it. It was a magical staff used in the Royal Army's last war. It was a military-grade staff. Afterwards, he prepared to attack with an electric spear. Tveit thought that this weapon was the reason for his absence yesterday. He began quickly dodging the attacks that Zigg, who was ready to destroy everyone present, launched incessantly. Tveit didn't understand why he was speaking of such cruel things. Zigg replied that accidents during duels were common. This especially applied to Alicia. He would never forgive her. But he would try to be more careful with her than with him, since she was beautiful. He wouldn't rush as he tormented her, as she slowly stopped breathing. Tveit was extremely irritated, but Zigg replied that it was a privilege. The protagonist decided that they had given their lives in the fight to save people like him. He would never accept that. Tveit must never acknowledge this man's existence. Zigg decided it was time to end this and prepared a powerful attack. A large amount of energy swirled around him, demonstrating the staff's power. This staff was capable of creating firestorm magic. Someone like the protagonist couldn't even come close to using such magic. Tveit thought there was one thing he didn't yet know. He'd seen this staff countless times on the battlefield. He prepared to attack the enemy. Zigg was frightened. The staff was capable of creating school fire magic. But when that happened, part of its internal structure became exposed to the released heat, and it would break from the damage it received. The staff in Zigg's hands broke, and the magic became uncontrollable, striking the boy in the arm. At that moment, a sword was pressed to his throat, and he was ordered not to move. Tveit noted that if he were to take his life now, no one would suspect him, since an accident during a duel is a common occurrence. After all, these are his words. His demands are very simple. He mustn't interfere with them, discriminate against ordinary people, and his minions must do the same. He must also learn a thing or two from Alicia. He tried to object. After that, he cowered in fear, and the protagonist said he hadn't given him permission to speak. The only word he was allowed to say was yes. He repeated his demands. If he values his life with all its limbs, then the protagonist advises him to think before answering. The duel was cancelled due to an unexpected explosion. The selection of the winner and loser was also postponed due to unexpected circumstances. While the strained relationship between them hasn't disappeared, if he provoked it, he would have made it worse. So, perhaps, the best option would be to keep things as they are. And, in time, he'll restore his normal life. He was informed that the rift between the regular and heroic faculty had only widened. In the midst of the war, when the fate of all humanity hung in the balance, they had created an organization to support the hero. Since the hero's failed quest to defeat the Demon King, He, already a member of the unit, was assigned to help him end the war. After fulfilling its mission, the unit was disbanded. But, thanks to Chris, he was able to live a normal life. To do this, he enrolled in a magic academy. However, leading a normal life isn't as easy as he imagined. Chris came to make sure his school life was going well. She asked if he'd made any friends. He replied that he'd been out picking up girls. This shocked her, but he admitted he had a talent for it. She couldn't accept it, but he added that he believed people should adapt to their environment, and he liked those changes. The girl was confused. She was already regretting allowing him to attend the academy and asked him not to deal with such a person anymore. He asked how she was doing. She said she was fine. They gave her a position similar to her previous one. He guessed she worked at the Bureau. Throughout the Great War, the unit was a subsidiary of a larger bureau, the Royal Aristocratic Defense Bureau. This organization protects the kingdom from clashes between commoners. Even without demons, conflicts still arise. The guy remarked that it sounded depressing. She sighed and said it was a sickening job. She added that his beloved sniper staff was also under the Bureau's jurisdiction. He asked if anyone had any claims to it. She replied in the negative, adding that no one but him could utilize its full power. After all, it was created to be his personal weapon. He asked her to answer honestly. When their unit was disbanded, did they initially want to send him to work for the Bureau? She confirmed his words and added that she had refused for the reason she had previously stated. He thanked her and said that thanks to her, he could experience a taste of normal life. He might even have proposed if she had been his age. She resented the fact that she wasn't that old. Just then, Alicia passed by. Chris apologized and said she had to get back to work. He asked what he did. She expected the Order of True Light. Tveit remembered they belonged to the Duke. They were known for judging a person based solely on their abilities. She added that they had been assigned as bodyguards. He was surprised that he would be protected. She replied that he was rather cynical. The war had only just ended and the world was still unstable. Frankly, it was an acceptable move. Once he arrived in the capital, their work would be complete. He wondered why the order was heading to the capital, but she couldn't tell him. She thinks it's going to be a big event, something he should be looking forward to. She's sure the academy will be involved. The boy watched her go. He noticed a sad girl on a bench and asked her what had happened and if Zigg had done something wrong again. She replied that after what had happened, he had become obedient, as if he were a completely different person. He said it would be better if she talked things through when he was having a bad day. A heart-to-heart talk always helped get things back on track. She asked if that's what he did with the girl outside at the academy. She smiled and said she understood that he liked older women. Zigg said that this duel was his way of getting revenge. Afterwards, she asked him if he thought it was normal to seek revenge. He replied that he wouldn't say it was absurd. Sometimes, taking revenge on someone is the only meaning of existence. She realized he wasn't opposed to revenge, and he added that people obsessed with revenge often end up self-destructive. They don't think about what will happen next. The girl asked if it was really that important to think about what would happen after they'd achieved their goal. He replied that revenge was an attempt to restore what had been lost. In that case, you're simply resetting your losses. There are still many days ahead where she can reap this profit. But in the end, they're tying up their lives. For him, it's a bad end result. In this regard, he could say that C's revenge was worth it. If he had lost the duel, the students in his department might have bullied the others even more than before. In short, if she was going to get revenge, she had to make it worth it. Turning to her, he asked her with a serious face who she needed. At first, she simply looked at him. Then she simply smiled and said she hadn't meant anything. As she left, she added that she thought she'd try to remember his words. At that point, he should have stopped her and discussed it in more detail. Ordinary life is far from simple. He, who grew up in the epicenter of abnormality, had no idea what normal life was like. And then he realized that ordinary life could suddenly turn into something abnormal. Alicia pressed herself painfully against the column. A few days later, the teacher decided to share some good news. The Order of True Light was arriving in the capital to conduct joint exercises with the Royal Knights, and the venue was right there at the academy. The students were thrilled about it. This was something Chris had told him about earlier. For 10 days, the academy students will also be trained in knightly ways. They are expected to be open and watch them. A student asked if they could chat with the knights. They were told that they had a special time for that too. DA. Tveit thought these exercises could be seen as a form of advertising to increase the number of young men interested in becoming knights. Alicia asked who else was arriving. The teacher replied that Count Termon's second son, Robert, would be coming with them to visit the academy. Her face twisted at these words. The teacher added that they were welcome to join the exercises and socialize. One of the students would be chosen as a member of the executive committee. They would be running errands during that time, so she asked if anyone wanted to help and looked around the room. Alicia volunteered. Everyone present agreed she could handle it. The teacher left it to her and suggested they meet during lunch break. She should head to the conference room on the third floor. The girl replied that she understood. Hearing her voice, the protagonist looked up and saw that her face was distorted with anger. From that day on, the girl completely changed. She didn't show up for class, and Tveit decided to ask Mizzy if she knew anything about it. She replied that she'd heard that even though she wasn't attending class, she still came to committee meetings. Glenn didn't understand why she did that. Mizzy added that Alicia had only said she was fine. The boy thought it looked like she'd abandoned her studies and focused on her skills. But remembering the look in her eyes, he knew something was wrong. The carriage arrived at the Turgant Duchy's mansion. The knight entered the office and announced that the guards and the dispatched army had arrived. A smiling Chris greeted him. A man accompanied by knights in uniform came out to meet them. Alicia didn't show up again. A few days ago, when the teacher told him the training would be held at the academy, her demeanor changed dramatically. Tveit had a feeling something was going to happen during those 3 days of training. At that moment, a gloomy girl approached him and asked if he would be her sparring partner. He reminded her that they had discussed this matter earlier and that he had told her not to rush. She shouted that she had to stay strong. She didn't have much time, and now was no time to think about whether she was rushing things or not. She begged him to help her. He asked her to calm down and at least explain what was happening to her. But she turned away and said she couldn't talk about it. The guy replied that he had no desire to tread on a minefield he could clearly see. She then started screaming that even if she fought him right there, the only thing she'd be better off with was getting beaten up. Then she left. Tveit's friends surrounded him, confused as to what was happening. He knew it was related to the training. Besides, he was unnerved by the previous conversation. The time had come for him to ask his mentor for help. He pulled out his device and requested information about a student named Alicia. The day before the training, he approached her, wanting to talk. She said she was a little busy and asked if he'd changed his mind about being her partner. He said that wasn't why he'd come and introduced himself as Alicia Esperando. She asked how he knew her last name. He replied that he knew someone who worked as an information broker. He had to resort to such measures to find out more about her. They told him they had found information about her and reminded him of the former captain of the order. Gallia Esperando lost his life in the last war, and she is his only daughter. Her current surname is her mother's. Throughout the Great War, the order earned numerous honors, especially their captain, who earned the title of Demon Sword for his astonishing strength. He was the true embodiment of heroes. He died while guarding a group of heroes. This was a great shock to the kingdom. Moreover, the next day they discovered something strange had happened during their retreat. That battle involved not only knights but also mercenaries. Their bodies were found in a completely different place than Gallia's. The protagonist didn't understand what was so strange about this. It turned out the mercenaries' bodies were found far from their retreat route. It looked as if they'd been killed by another army after retreating from the battlefield. He specified that some of his belongings were missing. A pendant made of pure silver was found. The boy realized it was the mercenaries, not the Demon King's army, who had destroyed him. And then they were destroyed too. Chris confirmed his words. The one who hired the mercenaries was Duke Robert. He was also involved in corruption. Thus, Gallia was silenced. Apparently, Robert's deputy overheard their quarrel. Tveit understood everything. Alicia wanted revenge on Robert. But even if she succeeded, her chances of survival were slim. He asked her to stop before it was too late. What she was attempting was destructive revenge. When she didn't try, she'd be caught sooner or later. He guessed what she wanted to destroy during the training. But even so, she was still afraid, because she still hadn't prepared. She screamed that she simply might not get another chance. Robert almost never leaves his territory. He's so cautious that he remains guarded around the clock. It's so rare to see him out in the open. She had to do it, even if it was risky. He reminded her that after this, she would have nothing left. But she remembered everything he said and still couldn't calm this feeling. He reminded her of her friends. They would be heartbroken when they learned she was gone. But she was sure they would soon forget her. He couldn't believe she was serious. She added that she wasn't leaving her family and loved ones. But even so, she still wouldn't stop. Coming closer, she asked if he wanted to be her lover. She approached him, and he said that if that was enough to stop her, then he was ready. But her gaze grew darker. She noticed that he hadn't let his guard down even during the kiss. As she left, she asked him again not to try to stop her. He realized that if he continued, she would draw her sword without a second thought. On the day of joint training, everyone fought each other. Glenn said it was awesome. As expected of the pride of their kingdom, the royal knights were magnificent. They discussed all the knights present, commenting on how magnificent they were. Glenn decided that Alicia was lucky as she literally had a front row seat. Right now, she was busy with committee work. Tveit glanced at Robert. He assumed she wouldn't have time to approach now. The committee announced that mock battles would now be held between students and knights. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they were being offered it. If they performed well, they could become knights. Glenn confidently headed toward the duels. Mizzy asked if Tveit would attend. He waved and went to the swords. Examining them, he noticed they were dull. He looked grimly at the captain of the order, who had influenced the outcome of the war no less than the previous captain. He was a frontline hero. As someone who had always worked in the shadows, he would have loved to make peace with them. The captain told him to attack. It was clear from his stance that he was allowing the students to strike first. He was much more physically developed than Tveit. A drawn-out attack would have been the best option. But that wasn't his goal, so he quickly launched an attack, harnessing his rage. He dealt blow after blow, managing to dodge the attacks. The captain said he had some skills. After that, he used his rage and heightened reflexes, claiming it was his turn, and began attacking him as well. TV-ized, he was still holding back. He might as well lure him in. He charged again. He might not want to go all out against the students, but a single move would be enough. He simply wanted to see the captain's full strength. The protagonist struck his opponent with his sword, but this was merely a bait. He decided to deliver the real blow with his foot. The man dodged his attack, and the boy realized he'd struck too weakly. Meanwhile, the captain began to counterattack. Defeat flew off him, and the fight was stopped. The captain apologized, saying he'd lost his cool for a second. The guy replied that everything was fine. It was a great honor for him to spar with the captain. He replied that he was weak compared to the previous one. He wasn't embarrassed. He simply valued strength on its merits. He would protect his master with his own hands. Tveit thanked him for the sparring, and the man asked the boy's name. He introduced himself. Tveit thought he was truly strong. During our last exchange, he'd barely managed to dodge the sword flying straight at his face. But now, at least, he had an idea of his power. Chris clarified whether he was asking if they would target Robert. He asked if the Bureau would do anything about it, but she honestly couldn't tell him. He realized the Bureau was aware of his corruption. But despite his crime, the Bureau considered his life useful to the kingdom. After all, the Bureau works only for the good of the kingdom. Robert's security doesn't look like they're going to relax anytime soon. That means they won't be able to eliminate him during the training exercise. This means they'll be leaving tonight. After their conversation yesterday, he realized one thing for sure. Her anger wouldn't go away until she destroyed it. Therefore, he wouldn't stop her or restrict her. After the duel, Glenn was delighted that the boy had managed to land a blow on the order captain. He replied that he had simply been lucky, and he thought he was very strong. Robert's security is impeccable. If she mingles with the other members of the executive committee, she'll have absolutely no chance of attack. Tonight, she'll have a chance to avenge her father, and she'll take it. Her father was the one she respected most. He judged people by their skills, which is why his ranks were full of seasoned veterans. But despite this, he managed to rise to the highest rank. He was so powerful that he was called the strongest captain in history. After that, he earned the title of Demon Sword. But when he was with her, he became the warmest family she could ever dream of. His sense of justice was stronger than anyone else's. She respected him so much that she began practicing swordsmanship with him. They asked her if she wanted to become a great knight like him. She agreed. So they taught her the most important thing a knight should know. She must live a straight life. She must go straight to what she believes in, and by doing so, the sword will become straight, and the knight's sword must be straight. A curved sword can't protect anyone. Therefore, she must live a straight life. She must become a person people can trust. The next day, the order was sent to fight in the heroic war. And so, he began visiting the house less and less often. But her father's voice constantly echoed in her head. To follow in his footsteps, she cast aside all emotion and focused entirely on training. Years later, as the war was drawing to an end, the heroes group entered the Demon King's territory, waiting for her father to finally return. She wondered what he would say when he saw her skills, but she received a letter saying she was gone and her father had died in battle. It wasn't like him. He lived life to the end. She cried and thought about how he would never return. One day, a follower arrived, bringing souvenirs from her father. He said he had something he wanted to tell her. He overheard that her father and Robert weren't on good terms. Before entering the Demon King's territory, Galia was stopped by the duchy, and at the same time, he heard their voices from a room that even the guards couldn't enter. He overheard conversations about embezzlement and bribery. She couldn't believe it. She had no proof, so she decided to talk to those in the order. They were sympathetic and therefore didn't hide anything from her. During the retreat in which her father died, Robert unexpectedly hired several mercenaries to assist them. No one understood why. Moreover, the mercenaries disappeared and fled far from the line. Robert considered this a betrayal and ordered their destruction. Alicia realized that he had orchestrated the whole thing. Her father had lived such an honest life, but this man had destroyed him. She remembered her father's words and decided to move on with her life. But to destroy Robert. She watched the man in the tent, thinking about how he had destroyed her father. There were many guards in her way. She noticed Tveit battling the captain. It was unreal. He was even faster than he had been during the entrance test. She realized he'd been holding back. She wondered how to win him over. If he stood in her way, her revenge would undoubtedly fail. But now was the time to think about it. She mustn't lose her head. She decided to act during the transportation of the equipment used during the exercise. At that time, the order would be busy attending a celebratory dinner. She had to seize the moment when he entered the castle. She asked her father to wait a little longer, because she was sure that she would finish him off tonight, and the real battle would begin. As the moon rose in the sky, the girl, sword in hand, hid behind the students. She needed to be faster to get very close to Robert. She watched from the bushes as the carriage approached the gates. As she had planned, he left his guard and entered the castle alone. The castle was well defended from the inside, but if she did everything right at the entrance, they wouldn't be able to react quickly enough. But at that moment, she noticed he wasn't heading into the castle. She remembered that near the castle there was a beautiful garden and exhibits of unearthly beauty. But she couldn't believe he was heading there without any security. She couldn't believe this meant she could actually destroy him. Her face twisted as she thought about getting revenge. She approached him, thinking that she had to destroy him right now to prevent him from escaping. As she approached, she drew her sword, and there was no need to be calm anymore. She struck once, and her opponent's head flew off his shoulders. It rolled slightly to the side, beads of sweat dripping off her. Throwing down her sword, she began to laugh loudly, happy that she was able to do it. She felt very pleased. She didn't understand why the protagonist was telling her she couldn't handle it. She was happy to be standing right there, safe and sound. But she didn't know what to do next. Perhaps she should run and hide. She'd lived her whole life for this day and never considered what to do next. How she could live her life after this. She decided to just go back to the academy, probably where she belonged right now. There, the next day, she met the protagonist and told him she'd ended things. He noticed her expression suggested otherwise and asked how she was feeling. She said she'd been incredibly happy at first, but now she feels completely empty inside. He understood me. He thought she wouldn't be able to come back alive. Apparently, she was extremely lucky, and everything worked out for the best for her. She agreed that she was simply lucky, and that was the only reason she came back. After that, she looked at him and asked what she should do now. They looked at each other intently. He advised her to visit the infirmary first. Her face would definitely attract attention. He also advised her to think more simply about what to do in the future. She thanked him and left. The next day, they noticed she was missing again. The teacher suggested starting afternoon classes. The boy couldn't understand why she kept skipping classes. What had happened to her? He remembered what they'd talked about. At that moment, the door opened and she entered the classroom. She wasn't feeling well, so she went to the nurse's office, which is why she was late. The teacher told her to take her seat. After the lesson, her friends caught up with her, who were more worried and asked if everything was okay with her, because they are always ready to lend her a helping hand. The girl smiled brightly and thanked them all. Mizi apologized and added that she had some business in town today. Glenn asked what had happened. She replied that she wanted to apply to the Adventurers Guild. She still lacked knowledge, but she wanted to get closer to her goal. Alicia replied that it was really cool. She'd always dreamed of becoming an adventurer and traveling. Mizi replied that she felt being an adventurer allowed her to enjoy freedom like no other. Her friend thought about her words, wondering if she should try it too. Mizi was delighted and offered to sign up with her and start for free. She accepted. The boys also decided to join. Mizi asked them to hurry, and everyone followed her. Alicia said she was glad to be alive. Tveit clarified that she finally understood it. She said it was amazing to be able to just think about the future. At that moment, a man appeared behind them, wearing heavy armor and a cloak. He called the girl's name, looking at her from under his hood. He quickly lunged at her, drawing his sword. However, the protagonist managed to use his lock-on and stop his opponent. The girl was scared, but he said everything was fine. If he hadn't reacted, she would have been dead. The man said they found something in the royal garden the night before. He asked if she recognized the sword. The girl trembled, but the boy approached her and told her she needed to run. He grabbed her hand and they ran. Friends came running, also told to run. The man pursued them. Glenn tried to fend off his attacks, screaming as he did so. But the man didn't attack back, saying he only wanted Alicia. Tveit told Glenn to take Mizi and run. They'd catch up, so they should be worried. He didn't really understand what was happening, but he had faith in him and grabbed the girl. The man said he wouldn't mind if he ran away too. If he left the girl with him, he promised that neither of them would be harmed. The boy asked if they would suffer if he didn't leave her. The man said he was absolutely right. After that, he started attacking him, and the guy blocked his blows. They started running away. They needed to fix the situation, so they ran into an alley. The man said that he would not let him escape, and again attacked the girl, which the protagonist was able to stop. The men noticed that he was moving very well for an ordinary student. Suddenly, the boy felt a sharp pain and cried out. He was stabbed in the stomach, and the girl said it was impossible. He started yelling at her to run away as quickly as possible. As she ran away, she thought about how he had lost. She cried and thought that he would never come to save her again, because he was no longer there. She was surrounded by other people in cloaks. One of them said that he met two people on the way who delayed him a little and threw them to the ground. Alicia started screaming. She didn't understand why this was happening, because they only came for her. Why were they doing this to the others? They didn't understand why she was asking, since she'd already seen their armor. She looked up at them with tear-stained eyes. They were the Order of the True Light. They are knights now, but in those days they were just war orphans saved by Lord Robert. They failed to achieve anything in the war, but they vowed to do everything possible to repay their savior when it was over. But he was destroyed before they could repay him. She realized they were just like her and tried to run away. She fell. The man asked why she was running away, since she knew this was exactly how it would end. Or maybe she means she's decided to value her life. When someone fulfills their wish in exchange for their future, they can't just take it back without risk. And this is the result of her clinging to life after she had already abandoned all hope for the future. 3 people were consumed by her karma and lost their lives. She understood that this was all her fault. She remembered the protagonist's words again. The only feeling that came over her after fulfilling her revenge was emptiness, and simply for the pleasure of emptiness, she sacrificed them. If only she had known at that moment that everything would turn out this way. She cried loudly and realized she would never do it again. and they told her it was wonderful and she better remember those words. The man in front of her removed his hood and she recognized him as the protagonist. The tears stopped streaming down her face. The girl said it was impossible, since he'd been wounded earlier by a guy from the Order of True Light, and it was all her fault. The guy decided to tell her from the very beginning. Everything that had just happened was a farce. Firstly, he wouldn't have given up his life so easily, and the heads of his friends he made using alchemy were fake. The girl was shocked. He kept saying he was the knight. And the other one was his acquaintance, a former colleague. She realized that everything that had happened today was a lie. But the guy told her it wasn't just today. He reported that Robert was fine. The one she destroyed that night was a doll he had prepared in advance. The real person was still alive. No one knows what happened. Perhaps the Order of Light will invade the capitals right now. She didn't look ready to give up her revenge, so he staged a show. He looked at her carefully, hoping it had helped her cool down a bit. He also needed to change. Later, they sat by the fountain. The guy said he didn't know much about women's clothing. He assumed he'd gone too far. As he'd said earlier, he'd staged this whole performance on his own. But despite this, it was just his fantasy. It was a future that would most likely come to pass. The end of this revenge. Everything happened just as he said. Ever since she learned about her father, she'd made up her mind and finally made it on the spot. But she found no satisfaction. In the morning, she felt only emptiness and fear that the knights would find out. But she ended up thinking about the future even before she understood everything. Once she'd gotten her revenge, she was ready to end it all. She hadn't even thought she could have a future. When everything happened to her friends, she realized a lot. The only feeling she felt was regret. The girl cried bitterly, looking at the protagonist. He understood her. She should be fine now, even after learning he was still alive. She no longer felt the urge for revenge. He added that, nevertheless, no one would like such an ending. He reminded her how he'd told her to make revenge worth it. She couldn't pursue revenge, considering her future. He said most newcomers start to self-destruct because they're all driven by hatred. That's why they're also professionals in this field, experts for whom such actions are routine, with positive consequences included. He told her to think of something for the two friends now, and he went to take out the trash. She watched him run away. Chris asked him over the comm what kind of trash he was going to take out. She didn't remember the bureau asking him about that. He remembered looking for listening equipment and thought that, as expected, the Royal Bureau was responsible for protecting the country. She brought the thing he asked for so he could see it. She handed him a suitcase containing a metal ring. She says she would pray for his success. Meanwhile, at the nobleman's mansion, Robert asked to taste his food to see if it was poisoned. The butler quickly drank from his glass. The commander said this castle had very reliable security. Even on the way here, he ordered the capital's guards to strengthen their defense. He apologized and asked what he was so afraid of. Robert asked him if he was claiming he could defeat someone from the other side. It was just a rumor, but their name was often mentioned among the higher-ups. He was sure he'd heard of them too. A secret organization, run by the kingdom, for special missions. He heard that during a war, soldiers used any means necessary to destroy their targets. They employed techniques impossible for ordinary people. He said, especially those of them called aces. Apparently, one of them destroyed the Demon King single-handedly, when even a hero couldn't remove him. It was hard to believe, but where there's smoke, there's fire. The commander said they were supposedly working for the same country, so there was no need to worry. But Robert replied that it was impossible to trust an organization that kept its existence secret and thought that he'd left no evidence. He eliminated the commander and left no trace behind. They have no reason to hunt him, but caution is a good idea. The commander said there was no reason to worry. Though he was nowhere near as capable as the former captain, he would certainly protect him. Robert thought that sometimes these knights were too convenient. They didn't abandon their masters until something too serious had happened. He decided to check how the training battles had gone. Many of their men had been injured. He would like to join their ranks. The commander replied that one student had managed to scratch him. He was very capable. At that moment, a servant entered. The sender was one of the students who participated in the exercises. Inside was a letter addressed to a man. He reminded her that he had told her not to accept anything from the students. The servant said he was very persistent. The commander thought that if the one who received him was a member of the order, then they had most likely already checked everything. When he opened the box, something poured out. He grabbed the servant and tried to figure out what was going on. At that moment, other soldiers came running, trying to figure out what was happening. Robert shouted that he couldn't see anything, so he had to open the window immediately. The other side's soldiers were using any means necessary to destroy the target. The commander asked him to stop immediately. At that moment, the protagonist announced that the target had been located and that Robert had been eliminated. He recalled the rumor that behind the hero stood someone who had destroyed countless demons, a being called the Shadow Hero. The dark side of the kingdom, the organization for special commissions number 1, was called number 28. Tveit reported the target had been successfully eliminated. Chris asked about his partner. He replied that he was excellent, as always. He held a staff shaped like a rifle. Chris said he should thank her, but the weapon was still gathering dust in the closet. It was a black feather, 28. A sniper staff, created specifically for the protagonist, and which only works with the sniper shot skill. Looking through the scope, the boy decided the captain had paid for what had happened during the training exercises. He understood why they were so willing to cooperate with him. It was for Robert's secret ledger. She reported that information had recently leaked, that Robert was planning to commit some shady dealings during his stay in the capital. The boy said he felt some satisfaction. She replied that it was unusual to hear that from him. Even when he defeated the Demon King, he hadn't shown any reaction. Returning to those times, he didn't remember his reactions. He simply felt that it was all over. For the first time in my life, I destroyed someone not for someone else, but of my own free will. And it wasn't all that bad. And now it was time for him to return to his normal everyday life. He left his place. The next day, the girl asked if it was his doing. She showed him a newspaper with the news. It told about what happened that night. As she left, she didn't care. Now she was beginning to understand who he was. The guy didn't believe her. She added that her father had told her about it in the past. He said it wasn't just knights who defended the country. There were people who did it in other ways. The guy tried again to say he was just a cleaner, but she simply wanted to thank him for it. Friends came over, trying to find out what they were doing there. At that point, Alicia became curious about their relationship. The boy didn't understand it either. Their friends were shocked by what they heard, and Mizzy demanded a detailed explanation of the situation. The protagonist realized that enjoying everyday life and hanging out with friends wasn't so easy. He decided that if he didn't protect the girl, she could easily break down. He, as a man who recently fought like there was no tomorrow, wants to say that everything is fine. Everything they've been fighting for so long is worth it. There was no end to this darkness. Light would never reach this place. No one would ever see her again. She just wanted freedom. The crying girl thought about how she wanted to be free. She sat up in bed and looked out the window, reflecting on her dream. Meanwhile, during class, the teacher explained that one had to follow the instructions to make the potion. Glenn thought that preparing the mixture was quite complicated, as he had to achieve the correct amount of pressure. Mizzy told him what to do. Slowly pouring in the water, he thought it should turn green by now. However, his potion didn't turn out as expected. It was a failure. Now it was Mizzy's turn. Tveit thought she was using too many herbs, and the preparation method was different. He asked what she had done. She replied that she thought it would turn out better. Glenn said she was something of a rebel. The protagonist agreed. When she finished, her potion glowed brightly. They decided to call the teacher. The girl managed to make a second-level potion, but the teacher had told them to make a first-level potion, so she asked if she had studied the formulas. The girl replied negatively, saying it was a coincidence. The teacher replied that she had all the herbs in her hands, but they were too fragile, so it was hard to believe it was a coincidence. And the higher the level of the potion, the tastier it is, so she was offered a taste. Mizzy said it was delicious. Glenn wanted to try it too, so the girl poured the resulting liquid into mugs. The boys noticed that she did it all very elegantly. The girl was amazed at what it looked like. They realized she had become very rough. Tveit thought that savoring a potion used to heal wounds was an unimaginable luxury on the battlefield. It was time for him to brew the potion. Glenn was wondering how tasty a level 5 potion would be. The teacher had said that, if anything, level 5 potions weren't the best. The best potion is called a miracle. They say it can cure any illness. There were even rumors that it could resurrect. Mizzy was amazed that such a thing could exist. The teacher said the potion's main ingredient had become rare, So, in recent years, only 5 elixirs have been produced. It's so rare, few people know its taste. At this point, the protagonist said everything was going as planned, and the teacher asked what he was doing. He replied that it was sleeping gas, holding up a smoking herb. Alicia noticed he wasn't changing. He didn't understand why they were yelling at him when everyone else was working as they pleased. The girl said he gradually began to show his true colors. A month passed after he put an end to his revenge. She still acted as if she suspected he belonged to the dark side of society. Alicia wondered why Mizzie's every move was so elegant. The girl responded by saying she was clumsy and gluttonous. She could eat her breakfast. The boys looked at them. Tveit knew she was hiding something. He said he'd step aside, thinking he was being called on his card. Only one person could do that. His daily life could fall apart. The previous incident had made that clear to him. That's why he had a bad feeling. Chris said she'd ask for the loan back later. He clarified what she meant. She informed him that the Bureau for the Protection of the Aristocracy was giving him an official mission. Since she was addressing him formally, this was a mission he wouldn't be able to carry out properly. He needed to infiltrate the academy as a student and protect the princess while she was in hiding. She hid her status and attended school as a normal student. He asked why she did this and was told she simply ran away. The boy was in shock. She understood how he felt. But all he'd been told was that she'd run away. He didn't understand, because a kingdom should have an organization to protect the royal family. She replied that it was the client's request. They didn't want to blow the incident out of proportion. He understood. Relations between the kingdoms were currently quite good. He asked who exactly he was supposed to hide from. She replied, everyone. Even the fact that he was protecting her must remain secret. And the princess, too, must remain in the dark. The guy said it was a tough ask. Chris said some people would try to kidnap her. That's a pretty common scenario. He asked the princess's name. Chris replied that her name was Michelieza Arcadia. But at the academy, she was known as Mizzie. The protagonist understood everything. His bad feeling was justified. Chris added that, ideally, he should be friends with her. So first, they had to figure out a way to contact her. Tveit replied that she was already his friend. This shocked Chris. In any case, he'll start work tomorrow. He has permission to use his dear partner, as is the Bureau's official mission. That made everything easier, and she wished him luck. The next morning, the protagonist spotted the hiding man and fired his skill at him. The man managed to dodge his attack. Looking at him, the boy received information from Chris, but she was a little late, as he had already knocked out his opponent. But he decided to ask if he could destroy it. Chris replied that there was no need to hold back, she could just finish him off. The guy did just that. He changed in his room, thinking he hadn't felt a sense of mission in a long time. In the hallway, he met the princess, and they wished each other good morning. She remarked that they had met on the road for the first time. He replied that he'd chosen a different route for variety, and asked if she always walked this early. She replied that she always got up at the same time. He asked what he did before school. She replied that she was practicing magic and was heading to the training grounds. She still needed a lot to become an adventurer. He figured that many people were there in the mornings, so he should accompany her regularly. During lunch break, Type P asked Alicia where Mizzie was. She replied that she had gone to see her teacher. That's what she always does. Walking down the hallway, he saw her talking to a teacher and looking at a book. He heard a voice say he had fallen under the girl's spell. The main character didn't understand what he was talking about. He told him to keep his mouth shut. He could definitely say who he really was. The boy thought that even at school they were enemies. He replied that the look he had when he looked at the girl was like the look he had when he looked at his beloved daughter. In other words, they were both members of the elite guard. Basically, it was Mizzie's fan club. The girl literally shuddered at these words. She knew such people existed, but she doubted it. She wasn't sure what to do. Alicia replied that she was the type of girl who was popular. Maybe she should become an idol. She sheepishly said she couldn't do that. The boy realized something wasn't adding up. The Holy Kingdom was undoubtedly weaker and smaller. Besides, neither the students nor the teachers knew what the princess looked like. If there were any reasons why she hadn't appeared in public, Mizzie apologized and said she needed to return the book, so she ran. He decided to follow her and couldn't understand why she stopped. At that moment, the girl awkwardly presented herself as a public idol. He thought she must have been really happy when they told her she should become an idol. At that moment, he lost her. He found her at the training ground, pondering what skills she could use. He realized she was very active, but he would never have guessed she was so selfless. At that moment, she began using magic. He thought she was desperately practicing voluntarily. She'd figured out what she wanted to do and was persistently pursuing it. It was astonishing. He spotted the man pursuing her. Grabbing him, he told him that the girl was working hard to achieve her goal, so he shouldn't interfere. After examining it, he realized the enemy had professional people. It seemed he was about to face something worse than he had imagined. Later, he met the girl again. She was surprised by this. He decided to take this opportunity and lead her to the dorm. He explained that the 5th floor offered a view of the entire academy and asked if the girl's dorm was the same. She replied that her room was still on the 4th floor. He asked if it was too noisy if the room faced the main street. She replied that her room was on the opposite side, so it was fine. But her friend was complaining about the noise from the fruit store. When they reached the gate, she thanked him for seeing her out. He replied that it was nothing special, and that they would see each other tomorrow. As he left, he ran into the building trying to find her room. He had to protect her without her knowing, and not just because it was his mission. He's doing this of his own free will as her friend. He won't let them ruin everything. He's going to protect their daily lives. The boy's head was spinning from the changes that had taken place. He ran to his friends, apologizing for being late. Alicia noticed he was disappearing quite often. He replied that he was going to put more effort into his studies. They were planning to go to the Adventurers Guild. He remembered the whole guild thing had been hushed up. He'd staged the whole farce when they'd been discussing it. So they decided to leave now. It was an organization offering jobs to adventurers, or more precisely, to urban adventurers. The friends entered the guild building. Glenn noticed it was crowded. The guild building also had a tavern attached, as information exchange was also very important. They went to the registration desk, where they met Zigg, a student of the heroic faculty and the direct heir of the family. He was accustomed to looking down on everyone. After the duel, he remained quiet. The other students began to laugh at them, saying they still needed many years to become adventurers. They recognized the protagonist. Zigg said they needed to go finish up with the others. The girls also decided to simply ignore them and head to the reception desk. They approached and said they wanted to register as adventurers. The girl at the counter asked what type of license they wanted. There are 2 types, but only one allows them to take on quests related to relics. However, if they want to obtain one, they must pass a combat and magical test. Mizzy was inspired by this, suggesting they explore the dungeon. They simply had to choose the second one. The dungeon's worth the risk? The girls said they could find undiscovered early life forms. There were many mysteries there that they would never see under normal circumstances. They can't call themselves adventurers unless they experience it. Agreeing with her, they decided to go to the second one. The girl led them to the examination hall. She explained that to obtain a license, they had to pass 2 tests. They were tested for power, speed, endurance, and control. Each parameter will be assessed separately. After passing the test, they will be assigned specific ranges corresponding to their performance. They began with a power test. They had to feed their power into a special orb that measured their stats. Alicia was simply astounding. She was proud of this, but in the meantime, they had already begun checking the next indicator. This indicated how quickly they could cast the spell. They needed to read the pattern inside the crystal. The pattern was constantly changing, so they had to manipulate it. Now their endurance was tested. They had to pour out energy for as long as they could, to maintain its glow. Soldiers who can hold their ground for a long time are highly prized. Glenn, investing his mana, hadn't even begun to strain himself yet. Then they tested control, the ability to avoid activation failure or accidental reset of the spell. If a spell is constructed incorrectly, everything can end in failure. That's why they were always taught the importance of control. Inside the sphere, they saw a maze through which they had to move the ball from the right corner to the left. If the ball touched the walls, it would return to its starting point. Glenn tried hard to direct his ball, but he couldn't. He had poor control. After a while, they were given the results. Based on their performance, they were assigned different power ranks. Mizzy realized that she ended up being the lowest ranked. The main discovery was Glenn's endurance. They wondered if he did any special training, but he said he'd been able to do it since birth. Alicia was surprised by the protagonist's stats, as she'd assumed he'd rank up higher. However, he explained that his rank was quite high. His bullet was usually much more powerful because he compresses mana. Tveit remarked that Glenn should visit the library more often. He thought that Glenn's example had taught him that people with high potential are also quite observant, and his description was not inaccurate. It's also true that he held back. He was on a mission. He shouldn't have attracted unnecessary attention. He told Mizzy that her magical abilities were greatly affected by her natural talent, but she could compensate for that through adaptation. She shouldn't have been upset. The basic combat training they were about to undergo was far more important. Suddenly, some guy started yelling at them. They met, and it was clear he simply couldn't have achieved such a high rank. A man came out, asking what all the noise was about. It was Guild Master Royce Barron. The students started shouting that there was some kind of error in the magic test. The man replied that the rank of a person's magical ability was directly related to the scope of the spell that could be cast. He asked the guy if he cheated on his exams. He replied that he hadn't. The man replied that that was the usual answer to such a question. So he decided to test his combat skills. He would verify his performance during combat to see if his stats were accurate. Royce apologized, because those who shouted at him were aristocrats, and their guild was not such an influential organization that their opinions would not be taken into account. They arrived at the exam venue. The combat test is conducted anonymously. With the exception of the magic test, many people don't want to reveal their abilities. He invited them inside. There was an automated doll there. He'd heard they'd started using them in the Second Demon War, but he wasn't sure if that was true. He explained that these were moving dolls made using mystical technology. They would pass the test if they could defeat the golem, or more accurately, knock it down. He asked if there were any questions. Mizzy wondered if she couldn't win no matter what, she could simply give up. She was told to simply say stop. He noticed that a stopped golem wouldn't fall, so there was no way to cheat. Tveit thought she looked worried. The only one whose anonymity was violated was the protagonist. The master didn't like it either, but they were a bunch of annoying guys. After touching the golem, the guy realized he couldn't penetrate it with his bullet. Ever since he left the organization and joined the academy, he'd realized one thing. His magic was completely inflexible. He's already been marked by the bandits who are after the girl because he's her friend. So he wondered if there was a way to hide his abilities. He asked if he should simply defeat the golem while it was in the same room with him, and no other conditions. The master confirmed. He closed the doors and began reporting. He distracted the master by saying someone was calling him. At that moment, the golem began to move. The protagonist used the lightning blade and announced he was finished. At that moment, the golem fell, shocking the man. Some time later, the girl rejoiced at having received her long-awaited adventurer's card. They were glad they had made it through together. The girls also discussed how they'd succeeded. Mizzy said she'd somehow managed to predict the golem's actions. The golem looked very familiar. The protagonist was surprised that she was familiar with a golem that was practically an ancient relic. At that moment, the student reappeared, shouting that it was cheating. The instructor reported that the boy had passed on his own. He added that he didn't want to say this, but if he failed, it doesn't mean he can take it out on others. When they stepped outside, the princess was delighted to be a free adventurer. Tveit noticed something and told the boys to go on without him. They decided he was quite a mysterious man, although suspicious was a more fitting word. That could also describe him. Glenn added that he wouldn't tell them and wondered if he should ask directly. But in the end, he only gets more of what he doesn't understand. But even if he doesn't tell anything and is constantly hiding something, they can all tell how he feels about them. Everyone immediately realized this and was delighted with their guess. The boy walked down the street, aware that he was being followed. He could shake them off right then and there, but that would only confirm their thoughts. He decided that he needed to convince his enemies that he was not her bodyguard, but at that moment he met the students he had seen earlier. They started to attack him, but were stopped, as people were expected to gather there soon. They reminded him what happens when an ordinary student gets in over his head. After that, they walked away contentedly. At this point, the man pursuing him revealed that he was not her bodyguard. He had seen with his own eyes that he was too weak. They discussed what to do next, since the others had alibis. They decided to make their move tomorrow. The next day, after receiving the adventurer cards, the heroes came to the guilds to complete their first task. The guy screamed with joy looking forward, and the girl replied that there were many different tasks. The protagonist asked Mise what tasks were suitable for beginners. The girl answered excitedly, giving an example. Mise pointed forward and asked if they could take on this task. The girl pointed to a piece of paper with an assignment on collecting medicinal herbs. Mise said that it was a safe and easy task for an F rank. The girl asked if it was too easy, and Mise agreed, to which the guy suggested taking another task. Glenn enthusiastically proposed the task of collecting claws from clawed rabbits. The girl asked if these rabbits were a type of monster. The boy replied that they were rabbits with long claws, and their claws could be used as weapons or medicine. Alicia asked Glenn if he had met them before, to which he agreed and said that he had hunted them before in his hometown. The young man added that they could rely on him in any case. The girl replied that she couldn't embarrass herself like that, and the young man asked, offended, what she meant. The main character asked where they needed to go, and the guy replied that it was nearby in the Doboots forest, about 30 minutes on foot. Tveit asked the girls if they agreed with this task, and the girls replied that they had no objections. The young man replied that if that was the case, then it was time to go on the road, and the heroes headed into the forest. Glenn said that rabbits are very timid monsters, and in the forest they often hide behind bushes and trees. The young man added that everything would be fine even if they got close to the rabbits, but sometimes they could jump out of the bushes, and if they were worried, they might activate their rage. The girls heeded their friend's advice. Mise and Tveit hid behind a bush, and the girl asked the guy if everything was okay, and why he hadn't activated his rage. The protagonist replied that he didn't feel anything, so there was no need to activate it. Glay told the girl that he was already used to hunting rabbits, and Alicia added that she could also cope without it. Almost in tears, the princess asked them not to worry, and promised not to be a burden to them while her comrades watched from the sidelines. Alicia shook Glenn and said the girl was depressed. Glenn asked what he should do and turned to the protagonist, who pleaded with them to stop panicking. Mise called out to the boys. The girl pointed forward and told everyone to look there, which is what the others did. The heroes saw a clawed rabbit. The young man went forward and said that he would show them an example of how to hunt them and asked them to watch carefully. The guy crouched closer and looked at his target. The rabbit noticed the look from the side and stood on its hind legs while the guy used rage. The young man rushed forward after the rabbit. Glenn kicked the rabbit and the monster flew into a tree. The young man asked his comrades how they liked his move, to which Alicia replied that he had simply kicked him. The guy asked what was wrong with it while the rabbit was lying near the tree, and Misa looked at the wild animal with disappointment. The girl was nervous, and the main character, noticing this, called out to his friend, asking her not to worry. Tveit thought about how Glenn had been able to defeat it with ease, but even though the clawed rabbit was very small, it was still a monster. The protagonist understood that Mise, who was not used to fighting, would be nervous. The young man called out to the girl and said there was a rabbit in the bushes under the tree. The girl replied that she couldn't see anything. The protagonist asked his friend if she could use long-range spells, to which she agreed and said that he would go around the rabbit and lure it out, after which the girl would finish it off with a spell. The girl looked resolutely at the guy and replied that she understood him. The young man ran behind a tree and hid behind it, starting to watch the rabbit. Tveit nodded to the girl and stamped his foot, causing the rabbit to flinch. The boy called out to the girl while the rabbit was running away from the people. Mise moved her hands forward and created a water ball to attack. The ball was aimed at the rabbit and hit the target. The girl was delighted with the resulting attack. The main character came out from the bushes and told the girl that she had done a good job and asked if everything was okay. The young man looked at the girl, and she responded with a smile, promising that she would also do everything possible. The protagonist agreed with her and looked at his other comrades. Tveit warned that he had to leave on business. His comrade asked what business he was talking about. The protagonist replied that he'd forgotten he'd received a mission in the capital and apologized for disturbing them, advising them to continue the mission together. Alicia found this suspicious and agreed. The guy apologized again and said they would meet later. Mise. She agreed and they said goodbye. The girl mumbled the main character's name. Tveit ran through the forest and tried to contact Chris. The guy apologized and said he couldn't get in touch earlier because he was on an escort mission. The girl accepted his apology. Chris apologized for distracting them from the task and said that a group of 10 people had left the capital and headed into the forest where they were now. The girl added that, according to preliminary assessments, it was an enemy targeting the princess. The protagonist understood her and replied that he would deal with them. The young man thought about Mai's being a princess, and he still hadn't gotten used to it. The protagonist stopped and summoned his magic. The guy lay down on the ground with a BF-28 weapon, called the Black Feather 28, and took aim. The young man looked through the scope and thought that the enemy had the same equipment and kit as the man he had eliminated earlier, and replied that the targets had been detected. Men in robes walked through the forest, and at the head said that their target was in this forest, and perhaps there was an escort near the target, so it was not worth losing vigilance. The enemy thought that even though the target had gone so far, there was no escort to follow it, and that unknown guy was haunting him. Suddenly, one of his comrades received a bullet in the forehead, leaving the man unable to understand what was happening. Someone shouted that there was a sniper there, and they realized that there was nowhere to hide, and they were very scared. The man shouted for everyone to run quickly into the forest and determine where the fire was coming from. One of them shouted that there was a sniper for 2 hours, on a hill 200 meters away, pointing his finger at a metallic light in the shadow. The man shouted that he had to be eliminated because the target could be nearby. The protagonist replied that they had finally come to him, and he himself came into view. The guy smiled, thinking there were 9 men left. The man shouted to everyone that he couldn't see a target near him, and gave the order to eliminate the sniper, drawing a sword. The mercenaries jumped on the main character. The guy stomped his foot on the ground and threw his enemies back with explosive magic. The man said it was an explosive trap, and that he had originally wanted to lead them to this place. The mercenaries began to retreat. The protagonist approached the corpse and said that they were heading towards Mies, thinking that they needed to quickly eliminate the targets with their sniper skills, wanting to eliminate them all here. The young man ran forward with the thought that they needed to be stopped before they reported. The young man noticed that there were 2 left. The men ran forward while the protagonist pursued them, and used the bullet until they realized that he was not far behind them. The main character approached them and tried to reach the men with his sword. The mercenary said that he was sure that he would be here, because the girl was also nearby. The man smiled evilly and mentioned the name of Princess Micheliaze. The young man took a knife and threw it at the tree. The bomb was activated and the men realized it was another trap. The protagonist thought that Mies and the others could have heard the explosion, so he had to eliminate everyone before his comrades came to find out what it was. The mercenaries couldn't see anything because of the smoke and tried to calm each other down because they could find out where he was by the remaining magical power, and the wind would now disperse the smoke. The men were caught off guard and the protagonist pinned them down. The young man kicked the knife towards the enemy while he dodged. The guy took out the knife again and threw it at the ill-wisher. The sword passed through the bushes and tied the man with a thread. The mercenary hung above the ground and asked the guy how he did it, since he didn't feel any magical power. To which he replied that it wasn't surprising. Coming closer, the boy said it was just a thread and squeezed it while the man screamed in pain and defeat. The protagonist changed his clothes and walked, thinking that Chris had asked him to accompany the second princess of the kingdom of Arcadia, and on the condition that no one should know about this mission, and now he must protect her around the clock. Tveit realized the stakes were high, and his comrades met the young man. The protagonist apologized for being late, and they began to say they needed to leave quickly as they'd heard an explosion. The guy thought for a moment and asked how the task was going, to which the girls apologized and replied that they couldn't get anything, offering to complete the task later. The young man said it was a coincidence, but he had a gift for them. Mies asked what he was talking about. The main character showed a bag of claws from the clawed rabbits he had caught. Tveit asked if that was enough. His companions were delighted and thanked their friend, and the protagonist thought it was a good thing he'd caught up with them along the way. The young man understood that if not for that explosion, they would have already completed the mission, and that would have been the ideal outcome. Mies noticed that the boy was upset. The girl called out to the guy while he was thinking that thanks to that attack, he realized that it was difficult for him to prevent all the attacks alone. The girl called out to the boys with a raised glass and said that in honor of their first completed task, they should drink. The heroes clinked glasses and together said that it was time to drink to the bottom. Glenn replied that he was glad of the good outcome, and Alicia agreed, saying that she was very surprised by the sudden explosion, and asked what it was. The protagonist said he'd go and order some more food. The guy asked for more chicken with greens, and the girl told him not to eat it all himself. The young man went out and contacted Chris to see if she could hear him, and she asked what was going on. The young man asked for more people to be assigned to the mission. The protagonist said he had trouble defending Mies alone and, if possible, it would be better to send someone with more firepower. Chris agreed, adding that the matter was quite serious. Chris smiled and continued talking. The girl replied that they had already sent help to him. The guy clarified what she meant, and from behind him, the girl covered the guy's eyes from behind, asking him to guess who was there. The young man recognized the voice and called out to 02. The girl spun around and said that he had guessed wrong because now her name was Oz. Oz stopped and said it was nice to meet you, stating the guy's name and waving. The main character asked for a replacement with a serious face. Oz said he was probably joking and should get over it. The guy asked Chris why this particular problem child. Chris replied that he himself had asked for more firepower, and that with the 02, he could handle many difficult situations. The young man agreed, but he felt she wasn't up to the task. Chris said they were short-handed. Chris apologized and said that she was very busy right now and would now switch off and said goodbye. The protagonist turned to the girl while she was smiling and sparkling. The guy replied that it was pointless and told Oz that he would introduce her now for protection. The girl was surprised and asked if he really wanted to introduce them already. 02 added that she thought they wouldn't meet so quickly. The protagonist replied that, frankly, he didn't want it, but he had no other choice. The young man replied that it was better to get acquainted now anyway, to avoid any problems later. The girl replied that she understood him, and unlike him, she was very friendly and thought she could handle it easily. The young man replied that they would see about it said. The young man added that the girl should now call him Tveit. Mise greeted the protagonist, and the young man asked his friend what was taking him so long and where he'd gone. Tveit asked Alicia what was going on. The girl replied that the alcohol had been delivered due to an order error. Mise took the spoon as if it were a microphone and said that she was the actress Mise Hovens. Glenn and Alicia were a little embarrassed and, succumbing to the heat, nodded along. Tveit thought his comrades were in deep trouble, especially Mise and Oz, who called out to the boy. The girl asked if they had come at the wrong time, and Glenn noticed the girl and started asking questions. The young man asked Tveit who the child was standing next to him was, and the girl looked around. The main character asked to be introduced to his former work colleague, Oz. The boy was surprised, remembered his friend's previous job, and asked about cleaning. The girl approached the guys and asked if they were open to her joining their team. The main character said that Oz had recently arrived and was now living in a dorm, but she had to spend a lot of money on it, and so he thought it would be nice if they completed tasks together. But he wasn't going to force anyone. Tveit made a stand in front of the boys and said that he guaranteed that Oz was very strong. The comrade agreed, recalling that Tveit himself had said what a good person she was. Alicia said she had no complaints either, and the more people there were, the more tasks they could accomplish. Mise also agreed. The protagonist asked his friend if she was still drunk, but she refused and said that she liked making new acquaintances and that it helped her feel the true spirit of adventure. Mise turned to the girl and said that she was pleased to introduce her to Asan, and the girl responded in kind. Glenn told the girl that first she needed to get an adventurer card, and she agreed, and replied that her magic was incredibly strong. The next day, the heroes heard an explosion and did not believe that the girl's power was so strong, until Oz herself ran towards them and called out to the boys. The girl ran up to them, claiming she'd passed the A-rank magical power test, and also the combat exam. The boys couldn't believe she qualified for both classes and asked her to stop joking, while Tveit covered his face in confusion. The protagonist's previous colleague, Oz, joined their group, and after she received her license, they immediately decided to take on another mission. The protagonist said they were tasked with exploring the labyrinth this time. Mise replied that they apparently wanted to check what had happened after the earthquake. Alicia said she was nervous about the new assignment. Glenn said with admiration that Oz's results on the licensing exams were amazing. Alicia recited that Oz had A-rank magical power and A-rank magical endurance, putting her on par with the Knight Commander class. The young man replied that she was now a D-rank adventurer, but everyone usually starts at F-rank. Mise told Oz that she was very amazing, to which she asked if she was telling the truth and began to praise herself and asked her interlocutor to do the same. While the protagonist watched this with malice, the girl replied that she feels good and the people outside are kind. After all, when she was at the organization, no one praised her at all, so this makes her happy. Guys, ask what organization she's talking about. Oz closed her mouth and realized that she had said too much while the protagonist thought that she was letting her guard down too much. Oz is a member of the Special Task Force, Kingdom, and with the end of the Great War of Heroes and Demons, He is now an agent of his parent organization, the Royal Counterintelligence Bureau. The protagonist left the organization, but his former boss, Chris, gave him a mission. The protagonist's girlfriend's true identity is the second princess of a neighboring kingdom, and he must secretly escort her. However, since the protagonist worked alone, he was limited by the difference in numbers and asked for more manpower, and the person he was sent was the #1 problem child in the organization. D-Ring thought he should have chosen someone else for the task, and the girls said he was joking again. Glenn said they had arrived and the boys got off the wagon. Labyrinth, Tomb of the Deep King. The boys approached the entrance, where there was a staircase leading down, and the girl replied that this was the entrance to the labyrinth. Oz reminded the protagonist that this was a place they were already familiar with, and agreed to something. Tveit asked the guys if anyone had ever been here to explore this tomb. Oz and Glenn raised their hands, and the guy added that he'd had the chance to visit this place during the war. The girl replied that she was there to pass the time. Glenn was surprised and didn't believe the labyrinth was a simple place where one could simply pass the time. The protagonist was again confused, thinking he should have discussed this with Oz beforehand. Alicia said she bought the card, but asked that since they had experienced people here, could she just throw it away? The girl apologized, but she couldn't remember the way at all, to which the boy responded in kind. The girl replied that they were unreliable experts, and the heroes headed into the labyrinth. Following the main characters, people with closed cloaks and hoods came down. The heroes went down, looking back, and Mai said that this was the entrance to the labyrinth. Glenn said it was brighter than he thought, and Spider replied that the place was near the royal capital and had been used by other adventurers. The girl said the king's tomb was brimming with resources. Alicia said this light was created thanks to the charity of previous adventurers. Mai said they found them. The girl said it was the medicinal herb they used in their lesson. Mize added that the labyrinth was full of resources. The protagonist explained that the labyrinth's main purpose is to serve as a lair for monsters, and most feed on humans. The guy added that the labyrinths were designed to lure people inside, to feed the monsters. The girl wanted to ask, but the guy was called out. Glenn replied that he was sorry to interrupt, but the monsters were already there. There were goblins ahead. The young man replied that they weren't just goblins. The leader of the small monsters was a hobgoblin. The protagonist reflected that facing such a powerful enemy on the first level was, to put it bluntly, bad luck. Mize and Gran would have a hard time dealing with such a foe, and besides, it would be foolhardy to simply press on. But turning back was also no longer an option. To fight considered that they could also have been pursued by the bandits who were following Mizzy. The protagonist hoped to call the guys deeper into the labyrinth and destroy the bandits, so he turned to Oz. The young man asked if she could handle it, and the girl agreed, adding that even though it was an escort mission, she would have to change her fighting style. Oz said they couldn't let Mize know who they really were, so asked her what she could show them now. The protagonist replied that she could use parallel activation. Tveit asked not to use synthesis or flash, and the girl agreed. Oz stood in front of the boys and asked them to leave all the work to her. Her comrades were surprised and asked if she could do it alone, if she had asked for something and not to worry. Because it would all be over soon. The girl put her hands forward using her magic, and the monster turned its attention to her. The goblins pounced on her, and the girl created an explosive sound and her fists glowed. Oz directed her magic forward at the goblins, and it was over. The girl walked back to the boys. The boys were shocked, and Alicia asked if this seed crank technique was a wind cannon and a water cannon, and how the girl used both of them at the same time. Mai said it was a parallel activation, and she'd read about it in the library. It's a technique that requires either magical speed or magical endurance, and as far as she remembered, Wasp's magical endurance was A rank. The protagonist understood that all of this was true, and Oz needed a little time to fully create his magic, but its instant firepower was very high. The boy understood that the girl was only exerting half her strength. Glenn told Oz that she was like a protector or more like a damage dealer. The boys descended to the 4th level of the tomb. The young man replied that he could no longer see, and Mies added that she was afraid. Alicia, walking with the map, was confused, causing the protagonist to ask what had happened. The girl replied that there was a hole here that wasn't on the map. The boys said that even with the shelter, they wouldn't be able to reach it. Mies asked if it could have collapsed during the earthquake, and the boy added that that was unfortunate, since the stairs were on the other side. Alicia said it was too bad they'd have to make a detour. But the boys replied that there was nothing they could do. The protagonist added that now was the time to take a short break and noticed something ahead. Tveit stopped his comrades, and a snake-like monster crawled out of the corner. Glenn asked if it was a snake, but the protagonist refused. The young man replied that it was a chimera. A monster with the head of a lion, a goat, and a snake came out of the corner. The protagonist replied that it would be bad if he were to breathe fire in such a small space. The girl explained that the staircase was on the 5th level, and the floor at the other end had collapsed, so they wouldn't be able to get there. The chimera noticed her presence, and the protagonist called out to everyone to run away. The boys didn't know what to do, knowing they couldn't handle this monster. The girl called out to the protagonist and told him to look ahead. Somebody knew about this, and upon stepping on it, he began to use his magic. The main character began to block the monster's attack and suddenly jumped back. A hobgoblin appeared. Tveit realized they were cornered. His comrades said they seemed to be in a difficult situation. Tveit thought they could destroy them with Oz's firepower, but it would take her some time to activate her powers, making it unlikely she would make it in time, and they would have to jump down. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Mize pointed down and said that maybe she did, it seemed. But there was the bottom. The guys asked if she was telling the truth since they hadn't seen anything, and the girl asked them to follow her and jump off first. The boys nodded to each other and asked the main character to follow them. Tveit and Oz exchanged glances, and the protagonist didn't understand why Mize was so right. The boys were beginning to realize that if it weren't for the 5th floor below them, they would have been finished. The girl asked Mize how she knew about this route, since it wasn't on the map. Mize replied that she thought she'd been here before, but she was sure she hadn't been in the dungeon before. The protagonist overheard this. The girl added that for some reason, she simply thought she knew about it. Tveit replied that she had said something similar before, and during her combat skills test, she told the guild that she could predict the golem's movements. The young man asked if it was a hunch or something like that, and the girl said that perhaps it was, and that it had been happening frequently lately. Alicia asked her if she often borrowed books from the library. The girl said that they could have contained some information about the pharmacy and the goblins, and maybe she just remembered about it. Mize replied that even if she was asking, she couldn't answer for sure. The guy asked what she meant by suddenly remembering something she'd read wasn't anything new. The protagonist understood that it wasn't a coincidence. Tveit knew he had to focus on fighting the bandits. The protagonist understood that since they had done something completely unexpected, he was definitely panicking right now, although there was no better time to attack. Oz asked if the hero would make his move. The boy agreed, and if he realized he couldn't handle it, he'd definitely tell her. So until then, you're obligated to protect them. The girl agreed. The protagonist apologized, saying he needed to go to the bathroom, and told the boys to continue on their way. The boys agreed and continued on. The protagonist ran back. The enemies had no idea where their targets were, assuming they were somewhere on the 5th level. The enemies continued to run forward. Suddenly, they were very surprised and began to fall. The man realized they were trapped and heard footsteps. The protagonist attacked. The young man used blade flash magic, eliminating the enemy in one motion. The men were frightened and couldn't understand how he could find them in such darkness. The protagonist replied that they weren't accustomed to secrecy and asked him to allow them some good advice. Youth replied that they shouldn't hide when they heard the enemy's footsteps. The enemy was struck with fear. Tveit dealt with the enemies and realized that these guys were scouts, which meant that reinforcements were already on the way, and contacted Oz. The main character said that there were many enemies here and asked to lend him a helping hand. The girl happily accepted the offer. The protagonist added that he would lead the enemies to a large room in the center of the 5th level and asked her to prepare to intercept them. By this time, reinforcements had already arrived. The young man disappeared around the corner, and the men did not understand where he had gone and could only identify him by his steps. The reinforcements were cornered, and they saw the child. The girl extended her hands forward and said it was nice to meet him. The girl smiled with horror and prepared to attack. Oz said goodbye to her enemies and released a powerful, explosive blow from her hands. The enemies didn't understand what kind of magic it was until the girl started laughing, saying that if they didn't do anything, they would die. These were multiple parallel activations, the simultaneous activation of multiple layers of magic in order to greatly increase its effectiveness, which was called synthesis. But Oz doesn't need magical control to use it like that. Simply by using any type of magic that comes to mind, form a gigantic mass of magical power. Combining them all, directing the resulting flash in one direction when fired, it will collide with the perfect bullet. This was made possible by a special pair of metal pistols. Just as it is known that the dragon is a tyrant, there is no one who could compare in a solo situation against a group. Oz looked like a tyrant. Having climbed out, the girl thanked him for the day's hard work and said she would duel first. Mise returned the gratitude. The main character asked Mise if she liked the maze of tracks, to which you answered yes, and it was a lot of fun. The guys said goodbye to each other. The main character left and contacted Oz. The girl replied that she noticed, and the guy asked him to tell her his position. The girl replied that she was on the main street in front of the women's dormitory. The main character and the girl were in the dungeon, and, as expected from Tveit, when it came to combat, he had no equal. Oz asked about the man lying on the ground, and whether he had killed him. The guy replied that he had beaten her up a bit, and asked how much information she had received from the Bureau about this mission. The girl replied that the only thing she could think of was that their goal was to escort them, and as for the enemies, they seemed like an ordinary group of criminals. Asked what the young man was planning. The guy replied that he would interrogate him, and said that for now, he would leave the escort with her. Oz asked if he really needed to be interrogated. The girl said that their mission was simply escort, but the guy added that he doubted the accuracy of the information provided by the Bureau. The girl asked the guy if he was giving up the Bureau, to which he refused, because he simply said that he thought the Bureau could have made several erroneous proposals, and perhaps the enemy had his own patron. The girl clarified that even if he was right, why shouldn't they seek help from the Bureau? The guy agreed and apologized for lying to her a little. The young man replied that although he was currently accompanying Mise, he was also her friend, and if the Bureau was planning to put the girl in danger, he would not allow it. He didn't understand that if they were just a group of criminals out to get her, why were they so obsessed with just the girl, and why Tveit and Chris had given the bare minimum of information. But recently the guy began to notice that Mise was experiencing a mysterious sense of déjà vu. The main character also understood that this might not be all, and there might be something that even the girl herself doesn't know about. Oz turned to the boy and replied that she wasn't entirely sure, and if she really wanted to question him, why not get his permission first? The young man realized it wasn't an offer, but a concession, and he agreed. The girl started to agree, asking if it wasn't obvious, and the guy contacted Chris. The young man replied that he had one goal and was requesting permission to be interrogated, but Chris forbade him from being interrogated. Chris told him to make sure he killed him, and the guy wanted to answer her something, but the girl had already destroyed the enemy. The boy said it was nice of her, and the girl asked why it was normal, since the order had already been given. Oz said the guy had changed. He asked if she meant it in a good or bad way. The girl said that if she'd seen him on the field, she could have shot him with a TDO-2. Tveit told her the war was already over, and she needed to completely let go of the past. The girl threw the knife to the main character and laughed, happy because his head had become dull. But his reflexes remained the same. Oz smiled and said that he was too cowardly, and she would definitely give him a good thrashing. The girl said goodbye to the boy and told him not to even try to think too much about unnecessary things. The young man agreed, thinking that no matter how much he tried to explain, he was sure she wouldn't understand. The main character walked and realized that everything was exactly the same as before. Oz contacted Chris, and she asked what was going on. The girl suggested excluding the 28th from the mission to free the princess. Chris asked what this meant, and the girl replied that wasn't that their original goal, where, if something happened, they would prepare a replacement for the escort. Chris replied that it was not difficult, but the 28th was special and no one could take his place. The girl added that they could still replace Oz, which horrified the girl. Oz asked why this was, and whether they wanted to say that they had no replacements prepared. Chris agreed the exams were ready for Class 30. Oz asked me to tell Class 30 that if he replaced her, she would come and kill him. Chris asked what she didn't want to convey, and the girl added that the 28th in particular would take care of this. The very next day, Mise called out to Oz. The girl said that she was counting on her, and today she agreed. Mise and Tveit would be participating today. She replied that the guys had told her she was busy today. The protagonist wanted Mise to have a peaceful time in the capital. Tveit said their mission today involved collecting medicinal herbs and suggested they get it done quickly. Oz agreed. The heroes headed into the labyrinth of the jailer's tomb. On the first floor, The boys were collecting medicinal herbs. The protagonist approached the girl and asked her how things were going, to which she shook her head and asked the boy the same thing. But he had the same result. I told you that this time I couldn't track her down, and the girl suggested that we take a look around just in case, loudly warning Mize as she would go to the toilet. The girl asked Oz not to raise his voice too much. The protagonist thought it was unlikely Oz would listen to her, and remarked that she was fine now, as he had been worried she was very upset about the previous situation. The protagonist answered the call and asked if she had found anything. The girl replied that the enemies hadn't gone too far and added that she would contact him later. The young man ordered you to give details, and you replied that there were people there in white school uniforms who did not pose any danger. The protagonist remembered the students of the heroic faculty. Oz said they looked weak, and if left unchecked, the nearby monsters would quickly attack and deal with them. The young man agreed. Mize came up from behind and asked the guy if he was holding a communication device. The protagonist wanted to explain, but the girl interrupted him and said it was the rare tool that allows one to communicate with people over vast distances. The guy thought he should tell her. The protagonist agreed and replied that he had just received a message from Oz, and that the students of the heroic faculty were in trouble and that there seemed to be a monster nearby. The girl offered to help them. Mize said that if they didn't help them, she was sure they would regret it. The protagonist understood her and told Oz to keep an eye on her surroundings. The girl understood, and the protagonist replied that she needed to go there. The guy said they were downstairs and thought the student had recently joined the guild. The protagonist recognized Zigg. The girl suggested they had fallen from here. The boy replied that some of them might be injured and asked if they had enough medicine. Mize replied that it should be enough for 4 people. The guy crouched down and said he'd activated the brightness, and it was time for them to go down. Meanwhile, Zigg was thinking about how to raise the guys. Suddenly the heroes came down, and the guy didn't understand what was happening. Zigg recognized the guys, and the main character said that they came to help. If there are any wounded, then let them raise their hand. They are ready to share herbs. The students raised their hands, and the boy asked if anyone knew how to make a potion. Zigg replied that they hadn't taught it at the faculty yet, and then the protagonist said it would take some time. Tveit asked Zigg if he was hurt, and the boy didn't answer, saying he only had scratches. But the others couldn't move, so he was going to get help. But there were monsters nearby, and he couldn't defeat them alone. Zigg replied that there were 3 orcs, and the boys heard the sounds of footsteps. The protagonist replied that they were quite close. The boy realized that while the orcs were a bit stupid, they were several times larger and stronger than the hobgoblins. But in such narrow corridors, they would be weaker. Tveit replied that he would deal with the monsters himself. The student said that some D-ranker who couldn't even use magic wouldn't be able to handle the orcs, and Zigg offered to help. The protagonist replied that he could handle it. The student understood him and asked him to save them. One of the guys told Zigg not to talk nonsense. Vanya continued to say that even if they couldn't handle it, Zigg interrupted him and ordered him to shut up, because they would understand everything when they saw it for themselves. The guy asked Tveit if he was right. The protagonist agreed and asked Mizne to stay there. The girl agreed. The guy was waiting for the orc. The protagonist moved decisively and attacked the monster with his fixation. The young man pierced the monster's eye with a knife and thus defeated him. Tveit threw shurikens into the eyes of the second orc and realized that there was only one left who would attack the students. Mize stood up for the boys. The main character noticed this, and the girl became scared. The monster wanted to pounce, and Mize closed her eyes. The guy grabbed the girl and used blade magic. The main character hugged the girl, and they all headed home. While the boys were riding in the carriage, Mize turned to Tveit and asked in a whisper. The girl wanted to know if the guy had ever worked as a bodyguard. The young man asked if he could find out the purpose of the question before answering. Mize said she had met such people before. The girl added that his movements today, when he held her from behind, were like those of those people, and asked what he was hiding from her. The protagonist watched the girl while the others said goodbye. Mize walked down the street and looked around. The girl realized that he was not there, and believed that Tai was hiding something. Mize began to remember when the guy was strangely late and his clothes suddenly got dirty. The girl wanted to know about it, and as a result, he was not there that day, and she did not understand why he lied. Then she remembered the incident in the labyrinth, where the guy eventually replied that he wasn't familiar with the profession and wasn't hiding anything from her. The girl was sure he was lying. Mize thought he was guarding her, but it was hard to guess whose orders he was following. Besides, If he is her bodyguard, then he should be somewhere nearby now. Mize quickly ran forward and turned the corner. The girl wanted to pretend that she had run away and tried to hide. Looking back, she felt like someone was following her, and now she thought that she had just imagined it. Well, this meant that she could continue to be friends with Daishu, so she was very happy. Suddenly, Mize's head started to hurt, and she began to see someone telling her to be free. The girl did not understand where this déjà vu came from, which was now not only from books, but from memory. Suddenly, Mise was grabbed by men in cloaks who claimed they'd finally caught her. She begged them to let her go and asked who they were, but they merely ordered her to remain silent. The men said they had to leave before the bodyguard caught them. A voice behind them told them it was too late to run. The early girl quickly said goodbye to the guys, and the guy noticed how she looked at him for a second, and he did not understand what she was trying to find out. The protagonist recalled that yesterday they had saved Zigg in the labyrinth and had to unleash his powers. He realized he needed to be more careful and wondered if he should call the girl. The protagonist tried calling Oz, but she didn't answer. The young man thought something unexpected might have happened. The main character ran after Mize. I think there was a tail behind her. The young man realized that she felt someone was following her, and she ran around the corner to see her pursuer. The guy carefully looked around the corner and saw how they were trying to grab the girl. I myself would have rushed towards her. The main character was wearing a cloak and said that he could not enter now. The men rushed to the attack. The guy started the liquidation just like in those days, and his main task now is everyday life. The protagonist dealt with everyone, and the last man ordered him not to come closer. The enemy held a knife to the girl's throat, and the boy understood that it was his duty to keep the mixture secret and prevent information leaks. The man warned that if he came close, the girl would die. But the boy was tired of being a slave to chance and wanted to protect what he owed. The protagonist used magic and told himself that he would fight for it and eliminated the enemy. The girl approached the guy and asked if to fight was under the hood. The protagonist opened up and said yes, and they say he now understood that the girl had many questions. But first, he needed to leave. The guys returned. The girl asked who he was. The protagonist said that he could not answer this question, and the girl tried to guess by asking if he was a member of the special forces of the Kingdom of Terraria. The girl said that she didn't know all the details. But in that country, there was also a secret organization, and all its members were sent to the last war of heroes. Mize added that she saw the boy's abilities, which were specialized for combat, especially the bullet. So, the girl realized this wasn't a skill that could be learned quickly. The boy replied that it was a good guess for a student, and Mize asked him to stop pretending. The girl replied that he, as her husband, should already know her real identity. And the guy got down on one knee. The protagonist greeted the second princess of the Kingdom of Arcadia and apologized for the inconvenience. The girl asked him to stop and said he could address her as usual. The young man understood her and asked for forgiveness again. The girl replied that he had saved her. The guy didn't respond, saying she was making a good guess and his answers weren't needed. The girl asked the next question. Mise asked who his client was. The protagonist replied that he couldn't answer. The girl assumed he didn't know himself. Mise realized that her father had found out that someone was following her and had immediately introduced a bodyguard. The girl said that someone was probably already guarding her daughters who had run away from home. The guy asked if she had interpreted the phrase correctly. The girl replied that she hated this life when she was the daughter of the royal family, so she ran away from home like the other sisters. The protagonist said she was good at hiding. The girl said the queen had adopted a boy and made her a prince, and her father, when he was young, hired an assassin, and she threatened to do so, which is how she escaped. The guy asked if it was okay for her to reveal such things to him, and the girl said that she was not worried because she trusted him completely. Mize apologized and said that she was going to blame him, but then she realized that it was all her fault. The girl understood that she was hiding her identity, and the guy had to protect her, so she asked for forgiveness for the past incidents. Because of her, he was in constant danger. The protagonist replied that he was fighting to protect his everyday life and the girl. She knew he would say that and still asked for forgiveness. Mise again said that she trusted him and asked what he would do, asking him to address her as before. The girl added that she liked the normal life with all of them, and the guy agreed. He would do as she wanted. The princess smiled and said that she would take him at his word, thinking that she wanted to be free. The girl did not want to live like a bird in a cage, and wanted to be free. The girl said that she liked spending all the time together, and the guy replied that she shouldn't say such things because it's wrong. The young man said he should be the one asking for something like that, and that it would be great. Mize laughed and said Tveit was weird. But the boy didn't believe her. The girl said that usually no one treats her with such openness, even if she asked, since most people start worrying about social status. The protagonist asked if she had any close friends in Arcadia. The girl agreed and replied that she had always been alone. Tveit said that it meant that no one knew about it in the real direction, and the girl asked, "What did you mean?" The protagonist said that Mize was a strange girl to him and didn't consider her a princess. The girl asked what her strangeness meant. The young man replied that she often appeared out of nowhere. The main character began to parody the girl's behavior when she got drunk, and she asked him to stop and forget about it. The guy added that he thought he never got bored while she was around, and that was probably because she often surprised him with little things. The girl asked him what he thought of her. The protagonist called her a fool and a mischievous girl. Mize was very surprised by this. The guy said that this is why he can call her a friend and thinks that Glenn and Alicia feel the same way. The girl clarified that since he was her escort, Oz was also her bodyguard. The guy agreed and thought that since the truth had been revealed, there was no point in hiding Oz too. It would be even easier to protect him that way. Tveit remembered that earlier, when he was following the girl, Oz did not answer him even though they were on duty. But the guy's thoughts were interrupted and the girl asked. Mize asked if Oz could also consider her a reckless tomboy. He declined, saying he highly doubted it. The young man asked how she learned of what was happening among the royal family. Mize replied that at the time, she was eager to leave the royal palace and began to reminisce. Mize didn't understand how she'd found out about it. Tveit asked her if she'd learned it herself. The girl replied that she'd always been alone and simply couldn't hear from anyone. Mize abruptly squatted down and began apologizing, saying her head was splitting. The young man noticed she was sweating profusely and her breathing had become heavy and labored. The protagonist thought that the coins had poisoned her. And the girl began to say that this was the prison that she saw in her dreams. Mize was crying and saying she felt trapped, like she was in a cage. The guy realized it wasn't me, and she was seeing something. The girl extended her hand upward and looked into the cage and said that she wanted to be free. The princess began to repeat that she had to free herself, and the guy froze. Mize was asleep in a faint. The next day, the girl was asked if she was okay, and she answered that the headache had completely gone away and she was completely fine. Mize thanked Oz because she hadn't woken up for more than half a day, and she and Tveit had been looking after her. The girl replied that she had barely accomplished anything. Miss asked if it was time for them to return to school. The main thing was to play, saying she needed to rest today, and even if she returned, she'd only have time for 2 classes. The girl resolutely replied that they had to go. Tveit said he had no choice now and warned Oz that they had to go. They were escorts. Oz said there was no need for that now. The protagonist asked what she was talking about. Oz asked Missa to go first, as she needed to discuss something with Tveit. She agreed, but asked who would be accompanying her, to which Missa told her not to worry. Oz said everything would be fine. Mize left and the protagonist asked what she meant by no need. The girl replied that that's exactly what she'd said, since she'd just received a request from Chris to cancel the escort. The hero said it was quite sudden, and that it might mean the enemy organization had been officially defeated. Oz agreed. The guy asked why you didn't answer his requests. The girl replied that she was probably getting another one at the same time and it didn't matter anymore since they had to go to the castle. The young man asked what she had said. Something about Chris talking about it. The young man looked out the window. The protagonist asked how much longer they would have to wait, but she asked them to wait where they were. I knew Oz was capable, but she was young, and there was a chance she wasn't the main player in this operation. The guy had many more questions, but he thought it would be better to ask Chris directly. The protagonist asked if she had reported their discovery, and the girl agreed. The protagonist thought that for some reason, he was the only one who was not aware of what was happening. Tveit had a bad feeling about this. The girl started the conversation with a question. Oz asked him while he was still there, while their comrades were dying, what he felt. The young man said it was a sudden question, but the girl insisted on an answer. The main character said that nothing could be done, and that's what he thought. Oz agreed, because that was their job after all. The guy was about to say something, but he was interrupted. Chris entered the room, and the guy said she was late. She apologized, citing being busy, and added that she would try to get them up to speed. Chris said that in this case, the client was the main reigning person in Arcadia, His Royal Majesty King Raiton of Arcadia. The protagonist thought so. The girl continued that the main point of this order was that some strange magic was spreading among the royal family. Chris said that the magic of the Path of the Sage is especially strong and is involved in this matter, and according to His Majesty, this magic is passed down through generations, usually to the daughters of the royal family. The girl said that if the bearer of the power gives birth to a daughter, then the power is passed on, but if not, then the bearer dies, passing on to another woman of the same blood. And now, Her Royal Highness Mishiliaza bears the power. The young man asked what effect such a power had. The girl replied that it was the study of memories. The magic of the sage allows the owner to have all the memories of past bearers. Tveit understood everything, and the puzzle came together. Because Mise had an endless sense of déjà vu. And when she suddenly recognized the golem, she knew the layout of the labyrinth and the problems of the royal family. It was all in Mise's head, and it was all other people's memories. The girl continued to explain that the ability to inherit someone else's memories was quite powerful magic, and asked if the boy understood this. He agreed, thinking that the situation was much more complicated than he imagined. He said that if memories truly can be passed on, they could transmit knowledge about life and technology across generations without life cycle limitations. The girl added that, in theory, the family had already used this for themselves. By this time, there had already been 2 civil wars in the arcade, and they were aimed at a change of power. The winner was the one who had the Path of the Sage. The girl said that the kingdom is on the brink of a 3rd civil war. The second prince's faction is trying to get rid of the first prince, who is now the main contender. And to achieve this, they are trying not to attract the princess. Chris, say that the ruling king expected this development of events, which is why he supported the princess's escape. The girl said he then reported her missing, precisely to prevent a hunt for her. The young man said that if the princess had gone missing, there would have been unrest among the people. The girl replied that she had been hidden after her power was confirmed. And it seems to have worked, because the excitement among them was not noticed, said Chris, adding that it turned out that Her Highness was in the kingdom of Terraria. I studied at the academy. Chris said that the second prince's faction hired mercenaries and the king decided to protect her by handing her over to them. The protagonist said that despite the fact that the mercenary group was destroyed, and you don't know that the second prince's faction surrendered, it's too early to leave Mise unaccompanied. Chris refused, saying there was no need for it anymore. The protagonist perked up and asked her where the princess was now. Chris turned to the guy and said that he would now be placed into custody. The girl explained that the destruction of the mercenaries was not enough. And now, in a time of turmoil, the kingdom of Arcadia was faced with destruction and weakened, which could not be hidden from the other kingdoms. The protagonist asked why they decided to kill Mise. The young man added that this was precisely why her father had sent the assassins after his daughter's head. The girl asked him to separate priorities from emotions, as this is how nobles in the royal family resolve matters. Chris added that he'd encountered this before, recalling the story with Alicia and the main character jumping out of the window. People rushed after him and realized that he had escaped. Oz didn't understand why the 28th did this. The main character ran across the rooftops in search of Mise. Payne remained calm and thought about where she was and that he had to find her. In the distance, the protagonist saw a girl and a man running after her. Tveit called out to Mise. The protagonist told her to duck and attack the man. The guy asked the girl if she was okay. Mise said someone who called himself his friend said he would wait for her there. The guy said there was no temporary apology. The protagonist began the story of the sage's path. Having learned everything, the girl asked if she really had this power, the cause of all her déjà vu. The guy agreed and said that all his memories were jumbled due to inheritance. The girl couldn't find the words and asked the guy if he would be on her side. Ty firmly agreed and asked her to believe, and the girl replied that she believed in him. Mai said that she trusted him and therefore begged. The girl asked to take her away from here. These words were a dream for all carriers. The hooded man apologized to Chris and said they had missed him. The girl ordered to take people and search the entire area. The guy was probably hiding somewhere nearby. She asked to constantly keep in touch with each other. Oz said that the 28th had escaped, and Chris replied that she was saying it as if it didn't apply to her. The girl replied that nothing could be done, and she didn't think that he would do that. The girl did not believe that he could so easily disobey the order, and that he was not at all like the one she knew before. Oz said she was willing to take responsibility for it. 02 replied that she would definitely make him regret it. The heroes were in a port city in the south of the kingdom of Terraria, and the protagonist was hiding, thinking that there were guards all around and several days had already passed since he decided to save the princess. The heroes somehow managed to escape from the agents and surveillance of the Royal Bureau, and they left the capital. And the reason that everything was going well was that he had worked for many years with Chris. The protagonist turned to the girl, asking her one last time if she was sure she didn't want to return to the kingdom of Arcadia. Mise replied that the king saw me only as a tool for the prosperity of the royal family, and her mother was the person who sold her for money, so she had no affection. The girl added that there was no place for her in that kingdom. The boy began to think that the Stroller family was using the power of the Ms to gain influence. Mise said that if she regretted anything, it was that she didn't say goodbye to Alicia and Glenn. The guy asked her not to worry about it before leaving, and he sent them an explanation. The girl replied that if that's the case, she had nothing left to regret. The girl handed over a 2-day-old newspaper, in which they suspected the criminals had escaped. The protagonist noted that this was precisely why the patrol there was heavier than usual. According to the plan, they were supposed to board the ship. Tveit noted that these were not the best situations, because now that they had no opportunity to board the ship, they needed to find other options. And the guy suggested going to the Republic. The protagonist explained that there were only 3 countries near the kingdom compared to 2 kingdoms in the far northeast, so they needed to go west, and from there to the Republic of Kanabun. The girl realized that they would have to cross the border of the kingdom of Arcadia. Mise suggested that it was risky, but the boy replied that they weren't prepared for a long journey. While they were being pursued, they wouldn't be able to resupply, and once they got out, it would be a race against time. The guy said that both Chris and the Bureau were on their tail and they couldn't stay in that place for long because they would be exposed. Well, if it was another country, the Bureau would be powerless. Mise understood him and said that then they would go to the Republic. The protagonist felt and said that they were surrounded. The young man apologized and asked her to hide, thinking that now he really did not want to hide anything from her. The guy added that they would be there for some time, so he asked her to be patient and the girl agreed. The main character ordered to go out and saw some familiar faces. The guy in the hood said that their only goal is the girl, not him. If he gives her up, they won't harm him. The enemy added that he would be punished no matter what upon his return to the kingdom. The protagonist asked if the Bureau still wanted to use him. TAT'd them to return and convey that his only priority was Mise's safety. The enemy said they couldn't allow that. The protagonist replied that in that case, their mission would end here. Tveit activated her magic and began her attack. The men warned that their enemy was a former ace of the organization. The protagonist asked why, instead of worrying about others, he didn't think about himself and attacked the guy. The man warned them to keep their distance. As soon as they left there, they had to reform, and he was hit. One of the men tried to attack from behind with a knife, but the guy dodged. The young man used fixation on him. The protagonist decided to leave one alive, who would relay a message to the Bureau that they had no further business there. Tveit told Mise that it was time for them to leave. The guy asked what was wrong. The girl replied that now she understood what happens when he takes things seriously. The young man apologized and said that he had not thought that this should not be seen by strangers. The girl asked what was on the path to her own freedom, what she had sacrificed, and added that she was responsible for it. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Terraria, in the palace, a man asked Captain Chris how she was going to answer for this. The man said that the princess had run away, which was considered an absolute failure that could provoke a conflict on the international stage. The man feared that they had, after all, raised Tveit and that they should be held responsible for it, so he needed to be gotten rid of as quickly as possible. Chris said she found the murder of the 28th unacceptable. The girl said his abilities were a true gift to the kingdom, and they might never see such talent again. The man scolded her, saying that it was precisely this talent that had turned against them, and she must do something about it. Chris said that after observing the boy for a long time, she warned him that stronger soldiers should have been sent, but someone didn't listen, and she was interrupted. The boy said that one of the soldiers returned with a message. The girl heard the message and ordered that all soldiers be equipped with military weapons and that the number of people for the mission be doubled. Chris thought for a moment and replied that even doubling might not be enough. The guy asked why he had to go that far, but the girl interrupted and said that in the end, the enemy was Tveit. Chris added that this man cut down the Demon King. Meanwhile, the protagonist dealt with another mercenary who considered Tveit a monster. The boy returned and the girl called out to him, asking if he was hurt. The boy said it was just blood. The girl replied that they had very little food left, and the guy said that they would need to replenish supplies somewhere. They set off with the Republic in the hero's carriage, and a couple of days after the showdown at the port, they still had to fight with their pursuers. Along the way, he managed to capture a small carriage, and now they use it for overland travel. The boy approached Mise and suggested stopping at a village ahead. The main character said that there was food and medicine here, but there was not much of it, so the delivery would only be tomorrow. But he asked to sell at least what was available. The girl suggested she learn at least the basics of healing magic, and the boy agreed. The young man realized they couldn't find food in the forest, but they needed the medicine, and suggested they leave the next day at noon. Mise replied that they would spend more time in the village than she thought. The old man asked whether they wanted one room or two separate ones. The hero looked into the bag, and the girl replied that one room would suit him too. He asked if she was okay with it, to which she replied that they didn't have much money anyway. Tveit said he thought she was flirting with him, but she flatly refused. The protagonist thought that he was lucky to have a free room at such a time, and that he would like to rest both his soul and body today. The guys were lying in different beds, and the guy watched the girl get up and asked if she could sleep, to which she responded, yes. Mai said that she had dreams, and still remembered all the past wielders of her power, the purpose of which was to accompany the hero in war. But the girl said that the power was not used for its intended purpose during the Fourth War, so it was decided to use this power for the good of the kingdom. Mise added that the bearers of the sage's path were locked in a dungeon and never allowed out again, and memories of this came flooding back. The girl felt all the regrets and suffering of the previous carriers, and she could see it all in her head. So she wanted freedom. The princess raised her hands again and said that she wanted freedom. The boy turned to her, and the girl replied that now that she knew the true meaning of strength, she thought about it. Ms. did not understand and asked if her desire to be free was really her desire. The girl believed the reason she wanted to become an adventurer was simply because she remembered the memories of others. The protagonist said that the path of a sage couldn't influence her true identity. The guy knew the girl and knows how hard she worked to become an adventurer. The main character said that she always looked like she was truly having fun, and he was sure that all these feelings and emotions belonged only to her. The girl asked if he was truly sure of this, since one of the previous hosts could have also dreamed of this, and how could she then be real? The guy didn't answer that it was impossible without due effort. The protagonist said that when they were exploring the labyrinth, the girl saved them many times, but other carriers could have given up and stopped their journey. But she did not give up and chose to continue her journey of her own free will. Tveit said it was definitely her personal choice. The girl wiped away her tears and replied that perhaps now she would be able to get a good night's sleep today. Mise asked the boy if anything was bothering him, and eventually this journey began rather abruptly. The young man replied that this was far from the first time he'd experienced this. The girl was surprised and asked to tell about it in more detail. Mise asked him what kind of life he had before this moment, and the guy began to tell his story. Tveit said that he was an abandoned child and was brought to an orphanage before being taken in by someone from the Terrian army. The boy said that he was 5 years old when he joined the army. He found himself on a real battlefield much later, and his first battle was extremely brutal. The protagonist said he'd been persecuted for a long time and nearly died many times. The girl asked if he'd really been through all that too. The guy said he genuinely felt like he simply had to desperately fight for his life. The young man said that when he was in despair and his emotions became dull and he no longer paid attention to life and death. The girl asked him if he had any comrades. The protagonist agreed, but replied that half of them were now dead. Mise silently moved over to the guy, and he called out to her. The girl hugged the guy from behind and said that they could heal each other's wounds. The main character was silent, as was the girl. The love heroes are together, and the girl says goodnight. The protagonist responded in kind, and they fell asleep hugging each other. Tveit woke up the girl. The protagonist said they had arrived, and the traps he'd left were disarmed, though it was time, but it was possible several enemies were already close. The girl agreed, and they went on the run. The heroes ran through the forest, and the girl stumbled. The guy caught her and asked if everything was okay. The girl apologized. The young man thought they should have rested for the night. but the fatigue was still there and he asked her to be patient as they had to get out of there now. The girl asked if they reached the Republic, would they be safe? And if she decided to continue on her way, would he go with her? The protagonist agreed. Mrs. asked if he would be with her until death, to which he asked if she was going a bit too far. The young man replied that if this journey lasted until death, then he would die with her. The protagonist defeated his pursuer by throwing him off a cliff. The girl called out to the guy and asked if he was wounded, and he agreed and replied that it was the last one, and now they could move on. Mize replied that they had already come a long way and asked where they were now. The boy replied that they had already crossed the border, and this was the kingdom of Arcadia. The girl replied that she hadn't even noticed, but the guy thought that the security at the border was much weaker than he expected, and it felt like they were being led by the nose. About 10 days ago, the heroes learned of an assassination plot, after which they headed to the Republic of Canavan. They traveled on foot, as they had left a small strip of land in the village and needed a little rest. The girl said that she thought she saw something in the distance in the village. The protagonist reflected on the fact that they'd slept for 4 hours and needed to escape their pursuers. The young man asked if the girl could continue on, and she agreed, but said she couldn't run for long. The protagonist realized that abandoning the carriage wasn't the best idea and suggested moving on. The young man saw a horse and said he'd steal it. The guy said that luckily there was only one caretaker there. If you take him, he can take the car too. It was an extreme case, and he did not want to hurt civilians. But the girl told him to stop and leave the man alone. Mize reminded him that last night he himself said that no matter where she went, he would go with me. If our journey had no end, then this was not an extreme case. The girl replied that this is now their everyday life. Tveit replied that she was right, and simply put, that was the extreme case. If they committed countless crimes and involved strangers, then they were nothing more than thieves. The guy suggested finding a new crew, but they would need money. Some men were walking nearby, saying they'd learned so much in the battle with the demon, and one of them offered to take on a new job. The girl looked at the guy and said that those men had just been adventurers, and the guy agreed. The girl was waiting for the guy, and after his return she said that he quickly sorted things out. The girl asked how he managed to quickly obtain an adventurer's license. The guy replied that, as a rare exception, he was now an adventurer. He'd already taken a contract for 3 ogres. The protagonist said the order was complicated, but they could buy a crew quickly. The girl asked what results the guy had achieved, and seeing them, became sad. The young man replied that he had simply been a little more serious this time. The main character said that they were located south of the village, right at the entrance to the labyrinth. Tveit apologized but said that they couldn't explore it because they didn't have time. The girl understood this, but the guy asked if she could use ancient magic. The girl replied that memories are only part of the sage's path, and they talk about using ancient magic, but unfortunately, it cannot, because it may be too great and now it is beyond her power. Instead, the girl can use alchemy. The guy remarked that she was quite skilled and a girl. She asked if he really thought so, as this was the first time she'd used that power. The young man realized that she not only uses their memories, but can also use their experience, thereby feeling the feelings and thoughts of all generations over many years. Mai said that every time she does this, she feels as if her body is not hers at all. It is a very unpleasant sensation, and there was no time to choose. The girl asked what she should do while he was fighting. The guy replied that she didn't have to do anything. Mize asked if she really meant to help him, to which he replied that that wasn't what he meant, as she simply didn't know his true fighting style. The protagonist released his weapon and replied that he could see the ogre's hut even from here, and when he said she didn't need to do anything, he didn't mean that she would get in the way, but only that he truly didn't need help. Tveit shot at 3 ogres. The girl froze, and the guy replied that the order was completed. The young man suggested collecting some evidence. The girl replied that he could even kill a dragon, but the boy replied that he preferred humanoid enemies, like demons. Humanoid. Monsters can be killed with just a blow to the head or heart, which is quite easy, especially if you use a scope. It's the perfect magic for it. Suddenly, the guy came to his senses and suggested the girl try shooting. The main character said that she might be able to use the scope to its maximum. I've already started explaining that aiming requires magical control, which is different from the magical power of speed, so it's a skill that can be improved with experience. The guy noticed that Mise had an unusually huge amount of knowledge and experience, more than anyone else. The girl asked if it was because of the path of the sage, and the guy said that he would sue her because she used chemistry, but her control was quite high, so she was already able to use the sight. The girl didn't understand and asked what she was supposed to use. The protagonist lent her his and told her that after she put it on her hand, she needed to channel magical power through it. Mise followed his advice. Tveit said his name was CP-28, Blackfeather 28. The girl tried to repeat the name and said it was cool to call a gun by its own name, realizing she'd learned something she shouldn't have. The guy refused, saying he wasn't the one who gave it that name. Tveit said that she should start with a normal stance, and advised her to spread both arms slightly to the sides and keep her shoulders level. I asked if there were any difficulties with breathing, but the girl replied that everything was fine. The young man advised her to look at the target through the crystal, but she saw nothing. He then advised her to direct a little power and the sight would focus. He then told her to hold the center of the sight with her other hand, and the weapon would draw its power automatically. Mise replied that it was slow, but she felt how he was directing her power, and the guy understood that without a predisposition, it was unlikely that a person would feel it, and it seemed that the girl had it, and the next step was to prepare the cartridges. The young man said she was doing well, and then asked her to aim at the tree. The girl obeyed, and the protagonist told her not to close her eyes while she aimed. Tveit told her to take a deep breath and imagine the air spreading throughout her body and to keep her finger on the trigger until she was ready to exhale. Then release half the air and hold her breath. The guy loudly ordered to laugh at the trigger. The sight fired. The girl was very surprised and asked how it was. The young man told her to go check it out. The girl took aim again and said she'd missed her target. The protagonist replied that it was always the first time and now she'd have to practice. After a while, the hero exhaled, and the guy said that he had now reached a level where he could already hit the target. The protagonist thought she'd hit the standing target on her third try, and by the fifth, she'd been spot on. The guy suggested she move on to real practice, and now she'd shoot an ogre, as they needed another one for the mission. The guy said they needed to get the rock ogre, which is proof of victory, and they should find the fourth one who was hiding nearby, and he wanted the girl to defeat him. The protagonist looked at her and Mise replied that she would try. The girl took aim again, and the guy used his rage to improve his visibility. The guy saw the ogre, and the guy noticed that he had stopped, and now it was time to shoot. Shot girl. Mise hit the monster right in the head and screamed that she'd done it. The guy advised her to make sure he was truly dead, just in case. If she wasn't sure, she should shoot him in the head again. The girl replied that everything was fine because she had made it, and he agreed, saying that she had done better than he had expected, and that in the future, perhaps, he could rely on her and her support. Mise was delighted and agreed to say that she would offer all her efforts. The guy thought that until now she had not been able to help in the battle in any way, and it seemed to bother her. And it probably seemed that he could see the tail, joyfully darting left and right. The guy replied that if possible, he'd like to prepare another sight, and the girl said he was right, but suddenly Tveit froze. Mise wanted to thank him, but he told her to be quiet. The protagonist told her to set her sights for 3 hours and asked what she saw. The girl replied that someone was following them, and the guy said it was the enemy. The protagonist asked if he'd spotted us, and the girl replied that there were no signs. Mise asked if she should shoot. The protagonist replied that he would take on this role. The girl replied that she didn't want him to bear this burden alone. The guy said that maybe one day the time would come when she would pull the trigger in such a situation, but now was not the time, and he took emergency 28. Mise understood him, and the guy thought that he was the only one who could handle this, but he didn't know what awaited them next. And when he heard this from her, he realized that my decision was definitely not an empty phrase. The protagonist suggested they try to escape from him as quietly as possible. The girl explained that the enemy was in that direction, meaning they couldn't return to the village, and asked where they would go. The guy replied that there wasn't much choice, and they went into the labyrinth. To hide from their pursuers, the heroes decided to go to a nearby labyrinth. The girl warned that the previous host had memories of this place and remembered the dungeon's internal structure. The protagonist said the enemy would come after them, and that they needed to go deeper. The girl asked him to provide everything to her. Mise noticed that there were medicinal herbs there. She asked him what he wanted to do, and he asked her to gather some red medicinal herbs and some green and purple flowers. The girl asked if he was going to use them for anything, and the guy replied that he wasn't sure yet, but he would take them just in case. The heroes moved forward, and the guy said that there was a huge number of demonic monsters further on, and Mise warned that they could go around. The young man replied that they would not go around. The girl suggested that he had a plan, and the guy said that he would try the option he learned at work, and the medicinal herbs that they collected would come in handy very soon. The heroes peered out from their hiding place, and Mise said there were many more of them than they thought, and the boy agreed. The girl noticed the smoke and asked if it was from the herbs. The protagonist agreed and said that it was sleeping gas and asked the girl if she could make gas masks using alchemy. The girl created the masks, and the boy replied that it was time. The girl was surprised, and the boy replied that labyrinths were always underground and had always been there. A closed space makes gas a good weapon. Mise replied that there was no way they could get through, since the monsters had turned it into a path. Tveit replied that they would simply be killed, and the girl said that was cruel. Then I asked the guy if the girl had any memories of being together in the past. She said no, because some memories have gotten jumbled over time and are therefore useless. Had passed since the guys began exploring the labyrinth. If they expected the enemy to look for them, they should stay for another hour or so. The heroes came across a stone monument. The protagonist said that if there was a moment here, the labyrinth was created by an ancient Shi civilization before the Second Demonic War. The girl asked if he had seen such monuments before, to which he replied in the affirmative. The young man said only an expert could tell what it said, but that usually warned of danger. Mise replied that he could read it. The protagonist asked what was written there, and the girl replied that there was a hidden treasure ahead. The guy replied that it was too short and that it was scary, and the girl agreed. The protagonist suggested they go ahead since the monument hadn't warned of danger. The heroes continued walking, and Tveit said he had a strange premonition. The girl assumed it was a monster, but she replied that it wasn't that, but it wasn't human either. The protagonist said it was a golem, and added that it looked like the one used in the adventurer exam, and noticed that it was floating. The golem awakened and attacked the heroes. The young man shielded the girl and asked her to step aside. The golem began waving its arms and tried to hit Tveit, but he dodged, grabbing the girl. The guy continued to block attacks and tried to inflict accurate damage. Tveit noticed that the golem was much wider than the humans and jumped back, hitting the golem. The guy noticed that the monster simply did not want them to go further, but then he realized that he was protecting something, when suddenly the girl called out to the guy. Mise asked if he could stop it from moving. He asked what she wanted to do, but she replied that she wanted to try something. The guy used rage magic and jumped on him. Tveit hit the golem in the head. The enemy was approaching the girl, and the guy called out to her, to which she prepared herself. Mise used his alchemy magic. The mechanism switched off, and the guy noticed it. The girl said that, as she thought, the golem worked the same way. The protagonist asked what she had done. The girl said the mountains had a built-in switch, and she tried to reach it. The protagonist realized that the path of the Sage of Magic, which was created before the Second Demonic War. Mise's head held 200-year-old knowledge. The girl replied that it was a combat aptitude test, and that's how she found the switch. Now she thought of it as cheating, but the guy replied that no one could judge her. The girl noted that they could go further, and the guys came across the divine herb Eiyuu. The boys were surprised. Divine Eiyuu is a medicinal herb that is simply indispensable in the process of creating divine potions. Divine Honey Elixir is a high-grade potion with the highest level of effectiveness. The heroes realized what the golem was protecting, and the girl marveled at such beauty. The girl offered to take them with them, but the guy replied that in order to save them, they needed to follow a certain procedure. Right now, they didn't have the necessary tools for this. The protagonist realized that even if they couldn't take her with them, they could sell the place where she was growing and make a lot of money from it. The guy offered to stay there, saying that by the time the night was over, their pursuers would already be gone. The girl was surprised that she could sleep among the Divine X. That day, the heroes decided to set up camp in the most enchanting place in the world. The heroes returned to the village the next day and noticed that their pursuers were gone. The girl remarked that they would have to leave soon anyway, and Tveit said he'd managed to find a strip of cloth at a low price. The guy offered to find everything they needed and leave, but the girl stopped, and the guy asked what was there. The girl started waving him off, and the guy noticed it wasn't the first time. The protagonist asked what exactly she wanted. Mise started saying she didn't need it right now. The guy said the reward was quite high and she'd contributed, so they could afford something like that. The guy remembered the girl describing everything that was happening as their new routine, and that they needed to relax at least sometimes. The girl pointed to a thick bracelet and said she wanted it. The young man asked if she was sure she wanted this one, as something more striking or pattern would have suited her better. She replied that she liked it and put it on. Mize added that the bracelets are now similar. The protagonist was surprised and thought that as long as she was happy, everything was fine, telling the seller that they would take him. The seller asked if they were travelers. The heroes agreed, and the man warned them to be careful in the western lands, as something strange had been seen in the sky. The protagonist clarified, and the man added that there had been some kind of glowing pattern. The seller added that the guy who told him this had seen it all from afar, so he himself was wrong. TV replied that he understood and thanked him for the information. Mize asked where they were going next. The boy replied that the distance was still too great to go directly, and said they would go through the rocks. The girl consulted the map. The protagonist added that there were plenty of places to hide, and the girl laughed. The guy asked what happened, and the girl began to describe how they'd stopped, earned money, and explored labyrinths. Mize said it was a true adventure. Tveit replied that she was right. The girl said it was ironic because she only got what she'd always wanted when her ordinary life became impossible. In the sacred kingdom of Arcadia, the main characters were walking along a road. The girl asked if this wasn't strange, since they should have seen the rocks by now. About 2 hours had passed since they left the village. The girl said she'd been thinking about how they could hide behind the rocks, but she wondered where the error might be. The boy replied that the map they'd received from the guild was the latest version and couldn't be wrong. The main characters saw a crater in the ground come out of the strip. The guys were surprised, and the guy said it felt like the hole had been dug overnight. The enemies had changed the terrain. The protagonist replied that this skill was called extremism. The guy remembered the seller's words and realized that even though Chris was fighting against 2 people, he was still using the weapons of their kingdom. The girl asked what this man had done, but the guy told her to calm down, because it was still done with magic. The girl didn't believe it, and the guy said that this magic was quite powerful, but it couldn't kill a person directly. The boy wondered what they had done to deprive them of their advantageous location and had previously received permission from the kingdom for the operation. The girl called out to him and said something was moving in their direction. The guy took out his scope and looked, and seeing the cart in front, he realized that this was a critical moment. The crew contained enemies, and the girl said that extremism had done its job. But someone told her she was supposed to be working with papers and didn't understand why she was traveling with them. Chris and Oz were heading toward them, and the girl asked if Chris was worried about the 28th. The girl replied that, unlike her, he had a good head on his shoulders, and that she, who had known the guy for a long time, would be safer riding with her. The man said that if you continue to quarrel, they might cancel the operation, but the girl assured him not to worry if it was just a release of hormones. The man in armor said that he now understood and asked for forgiveness, because this was the way to raise the spirit of Terraria. And he, as a knight of Arcadia, recognized this. Oz asked how the knight in armor could help them, since they only asked for reinforcements. Although their opponent was a former powerful counterintelligence agent and needed to be convinced to return Her Highness, the man asked not to think about it. And in the end, he is one of the 3 strongest people in the kingdom of Arcadia. The knight wanted to know the other kingdom's intentions, because the girl was the only one they sent to fight, so he doubted whether he was really the strongest agent before. Oz replied that he might be strong, but he was not omnipotent, and that the value of the 28th was manifested in ambush killings, while she was a specialist in head-on combat. The girl added that their agents specialize in espionage, theft, escort, torture, and assault, and her specialty as an agent is assault, so under these conditions she could get rid of them. But the girl called out to her. The knight said that he saw no difference between killing and attacking, since in either case they were merely measures for the weak. The man said that when he fought at the front, no one could defeat the enemy with such a cop. Oz advised him to stick his head out of the carriage, and the man asked why. The girl replied that they would shoot at him, and the knight received a bullet to the temple. The man's body fell, and the girl felt sick. Chris, as ordered, approached the 28th before he fired again. Chris thought the first shot would have been difficult to avoid, but thanks to the knight from the kingdom who sacrificed his life in exchange for their 2. The girl understood that if Oz managed to reach him in time, he would no longer be able to use his sniper rifle. and with her abilities at level 02, she would be able to get close to the guy in an instant. The girl ran up to the guy and greeted him, asking what he was doing there. The young man replied that thanks to him, he too was able to set off on a pleasant journey. Oz replied that, you see, it was quite beneficial for the boy. The girl asked where the princess was, and the boy replied that she was in the carriage behind him. 02, without thinking, used magic and threw a ball at the stripe. The girl blew up the carriage. Oz replied that he had lied and assumed that the girl must be somewhere nearby, and as he himself knew, she could not restrain herself. The girl told him not to blame her for her death, and the guy responded in kind. The protagonist presented his hand and attacked her with magic. The girl began running around and said he couldn't kill her with a single shot. The protagonist asked her what she thought of the weak bomb. The girl stepped on the trap and the bomb was activated, but she managed to jump away. Oz pointed out that it was quite dangerous, and the boy realized that she wouldn't be able to dodge it in the air. But the girl repeated again that it wouldn't work. She continued shooting at the guy while he dodged and thought that in any fight, 02 had the advantage. The protagonist also understood that she had her weaknesses. If she fired at the ground near the caster, she would be harmed, meaning that as long as he remained close to her, she wouldn't be able to fire. Oz smiled and replied that she had already taken countermeasures and the guy had fallen into a trap. The girl replied that even if he dodged it would be useless, and the guy pulled out a long dagger. The main character started to attack her, and after she dodged, he went into hand-to-hand combat. Oz got angry and jumped back. The girl said it was clever, and the guy pointed out that's exactly how he operates. The girl fired underneath herself, causing a huge explosion. The guy noticed 2 balls rolling towards him from the sky. The protagonist realized she had momentarily increased her rage output to protect her body. Oz noticed the boy had set traps along the way. The girl raised the weapon into the air and used the meteor gun. A hail of meteorites began to fall from the sky. Tveit says that this is a release of condensed magical energy, which she is trying to stall for time, and such an attack affects the hero. The girl wondered if she'd destroyed all the traps, and when she noticed the boy, she said he was weakened. The protagonist asked if she thought she'd won. Oz agreed and suggested they return to the bureau, as she didn't want to harm him. The guy turned to her and said that he didn't think that he had become weaker because he had gained new experience, and with it, problems that he was coping with. The protagonist said he hadn't revealed all his aces up his sleeve and pulled a stone out of his hand. The boy agreed, saw that it was indeed an ordinary stone, and threw it at the girl. Oz couldn't dodge and fell to the ground asking what just happened. The young man replied that it was a bomb, a trap, and that she also knew very well about this magic. But he had come up with another way to use it. The girl thought it was impossible, because if it happened in a moment, he would have blown himself up, and the guy agreed with her, throwing a new stone. Originally, the bomb trap was a magic that was set at a specific point, but now he used it differently and had to aim at the exact moment it was thrown before completing the magic without a single deviation. Such a feat could only be accomplished with a high level of magical control. The boy threw a bunch of rocks, and the girl tried to fight them off, screaming that he didn't even think he could defeat her with that. Tveit replied that he hadn't even counted on it, and recalled that while he continued to hone his attack methods, 02 continued to hone her counterattack methods, and every shot she fired could make a difference. The protagonist had no choice but to finish her off in one go, and he directed magic at her. The main character shot a girl in the leg, and she shot a guy. Oz screamed that her leg was broken, and the guy collapsed to the ground. The girl presented the weapon to the protagonist's forehead and said that it was a great fight. Oz said she'd take back her words about his skills dulling, and the guy thanked her. She said she wasn't good at interrogation, but she did ask where Mise was. Tveit replied that he wouldn't tell, because she would soon find out about it herself, and Oz asked where the guy got this bracelet from. The girl said that it was probably a fake. Meanwhile, Mise was aiming at Oz, because earlier the main character said that he would put on her bracelet and give his to her. The girl understood him and said that if they were going to exchange, wouldn't it be better to create his copy magic? The guy replied that they needed the real thing, and after the exchange, it should be ready to fire at any moment. The protagonist told her to stay under the cliff and make sure she aimed at the girl, and he would lure her in. Mai saw the goal and remembered the exercises she had learned with 3 feet. The girl concentrated and prepared for the attack. Holding her breath, Mise fired. The princess hit Oz's vital organs. The girl watched as the enemy fell. Oz fell to the ground and began coughing. The protagonist did not believe that she was still alive and looked towards Mise, after which she left. The girl didn't understand anything and asked why everything ended this way. The protagonist himself did not know, but replied that he did not feel any guilt. The communication device vibrated in the girl's pocket, and the boy answered the call. Chris asked how long he planned to continue, because he had to understand that at the given angle they had lost the means of movement. Their escape would probably be even more difficult. But of course they could handle it themselves. The girl asked what had happened to Her Royal Majesty, even if he had managed to escape to the Republic, and asked if they had truly thought that only bright days lay ahead. Chris added that the path of wisdom was dangerous, and besides, there was not a single country in this world that addressed Her Majesty as a human being. Tveit replied that he already knew about it, and Mise called out to him. The girl repeated the girl's name, and the guy suggested that her comrades might be nearby, so they'd help her. But the guy realized Chris was right, and they were cornered. And after the battle with Oz, both he and the girl were close to exhaustion. The main character suggested the girl to move on. I think that despite everything that happened, they cannot afford to stand still. The protagonist extended his hand and told the girl to eat the fried meat, and she thanked him for the food. Much time had passed since the battle with Oz, and they were moving through the wastelands, going far beyond the horizon. The guy noticed the skeleton of a living thing and realized that it had been lying there for a long time, but they had larvae, and they still needed to be fried, although he still had strength. But he needed to feed Mise. The girl stood in front of the guy and ate a piece, handing the rest to the main character. Mise replied that she didn't want to be the one who always got everything easy. And the guy looked at the rest of the food and ate it. The girl sat down, and the guy thought about how much longer they would live like this, and where this escape was not wise. And from the very beginning he knew about this. But he did not regret anything. If he had not taken the risk then, the girl would have already died. They have no choice but to run further, and even though there is not a ray of light in the surroundings, the only way out does not stop. Mise fell, and the boy grabbed her. The girl asked them to run away somewhere far away, where they would feel freedom and serenity. Mise said that it was just the two of them, and it didn't matter where, but she wanted to run away together. The girl fell on the guy's shoulder, and he realized that his strength was at its limit. The protagonist walked along and asked the soldiers if they were from the kingdom of Arcadia. The men asked what business it was of his, and suddenly realized that he was being rewarded for it. TV replied that he surrendered and asked to be taken to their king. The main character was locked in a dungeon and began to be interrogated by torture as to where Her Majesty was. Tveit asked to speak to their king. The knight said that for this he would remain there for the rest of his life, and the king asked what his plans were for him. The knight saw His Majesty and greeted him, while the man and the boy exchanged glances. The knight asked the king what brought him here, to which he replied that it was none of his business, as he simply wanted to personally implicate the one who had brought trouble to their doorstep. The boy asked if he was Mise's father. The king agreed and identified himself as this one's father. The protagonist asked how he could name her that. The king replied that since then, there had been hope that she would grow up to be a fine political tool, but now she's just a pinch of gunpowder. The king continued to say that in the name of maintaining peace, he demanded Mise's head. The protagonist demanded negotiations, and the king laughed. The man said that he doesn't really understand the situation and they are not cooperating, and he abandoned her after she died, and they just want to know that they won't find the remains in the future. The protagonist understood him and held a stone in his mouth and spat it out. Chris learned that the young man had been captured, and they told her he was currently behind bars and that they couldn't find Her Highness. The girl knew she had to see him soon. The guy said that His Royal Highness was also there, and they were holding an audience in the dungeon, since it was impossible to convey everything to the second prince, so the king took on this matter. Chris was frightened and said this shouldn't have happened. The boy replied that he was shackled, hand and foot, and was with the soldiers. The girl replied that that wasn't enough. The boys felt an earthquake, and the girl said that they needed to get to the dungeon as quickly as possible. The guy walked her downstairs. The protagonist put a knife to the king's throat and told Chris that you were late. The guy repeated again that he demands negotiations and came for Mise's freedom. At the moment when the girl collapsed from exhaustion, the guy realized that his strength was at its limit. The main character was offended that after escaping there was no freedom, and, as a result, this situation really is a place where one must return. They left their friends, their comrades, but neither he nor she wanted this kind of life, and freedom was meaningless if they had received it this way. The boy was walking back, and the girl asked where he was going, and he asked her to wait for him, saying he would be back soon. Returning to the present, the king insisted that there would be no negotiations, because he wanted it to live. But even if she was alive, with such a flow of time, she herself would soon die. The king said that the guy was at a loss while Chris tried to signal the night, but the protagonist noticed and ordered him to stand still. Even though he wasn't her dog, it would be inconvenient for the organization if he killed the king. The boy approached the king again and said his only demands were Mize's safety, and in exchange, he wanted to make an equally lucrative offer. The protagonist said he would tell them where the plantation of divine exa herbs was. Chris and the king were very surprised. The young man said that such information could be obtained for a huge sum of money, and with that kind of money, it would be easy to recover from all the wounds. The king replied that this was absurd, and he wouldn't fall for it. The protagonist replied that he didn't understand the situation he was in. Chris added that, with all due respect, she thought the price of the king's life outweighed the price of the kingdom in these negotiations. The girl added that if the guy had such an ace up his sleeve, he would not have run away from the very beginning. And, in other words, he found it while he was running away. And if they go the same way, they will find the plantation themselves. The king clarified what she meant by that. The girl replied that even if these negotiations were unsuccessful, they could still obtain the herbs and Her Highness's corpse to boot. The king ordered that he not dare speak to him like that, for he knew he was destined to die. Chris said that if His Majesty were to put his life above the nation's, the boy realized Chris was trying to shirk responsibility. The young man replied that it was fair, because he had placed bombs around the entire plantation. Since the negotiations had gone awry after the murder of this man, he would detonate all the bombs. The girl noted that he had prepared well. The boy understood that now the king had his right to do business, and the plantation could be a huge plus for the suffering kingdom. And the king now had an excuse to choose his life. The king replied that he could not make such a decision alone, and the protagonist said that he had hoped to finish the negotiations in 5 minutes, so he only had a minute left. The king understood, and the boy began to speak louder so that everyone could hear. The king replied that he understood, and the protagonist said that the negotiations were over. The young man, Chris said, drop a contract for them as a witness, and also escort him out of this building. The girl understood him, and the guy thanked him for his hospitality. Left alone, Chris responded with horror that he had indeed threatened the king. The young man called the girl. Chris asked what he wanted, and the guy asked to borrow a hanger for a minute because he was putting too much pressure on himself. The girl asked if she could get rid of him right there, to which he replied that she wouldn't do that. He said that, ultimately, the negotiating conditions were ideal for the organization. Chris asked how he'd noticed this. He thought that thanks to these negotiations, Mize would continue to live peacefully in Terra, which had now acquired the path of wisdom. Chris asked him if he'd allow Mize to be used in a political game, and they could officially provide her with an escort. He refused, saying he was protecting Mize. Chris asked where he was going, and he replied that he needed to confirm something. The king was angry, and the advisor said that the divine herb plantation was simple, but the king could not believe it. The monarch understood that if they had discovered her with the help of the path of wisdom, then it was far from an accident, and they could not now allow her to leave. And the king ordered that after they defused the bombs, the 28 must be killed. The king said that if they improved their powers with herbs, nothing would stop them from killing the guy. But he didn't know how to answer the path of wisdom. The advisor turned to the king and said that this guy had turned all attempts on his life and led most of the soldiers to their deaths. The king ordered them not to be afraid and said that they should pretend to surrender and take them by surprise. But as long as they were vigilant, this guy would not be able to do anything. Suddenly, a bullet flew past the king's head. The man was horrified, and the messenger asked if everything was all right with His Majesty. The girl lay alone in the wasteland. The guy returned to the girl and checked her pulse, noticing that she was alive, although she tried to follow him. The protagonist picked up the girl and noticed that, although she had once been a princess, she was now quite brave and sleeping in the middle of an endless wasteland. The girl awoke to Tveit's call. The main character smiled and offered to go home with them. The heroes returned to Bildar's academy, and the girl asked how much time had passed since they were there. The protagonist replied that the problem had not yet been completely resolved, and the girl agreed. Mise replied that everything would be fine if Tveit led to all this, that they could have a baby. The girl said that if a girl was born, she would inherit the path of wisdom. But it was too early, so she suggested they run away together as a family. The boy asked if it had to be him. The girl asked if he wanted to pass on this burden. The guy thought she was hinting that he should be responsible for this, and asked the girl what was wrong and why she didn't go inside. Mise replied that they'd been away from school for too long, and asked if anyone else needed them. The boy didn't respond, telling her not to worry about it, and nudged her. Suddenly, their former comrades appeared behind the heroes. Alicia and Gran hugged their friends and asked where they'd been all this time. The boy didn't reply, saying he'd written everything down in a letter. The letter stated that they were going on vacation. Alicia replied that she was not at all satisfied with that answer. The protagonist replied that they had a good time, and gave him a souvenir. Before leaving, the guy wrote letters to both of them, because he remembered how the girl wanted to keep the place where they had been before. A bird that has flown out of its cage is unlikely to return even if it is covered in mud. Survival, though it becomes meaningless, he has seen how it spreads its wings in freedom, and he finds it attractive. The main character approached the girl and asked to talk about their souvenirs, and the girl agreed. People at war stood in line for food, and helped each other as much as they could. The guy asked what kind of horrors were happening here. The man replied that they had no hope that everything would be fine in this country. One day they would be swallowed up by either Terra or Lucia. The man asked his interlocutor where he thought the best place would be. The boy suggested Terra. The man asked why he thought so. The young man replied that they had helped him recover from the Great Demon War. The guy reasoned that maybe, like in the Empire, they have hidden motives, but Terra makes more efforts to hide these very motives. The man understood him and said that that is why he would go to the kingdom of Terra. The guy did not understand what he meant. The man said that in the near future, their country would disappear from the face of the earth due to the fault of two kingdoms, and therefore they must soberly assess the real state's affairs. The man asked the boy to take this burden upon himself. The boy knew he was foolish. The interlocutor replied that she was not asking him to do something he was incapable of, because if he lived happily the next time they met, he would stop believing in the future of their country and would go over to Terra's side. The man named the boy Glenn. The teacher told the kids that the Magic Games Festival was already in the works. Alicia asked Tveit if he'd heard of it. Alicia Rostov asked if he'd heard of it. Alicia replied that the Magic Games Festival was their school event and that it took place twice a year. The girl added that the main goal of the festival was to give students the opportunity to compete in their mastery of magical techniques. The teacher added that nobles, knights, and adventurers would join them. The teacher said the festival would begin next month and would last 3 days. All academy students were invited to participate in 9 games, and classmates would be divided into 2 teams. The girl added that the winning team would receive a cash prize. The protagonist asked how much it was. Alicia replied that it was about 1,000 gold pieces, with all the proceeds usually donated to the school. The protagonist understood that this was Mise's first step toward achieving his goal as an adventurer. The teacher had said that last year's festival was canceled because of the war, so this year he had to show people that the war was definitely over. The teacher warned that it would coincide with the start of the conference and the second day of the festival. The protagonist noticed Glenn's emotions. The teacher said the conference was being hosted by the kingdoms of Terra and Valbari, so the festival would attract a lot of public attention. The girl asked to form 2 teams during lunch, and since they would be meeting with their friends after school, she asked to follow the instructions of their instructors. Alicia started to say that they had separated them well. The protagonist explained that he and Mise were on Team Hawks, and his friends were on Team Lions. Mise didn't like the idea of their enemies being friends, and she was terrified. Alicia was looking forward to this, and the protagonist remarked that it was to be expected for a swordsman like her. Tveit asked why the team was called that. Glenn replied that he'd once heard that ancient kings kept hawks and lions. Glenn said he'd been studying at Terra before enrolling. Girls started thinking he seemed so wonderful for the first time, which offended him. The boy noticed that his friend had arrived from another country. Glenn suggested that they get back to their studies as soon as possible. Alicia noted that after the hero faculty exam, she had never fought with Tveit. The guy replied that he hadn't decided yet which game he'd play in, and that if there was a chance, they wouldn't fight at all. The girl asked him which game he wanted to play in, but he didn't want to tell her. Alicia replied that he was running away from her. The protagonist said she had already avenged her father, and therefore there was no need to be so attached to him. The girl agreed, and said that the Knights of the Orthodox Order had invited her to join them. The girl said they wanted her to join them after graduation. It felt strange to be a student in such an order, and the guy asked if she was sure it was a good idea. The girl said that she was more than happy to accept this offer, but now it seems to her that it is only because of her father, since she is the daughter of the Supreme Commander. At the same time, the girl admitted that she lacked confidence and whether she deserved it. The guy couldn't understand why he thought that, since she should walk with her head held high, having made a name for herself. The girl replied that after the incident with Robert, didn't she leave everything to him, and he pretended not to understand what she was talking about. The girl added that she had a premonition that defeating him would strengthen her confidence. The guy admitted that this was unpleasant. Alicia asked him to promise her one thing. They wouldn't reveal which games they would participate in. The girl added that if they did end up playing together, he shouldn't resist her. The guy realized she was serious and replied that he'd try. Someone shouted that they should have told him about this even if it was a lie, and after school everyone gathered in the yard. The freshman replied that she was the first-year supervisor for the Hawk team and that her name was Mira Obstein. The girl said she planned to give a pep talk today and choose the games they would participate in. The boy pointed out that she, like them, was a first year. Mira told the kids to write down their personal information, which would determine their games. The girl added that if they wanted to participate in another game, they should discuss it with her. She asked him what kind of game he wanted to participate in. He replied that he was interested in endurance games and racing. The guy assumed the endurance test was something like a foot race. But what about the girl? Mi said it was her shooting star in the outcome. The protagonist said she hadn't heard of it before. The girl was delighted, and the boy couldn't understand why she was so happy. The curator asked if they had any questions, and the boys raised their hands, asking where the other curator was. The girl replied that the second supervisor was currently absent, and the guy raised his hand again. They said that the hero faculty differed greatly from the faculty in terms of abilities, and they couldn't practice together. The protagonist understood the boys' discontent, but why were these games traditional, and therefore this year the preference would be for the heroes? Mira replied that that would be up to her to decide, since she didn't necessarily need to be capable to participate in the games at the festival. The boy asked what he should do if a general student slowed them down. The girl replied that in that case, they could consult with her. But she believed that teamwork was an important aspect for victory. Mira said that the comments could only break the morale of the team and asked to be careful so as not to become a burden to the others. The girl asked again if anyone had any questions, and if not, it was time for them to start training. The protagonist had assumed that endurance testing games, like a typical relay race, would be held on the first day of the festival. The second game was a sledgehammer, where the team had to use magic to hit the tool, but the guys had no idea what to do with the huge hammer. The protagonist decided that if the mod was usable, it could give them more damage. In the third game of Shooting Stars, the team that destroys the most targets in 3 minutes wins, and only long-range magic can be used. During the escape, the guy lent his CP-28 to Mise, and she achieved success in long-range magic, and upon her return, she began practicing with her own. The guy didn't notice how Mira was arguing about the connection with Valon, who made excuses about waking up. The girl was thrown off, and she was very angry. Mira turned around and saw Tveit, after which she apologized, and the guy said he understood how difficult it was for me to advise him right now. Mise called out to the guy. The girl asked if he'd been able to watch, and he replied that he'd gotten distracted. She told him that he used to be able to run faster than he was now during the endurance test, but he simply replied that it was just training, and that in the actual race he'd run like a regular student. The girl kicked the guy in the leg and ran away. Alicia asked how things were going with the hawk. The protagonist replied that their handler was very capable, and the girl added that everything was going smoothly. Tveit asked about the lions. Glenn replied that everything was unchanged, and they were simply following instructions. Alicia said that she didn't know how long this would continue, since there were many children of nobility at the academy, and she hoped that there would be no outbreak of discontent. Mai said Mira warned the heroes' faculty, which greatly boosted morale. Glenn replied that the lions did the same. The protagonist replied that everything was going as it should, and Mize asked what he meant. The young man said that the squabbles with the faculty of heroes are returning and that this is just part of the show. And as the girl said, no, she is trying to express dissatisfaction. Otherwise, the council will take responsibility for it. Alicia noted that the student council is very cunning. On the second day, games such as the race, the exodus, and the gladius began. The protagonist believes he had a chance to win. Mies asks him how he likes the hoverboard, and he replies that it was quite interesting. The girl noted that she wasn't yet well known to the general public, and the guy said it had been a valuable experience. Mies asked if he would participate in the race, to which he declined, preferring to participate in the endurance event. The guy said the hoverboard was interesting, but he was afraid he'd fall off it. The girl asked if any of the judges would notice his true identity, and the boy said someone definitely already knew him. The protagonist said that's why he doesn't particularly want to be seen at the festival. Meyer told the guys to try Exodus. The girl was surprised, and the curator said that several training grounds were connected to create the labyrinth. For this game, they'll be divided into 2 teams. One will set traps, and the other will try to get past them. The guy asked Mies what she wanted to be, to which Eiyuu replied that she wanted to be an adventurer. The girl added that she didn't know how to disarm traps. The boy said they should be careful around turns and corners. Tveit noticed the girl was concentrating and asked if she would be involved in the outcome. Mies agreed, thinking that she was suited for this, as it would be good training since she wanted to become an adventurer. The guy understood and said, "Do everything in your power." The girl agreed and replied that she would try. The festival will attract a huge crowd, and Tor in Tories has decided to keep a low profile. But time moves slowly, and as a student, he must live the life of a normal person. The protagonist wanted to try something new, and training ended on the second day. The girl suggested going home, and the guy briefly noticed someone was nearby. Tveit said he'd walk Mies to the dorm. The girl asked why he'd done this all of a sudden. The young man said he just wanted to, and thought the figure was moving. It definitely wasn't a student. The princess's problems had only just ended. It was too early for them to flare up again. But he had a premonition that it was now connected with him. The Magic Games Festival continued, and the students divided into 2 teams to compete in 9 games, as distinguished guests were expected. The festival was intended to usher in a new era of peace. Everyone was expecting a grand and exciting event. The Hawks team finished selecting participants, and the day came to an end. The protagonist competed in endurance, and Mies participated in the outcome. Mira said that almost everyone competes in something they're good at, and asked if anyone would like to participate in another game. Zigg raised his hand and said he'd like to participate. The protagonist recalled that he was one of the candidates for the Reign of Gunfire. Mai said her opinion of Zigg had changed since he stopped harassing them. Tveit noticed he'd become more principled. Mira asked where he wanted to participate. Zigg replied that he wanted to take part in the war games. Everyone was surprised, as the war games had no limit on magic use, and only natural-born participants participated. Mira said he was good at long-range destruction magic, but she wanted to know why he wanted to participate in the war games. He replied that, unlike those who were extremely talented, he wanted to be part of the team. The girl and the main character made such an answer, and Zigg's comrades asked him if he thought he was overestimating himself. The boy agreed, and replied that in that case they should have a friendly fight, and if he won, he would take part in the games. Mies asked if he could defeat his comrades. One of the comrades replied that he was indeed looking down on them and therefore began an attack with a flame bullet. Zigg dodged, and he reminded him that he was not alone here. And another comrade was using an earth spear. The boys replied that he wouldn't win with just dodging, and he already knew it. The protagonist realized the boy had something on his mind. The guy's friend used the flame bullet again, and he responded with a wind cannon and knocked him down. The comrades were surprised, and the boy used a lightning spear. The main characters were surprised, and Tava replied that it was sea crank magic, like the earth spear. But Zigg's magic was much larger in size. The protagonist said he was using parallel activation. The young man recalled that earlier in their duel, the man had used military-grade weapons, but now he was doing it on his own. Zigg continued to build up his magic, and Mira ordered him to stop. The fellow guys were horrified, and Mira turned to Zigg. The girl said he was qualified for war games. The main characters were surprised, and Tveit replied that it wasn't a skill that could be learned under duress. The protagonist realized the young man had grown stronger. Mira thanked the boys and said goodbye to them, wishing them luck at the festival. The girl approached Mira and asked about another member of the student council, and where he would compete, since they had not seen him for 3 days. Mira apologized for him and said he would take part in the war games. People started talking about it, The protagonist asked Alicia if she knew Valon. The girl replied that he was famous back in middle school and was supposed to have participated in the Great War between the demon and the hero. Mise, well, more precisely, is it true that the girl said that they were studying at the Hero Academy, so they were sometimes relied on? The protagonist asked if he was capable, and Alicia said that he was strong here and that he had caused trouble even before the Great War. Glenn asked what she meant. She replied that he fought a lot, and if he got into a bad mood, he could beat someone half to death. The guy replied that it was scary. The girl replied that either he or the head of the student council are the strongest in the academy. Alicia approached the main character and said that the strongest student of the academy could be someone else. Mise responded in agreement, and Glenn realized that the atmosphere had changed dramatically. But I didn't notice that they were dressing him as an elder, and the girl said that he was left here for a second year because he beat up some noblemen. The girl added that he was forced to join the council so they could at least keep an eye on him. Afterward, the guys started asking each other if they had decided which games they would participate in. Mai said that she would do her best, and Alicia realized that the girl was participating in a game that required knowledge of magic. The girl immediately guessed that she would be involved in the outcome, but Mise tried to hide it. The protagonist thought she'd been discovered quite quickly. The guy felt that his desire to try something new had not gone away, and now he wanted to live like an ordinary student, even though it was inconvenient. The young man didn't want to stand out from the crowd, but he also wanted to give it his all. The main character decided that he needed to achieve true freedom and put all his efforts into it. Tveit contacted Chris and said he needed to discuss something with her. The girl asked, "What's wrong?" Because of him, 02 is constantly suffering. The guy asked if he's bad at magic. The girl asked why he thought so, and he replied that he was slower than the others. The protagonist replied that he had been training all the time up until this point. But even so, he couldn't use the fireball they had been trained to use. The girl said that from all the training, his body became eccentric, and he was a person who was born to one of the types of magic. The guy replied that he'd never heard of it before, and the girl said he'd acquired ecstatic powers. Chris said he could transform weak magic into deadly magic. The girl noted that 02 is eccentric to parallel activation, and added that everything has its drawbacks. Chris said he was now finding it more difficult to do his other forms of magic. The girl reminded him that his magic control had been rated a B upon registration. But for someone who couldn't use D rank magic, that was impossible. The boy asked if he could cancel his eccentricity. The girl noted that this power comes at a price, and has saved his life more than once. Chris added that many would like such power. The boy said that he would like to learn regular magic in order to participate in the festival. The girl understood him and said that she would bring a trusted person to him. Chris added that he was also a student at the academy. The boy headed for the door and apologized as he entered. Later, Glenn apologized and asked TB to come over for a minute to talk. The guys came out and the main character asked him what he wanted to talk about. Glenn asked Tveit to be his teacher and bowed, repeating the request. The chief questioner replied that he had heard him but didn't understand why. Glenn replied that he wanted to participate in the war games, but the lion team was full, and he had to get stronger and take that spot. Glenn begged the boy to be his teacher, and he asked why him. The boy gave his reasons. The main character thought he was a good guy, even if he had problems with his students. The guy asked to hear the reason, and Glenn asked if he knew about the Lucectus conference. Tveit said she heard Valabar and Locustus were holding a conference. Glenn asked where they would discuss annexing the kingdom of Valabar. The protagonist understood. Tveit asked if his friend was from Valabar, and he agreed, saying that it was his homeland and kingdom which burned in the flames of the Fourth War. So now he is too exhausted, and either Lucia or Terra is annexing him. The guy added that nearby countries already knew about it. The protagonist asked if this had anything to do with why he was now in Terraria. Glenn said that His Majesty King Valabara had entrusted him with the investigation, and Tveit asked how he was connected to the king. The friend replied that they had met during the war, and that an investigation was not at all necessary, since no one had asked him for anything. The king had only asked him to do what he himself wanted. Glenn added that His Majesty said that when they meet again, he should be happy, and then he will decide to join the kingdom of Terra. The boy said that if not, he would decide to join another empire. Tveit replied that this was a bold and responsible decision. Glenn said he was right and that he was completely unsuitable for this, but it was the will of his king. The protagonist asked him if he wanted to participate in the war games at the last non-festival. when King Valabara came to the meeting, and he agreed. The boy said that the war games were an event attended only by special people, and that if they did, the king would understand that he could trust the kingdom of Terra. The protagonist asked if he wanted Valibra to join Terra. The boy agreed and said that he did not trust the kingdom of Lucia, although he mainly wanted to prove that His Majesty's decision to send him here was not in vain. The young man added that he was living well here, and there were plenty of good girls. He then suggested a rematch, but the protagonist declined. Tveit was happy for his friend. The protagonist realized this was what he was fighting for and replied that his fighting style was unusual, and if that was okay, he'd teach him. Glenn was delighted. The guy pointed at his friend and said they needed to see what he could do first. Glenn asked what he meant. The guy replied that he needed to know what he was supposed to be working on. Glenn braced himself and asked not to be offended if he won, while Tveit replied that they would see about it. Glenn attacked the guy with fury, but he dodged. The guy quickly regrouped and tried to kick the main character, but he dodged again. Tveit tried to trip him, but the guy dodged. The protagonist replied that his strength, and otherwise, was excellent. The guy replied that he wasn't like him anyway. Glenn raised his hands and said that this is all he is good at. The guy started to hit the main character with intense blows, and the young man understood that at this rate he would break through his defense. Looking back, Glenn also lost his activity. TV replied that this was stupid and punched the guy in the stomach. The protagonist replied that he was still bad at strategy, and the guy said that he knew he was stronger than him. Tveit replied that his priority in the battle was to win with one attack. I added that this attack was supposed to defeat the enemy. My comrade replied that this sounded easy, but what exactly did he need to do? Tveit suggested creating a personal winning template for the boy, exploring how he should always win. The boy understood. The protagonist asked if anyone could use the fixation, and the boy agreed, but said he didn't really use it. Glenn replied that the fixation creates magical weapons. He's primarily a law enforcement officer. The protagonist agreed, but various enhancements were applied to the weapons created by the fixation. Tveit suggested that instead of using traditional hand-to-hand combat, he use a lock-on technique and create his own weapon. The young man understood. Glenn felt pain and couldn't move, realizing that Tveit was truly an unusual guy and had definitely been on the battlefield. The guy thought about what would have happened if he hadn't run away, and whether he could have been the same, and began to remember. The boy introduced himself as Glenn, Iblis, and replied that he was ready to serve. The kingdom of Balibar was small, and after the war it was absorbed, and he, as a man of great strength, joined the army. The boy wasn't forced, but he volunteered to recruit soldiers and loved his country. The men told him he would be going to help on the northern front. The boy asked if that wasn't where the most danger lay now. The man agreed and told him to get ready. The boy knew how to use rage, but he had no experience, hoping he would be carrying supplies or assisting the medics. The boy was assigned to battle, and he fought monsters. The soldiers told him not to stand there and fight. The boy sometimes couldn't even tell who was friend and foe, so he mostly defended himself. The soldier said that Lucia's men wanted all the glory for themselves and so sent the demons after them. The soldier said he would kill every single one of the Lucias as soon as the war ended, but the monster killed him first. The boy didn't understand why they all died so quickly, and he wasn't prepared for it. No one can understand the horror of war until they experience it. And everyone thinks that the world around them is a living hell. Glenn was attacked by a monster which severely injured his arm. The boy thought he would die and, coming to the peaceful zone, asked for a potion, but he was put back into battle. Glenn was willing to sacrifice his life for the country, but losing it to ghosts was too much. The boy wanted to vent all his anger, and so he went to fight. The soldier said that the demon orc had eaten too much on the border of the kingdom, and those higher in rank had died. The order of things, the ceiling the battlefield swallowed up, was inexplicable, and when he realized this, all anger disappeared, as did the remnants of determination. A boy sat on the border of the northern kingdom, and a soldier asked him if he was a newcomer. Glenn agreed, and the man said he felt sorry for him. The soldier said that no matter how many there were, they still wouldn't defeat them. It was all useless. The boy saw a demon. The soldier asked his name, and they introduced themselves. Eiyuu offered to let the boy die together. The soldiers moved towards the demon. With one blow, the enemy destroyed many lives. The boy woke up when Eiyuu called out to him. The man said that the demon was dead, or rather subdued. The soldier said that a hero from the kingdom of Terra had come and defeated him. But the hero should have had a sword, even though the demon simply had a hole in his forehead. Eiyuu was jealous that he was able to destroy the demon on his own, and the soldiers were shouting that whoever can walk should move on. Glenn told his friend to go, but he replied that it was impossible with his leg. The boy ran forward, thinking that victory was possible. The soldiers began to kill the demons, and the boy responded to the call for help. The demon begged not to kill him, and the boy realized that demons could talk too. Glenn realized that he couldn't continue like this, and didn't want to fight. The soldier asked the boy where he was going, and the boy ran away thinking that he was just being selfish. He ran as far as he could, and a voice called out to the guy and asked if everything was okay. Glenn asked if he looked okay. The man apologized for the stupid question. The man said it was like hell on earth, and the boy added that it was even hotter inside. The interlocutor said he could rest as their kingdom would eventually subside. The man said that both the kingdom of Terra and the empire of Lucia would provide them with every possible support. The boy realized who he was, and the man said he accepted their offer. The king handed over the potion and said that it was all his fault. If the boy could, then he asked him not to betray their country. From that day on, Glenn helped the king rebuild the kingdom. The boy fled the battlefield, and the guilt for it consumed him, and perhaps that is why the king ordered him to see the country of Terra. Glenn could no longer run away, and this time he decided that he would win the battle he had chosen. Tveit steps onto a small six-pointed platform, which immediately cracks under his foot. He looks at her in confusion. In the room where Tveit is searching for a new way to use his power, the academy's teacher, Sylvia, is present. Sylvia notes that when she stands on the platform with one foot, she can stand for 5 seconds. The teacher adds consolingly that before the spell would break after a second, so the durability has nevertheless increased. Sylvia smiles and tells Tveit that classes are over for the day. Tveit bows to the teacher and thanks her. A few days ago, Tveit learned that the reason he can't master the new type of magic is because of his past in a secret organization during the war. An image of Chris appears in Taishin's mind. During his training with the organization, he acquired a trait known as eccentricity. To gain this ability, one must focus on one technique, sacrificing mastery of others. This is not a path mages typically take. Now, however, Tveit has decided to master new magic so he can participate in the festival as a regular apprentice. Tveit asked teacher Sylvia for help, but she was full of doubts. Sylvia explains to the hero that in this case, even D-rank magic will be difficult for him to master. Sylvia closes her eyes and adds that eccentricity and limitations in learning other magic explain Tveit's poor academic performance. Tveit continues to listen to Sylvia without expressing any emotions. The woman asks if this is an innate ability for Tveit. The hero answers in the affirmative. Sylvia looks at him with pity, while Tveit thinks that at this moment it is better to lie than to reveal that he received this ability during his training in a secret organization, as Chris advised him. Sylvia turns away from Tveit and suggests returning to the problem. The teacher asks if Nichijou-tan's one-arm Ranger, having accepted his eccentricity. Tveit agrees. Sylvia ponders the situation intensely. Tveit adds that his eccentricity is related to the compression technique. Sylvia recalls that this technique transforms magic into a deadly weapon. Thoughtfully, she calls the ability out loud terrifying. Tveit hears this and asks Sylvia again. She realizes she said it out loud, becomes alarmed, and tries to twist the words. Sylvia panics, waves her arms, and haltingly tells Tveit that she didn't mean anything bad, but rather meant to call his ability terrifyingly cool. Tveit continues to stare at her calmly. Sylvia clears her throat and falls silent for a moment. Finally, she tells the hero that she can teach him 2 methods. Tveit is interested in the techniques. Sylvia demonstrates the first one to him. A magical sphere begins to grow from her hands. A moment later, a rectangular barrier appears around the teacher's figure. This is the name of the technique itself. Tveit's eyes widen in surprise. Sylvia explains that the barrier technique is a D-rank support magic. She dispels the spell and asks Tveit to try to replicate it, as the technique might suit his eccentricity. The hero thoughtfully raises his hand and tries to concentrate the magical power in his palm. It occurs to Tveit that he doesn't use support magic very often. The young man loudly shouts a barrier spell and extends his hand. The magical sphere expands. A barrier begins to form around Tveit's body. The hero succeeds in completing the technique. Sylvia claps her hands joyfully. The teacher explains that compression is a technique that alters the form of magic, so it won't work for unstable spells like fireball. The woman looks at Tveit with a smile. She adds that the barrier is durable and ranks D, so she knew Tveit wouldn't have a problem with the spell. Tveit continues to hold the spell and says he understands everything. He asks if this means any elemental magic is unsuitable for him. Sylvia regretfully confirms his words. Magic is always unstable when it's assigned an element. Sylvia looks at Tveit's small barrier and asks if he does it consciously. Tveit doesn't understand what she means. Sylvia examines the barrier carefully. She then explains that the classic barrier covers the user's entire body, while Tveit has unconsciously compressed it to about half its size. Only then does Tveit notice that the barrier only covers him from head to waist. Sylvia asks if Tveit knows what the barrier is capable of. The hero replies that the spell protects against magical attacks, but is weak against physical ones. The teacher explains to the boy that, with his level of eccentricity, he can compress the barrier to such a degree that it will also protect against physical attacks. The fight turns to Sylvia in surprise. Sylvia smiles confidently and says that the technique will be very useful for Feet if he learns to squeeze it correctly. The hero dispels the spell, thinking that if he can develop his skill, the barrier will become a powerful weapon in his hands. Tveit clenches his fist. Sylvia suddenly remembers Sean, and her face becomes sad. Tveit looks at her. His hunch that Sylvia was Sean Veal's character's mentor has been confirmed. Tveit reminds her that Sylvia promised to show him another technique. The woman shudders, shaken from her memories. Before demonstrating the technique, Sylvia asks the hero what he thinks would happen if all the compression in the magic were released at once. The heroine smiles mysteriously. The action shifts to the training grounds. Less than 3 weeks remain until the festival. Gran casts a spell with great effort. His entire body is tense. His teeth are clenched. Sweat is streaming down his face. Tveit streaming down his face. Tveit stands opposite him. Gran grins triumphantly. He uses the lock technique. A giant magical hammer falls to the ground right in front of him. Gran is pleased that the spell worked. Tveit looks at the hammer with disbelief. Gran asks if Tveit knows about the sledgehammer game on the first day of the festival, and smiles, saying something clicked inside him when he saw it. The boy enthusiastically grabs the hammer's handle and adds that, for now, it will be his weapon for close combat. Gran tries swinging the hammer. The hammer is very difficult to wield. The boy can't keep his balance with it and stomps around chaotically. Tveit looks at his friend skeptically and thinks that the hammer has finally defeated Gran. Gran turns to Tveit with delight and says that if he swings the hammer with all his might, it can smash anything. Tveit calmly replies that the hammer will definitely handle normal defense. Gran is delighted that he now has 2 winning patterns. Tveit confronts him, adding that he still needs to figure out how to use them. Gran sighs and says he's already tried many methods. Gran asks if Tveit practices any techniques himself. The hero confirms this and asks Gran's permission to practice on him. Gran looks at his friend in bewilderment. He spreads his legs wide and uses the Fury technique. The ground around Gran is illuminated by a magical light in a circle. Tveit announces the start of the attack. He concentrates magical energy in his fist. Tveit delivers a powerful blow to Gran's torso. Gran falls to the ground and flies away some distance. Tveit runs to his friend and apologizes for going too far. There is not a scratch on Gran. He looks up and notes that the spell had a very strong backlash, even though Tveit did not put much effort into the spell. Gran asks the secret of Tvei's technique, but the hero refuses to tell. Suddenly, they hear a voice and turn around. Behind the boys, representatives of the student council. The heroes greet each other and introduce themselves. First-year Lion Team leader Gregoria Hausen shakes Tate's hand. Mira Opstein, first-year Hawk Team leader, approaches Gran. A blonde girl appears next to Mira. It's Sheria Nolan, the student council vice president. She greets all the heroes. The feed reciprocates. Gran remains silent and blushes. Sheria asks if their appearance disrupted the training. D, or T, replies, no. At the same time, he thinks it's hard to keep his distance from this girl because of her polite aura. Student council members remind the students that fighting between students is against the rules, and if an opponent is seriously injured, their participation in the festival will be closed. Before leaving, Gregoria turns to Gran and reminds him that if he wants to participate in the war games, he needs to sign up for the friendly battles as soon as possible. No one wants to change their list of participants right before the festival. The student council members leave the court. Shiria notes with satisfaction that they and Gran are quite strong. She asks if the boys are students of the regular faculty. Mira confirms. The girls discuss how the superiority of the heroic faculty is just a prejudice. Mira adds that the regular faculty was founded only recently. She thinks they'll be merged soon. Shiria expresses doubt that the students could suffer because of their different prejudices. Mira looks at her in surprise. The student council members have finished their reminders. Shiria asks if there's anything else left to say. Halsin reminds them to check the security measures, as they've recently received complaints about strangers near the academy grounds. Shiria sighs and says regretfully that a big school has its own problems. Tveit walks to the academy grounds, thinking that he has Teacher Soviet to thank, as he can now develop his compression technique and work with his eccentricities. Suddenly, he notices a dark shadow on the roof. He remembers seeing a suspicious figure earlier when he was leaving school. Tveit takes out a communication device and calls Chris. He informs the girl that someone has infiltrated the academy. Based on Chris's reaction, Tveit assumes they were prepared for this invasion. He asks her to explain the situation. Chris refuses the hero, but not because the information is classified. She doesn't want to worry him, as he's just a student now, not a member of the organization. Tveit tells Chris that he will do anything to keep his loved ones safe. He remembers the faces of his friends and thinks that when he defeated the Demon King, he felt nothing. But when he fought for the desires of Alicia and Mise, a spark ignited within him. And only for that spark is he ready to fight again. Chris agrees to explain to Tveit what's going on since he has someone to protect. Tveit quickly moves on down the road. Chris explains that their current enemy is the Lucia Empire, whose goal is to stop the Lusectus Conference. Tveit approaches the carved railing and asks if this means Lucia wants to take over the kingdom of Valabor. Chris confirms his guess. She adds that, to further their goal, the Empire's mages will participate in the Bilderaz Magical Games Festival. Tveit leaps over the railing and lands on the ground. Chris continues to say that the conference will likely be cancelled if there's a security threat. That's an easier route than trying to cancel it outright. Tveit watches the dark figures from behind the wall. 3 men in black cloaks move around the academy courtyard. Tveit asks Chris what security measures will be in place for the conference. She replies, "The Royal Army and a couple of knights from the Order." Tveit jumps up and runs after the figures. Chris explains that the Academy Student Council is also involved in security. Tveit promises that in this situation he will act like a normal student, because an Academy student, if he notices an intruder, must deal with him. Chris wishes him luck. Tveit tries to figure out who the Shadow's leader is. The figures stop. One of them takes out a communication device, announcing that Team B will be arriving soon. Tveit suddenly lands behind 2 of them and casts a spell. The Shadows can't believe they're facing a student. They turn and jump back. Tveit launches another attack. He grabs one of the attackers by the mask and hits him with magic right in the head. Another enemy runs up behind him. Tveit counters an attack from behind with his foot. The villains scatter in different directions, and Tveit tries to pursue at least one of them. He thinks the Shadow is heading for the warehouse. Suddenly, one of the villains flies up behind Tveit. He uses the wing technique. Tveit decides to use the barrier technique now to prevent the enemies from escaping. Tveit uses a technique to create several small platforms in the air. He then performs Skystep and lands above the villains' heads. Tveit launches a powerful aerial attack. The intruder lies on the ground. Beatus, how many enemies have entered the area? He refuses to answer, and Tveit ends the conversation with a punch. The young man dusts off his hands, wondering who will clean up the mess after the fight. Suddenly, he notices 2 more figures. Tveit wants to run after them, but a powerful firestorm appears in front of him. Tveit tries to understand what is happening. When the flames die down, the hero sees a long-haired boy in a school uniform. A ball of flame glows in his palm. The stranger looks at Tveit angrily and asks who he is. Tveit looks at the stranger. Judging by the school uniform, the boy understands that Tveit is studying in a regular department. He asks what the hero is doing here. Tveit realizes he's dealing with a first-year heroic student and decides he shouldn't lie. He explains how he dealt with the troublemakers. The student's face is distorted with disbelief. The guy doesn't believe that Tveit was able to defeat the villains and calls him a weakling. He launches 2 large fireballs at Tveit. Tveit successfully dodges the attack. The boy laughs contentedly, realizing Tveit wasn't lying to him. The fire mage smirks. Tveit returns to the sandbank and asks if he is really a first year, since the burst of elemental magic he released was quite powerful. The heroic student smirks in response and says that Tveit is also an unusual student, since he dodged it so easily. Tveit thinks that elemental bursts are considered C-crank magic, and while they are powerful attacks, their activation is always noticeable. However, the guy in front of him activated magic secretly. One of the intruders woke up and tried to grab the fire mage by the leg. The magician looks at him with displeasure and carries out another fire strike. Tveit asks if the mage killed the enemy. The mage replies that he will live. The young man then adds that the villains underestimated the academy's students. The hero asks the mage what he intends to do with the trespassers, since he dealt with them initially. The mage replies that it's none of his business, and that he's trespassing on their territory. When Tveit doesn't understand what the guy means, he introduces himself as Valon from the student council. TV calls Chris again and tells her what happened, and that he's leaving further proceedings to the student council. Chris replies that in that case, she'll recall the people she sent to the academy to clean up. The young man asks if a student council member has the strength to take down a spy operative from another country. Chris replies that, despite their potential, the students are unlikely to be capable of such a feat. Tveit's doubts are confirmed. He tells Chris that Valon seemed like an experienced fighter. Chris recognizes his name and explains that Valon fought in the Great War. Tveit remembers that Alicia said something about it. Chris adds that if Valon is a war veteran, he certainly has experience. She once heard that all the students from Bilderaz's academy who fought in the war excelled there. Tveit remembers that Alicia told him about 3 students who participated in the war, the current student council president Valon, whom he met recently, and a third person he doesn't know. Suddenly, Chris mentions that one of the students did die in the war. Tveit tries to end the conversation because he doesn't want to know the details. He tells Chris that he's going to find out what the spies were doing at the academy. Chris warned him to be careful. Tveit thinks that if the enemy's goal is to disrupt the magic games in the conference, then they have no reason to break into the academy. He enters the warehouse and tries to figure out what the spies were trying to find. The young man continues walking through the warehouse. He realizes the thieves must have done something to the festival equipment. He examines the equipment and sees that miniature bombs are attached to it. Tveit sighs, thinking that this will be more difficult than he thought. The hero reflects on the fact that the academy's security measures are so strong that ordinary spies couldn't penetrate the premises. This means they must have been assisted by someone from within, from the Knight's Order, the Royal Army, or the Student Council office. One of the students asks Shiria if there have been any other complaints about suspicious people. Shiria answers in the affirmative. The young man asks where Valon is. Shiria sighs and says he's not answering his calls. The student council president sits at the table in front of her. He interlaces his fingers under his chin, smirks, and says that Valon really is a difficult person. It's a school day at the academy. After class, Mise approaches Tveit and asks to talk. The heroes retreat to a secluded spot in the hallway. Mise explains that she found something during training yesterday. Mise describes a small magical device on the wall. At first, she thought it belonged to the enemy team, but then she doubted it. Tveit asks how she's sure it's not a regular trap. Mise replies that her Way of the Sage magic pointed this out. Tveit looks at her friend in surprise. Mise explains that the magic contained in the device is not native to their lands, and that ancient knowledge helps her understand that it is northern magic. Mise is convinced that this is the magic of the Lucia Empire. Tveit recalls removing bombs from the building the night before, but still not understanding where they came from. Tveit looks at Mise and thinks that her sage's way is much more useful than he previously thought. The girl looks at him with concern. The spy says that Mise, as the second princess of the Holy Kingdom of Arcadia, might already have understood everything. Mise suggests that the Empire's goal is the Lawectus Conference. Tveit confirms her suspicions, and Mise beams with delight. Tveit tells the girl that the device she found is a spy bomb. The Empire will use such bombs to disrupt the festival and influence the conference. The hero asks Mise to keep the information secret so as not to sow panic. The girl asks what they should do with the bombs. Tveit thinks for a moment and replies that they'll retrieve them if they find more. Suddenly, Alicia and Gran appear in front of them, declaring that they will help. Tveit asks what they managed to hear. Alicia replies that they heard half, as the rage magical technique can sharpen hearing. Tveit is amazed that channeling rage into a single emotion instead of enhancing physical performance must be difficult. He asks his friends if they're sure they want to help, even if it's dangerous. Alicia takes a decisive step forward and lightly hits Tveit on the chest, confirming that they are ready for danger. Alicia can't ignore the situation, because she's a knight guarding order, especially since her friends are involved. Gran also confirms his participation. Tveit approaches him, but Gran asks him to allow him to remain silent about his motives. Tveit agrees with everyone. He adds that he has no reason to refuse. All his friends are delighted. Tveit thanks everyone for their help, which he certainly could use. The heroes continue their discussion on a bench in the academy courtyard. Tveit explains that he's dismantled the bombs in the building, but there's still a lot of work left to do, and it will take longer than he previously thought. Gran asks if they should report the situation to the student council. Tveit replies no, which leaves the others perplexed. Tveit adds that he can't say for now as he has no proof. He suggests that everyone split up and search for the bombs. He and Mise will inspect Team Hawk's gear, while Alicia and Gran will inspect Team Lion's gear. Everyone enthusiastically accepts the plan. Alicia happily says that they are finally fighting together. While Tveit's friends continue their heated discussion, he reflects on how he'd been careful not to involve them until now. After the war, Tveit severed all ties with the underground. He thinks he's become a completely different person than he was back then. Tveit tells his friends he's counting on them. The guys answer that they won't let us down. Some time passes. Mise runs up to Tveit. The girl tells the hero that she found a bomb on a sledgehammer. Tveit is once again convinced that the Empire wants to inflict maximum damage to disrupt the conference. Mise asks if they'll dismantle the bomb. Tveit suggests doing it at night, because if they make a mistake and the bomb explodes, the students could be harmed. Mise suggests using the Sage's Path to quickly dismantle the bomb. The heroes go to the warehouse and approach the sledgehammer. Mise begins to work his magic on the bomb. She finishes in a few moments. Tveit says it's amazing. Mise laughs contentedly and replies that since this will speed up the work so much, then everything she did wasn't in vain. Tveit notes that Mise has become much braver since she used force without hesitation. The girl replies that their journey was not in vain. Mise looks at her wrist and shows Tveit the bracelet, adding that she treasures it very much, just as she treasures the memories of their time traveling. The young man notes that Mise had to go through a lot of hardships, but Mise counters that even in this case, these are good memories, because they spent this time together. Mise smiles and says that he will not forget this time. Tveit remembers the past, and is glad that he bought the bracelet back then. The heroes return to the training grounds. A crowd of students stands before them. It's noisy. Standing in front of the regular students are the student council members Mira and Valon. Mira says she's glad Valon will be participating in the festival. She adds that with his abilities, Valon should sign up for the War Games or Gladius. Valon scratches his head, closes one eye, and replies that he came specifically to sort things out. He expresses a desire to participate in Sledgehammer. Mira is irritated because this is the shortest part of the festival. Valon and Mira begin to argue. Mise is worried about what's happening. Mira explains to Valon that the Magic Games Festival is a crucial event for the kingdom. It's not purely for entertainment. Mira adds that the vast number of students aren't simply testing their skills, but fighting to protect the future of the kingdom and the academy. Valon isn't moved by her words and asks her to finish quickly. Mira asks him to take this seriously. Valon looks at her in silence for a few moments, then clicks his tongue in displeasure. He agrees to sign up for the War Games, as he is always bored in Gladius due to constant victories. Valon asks if there are any seats left. Mira replies that she informed the War Games participants in Gladius that they could be replaced. Valon grins. He turns to the crowd of students and asks all the War Game participants to enter the arena. All the students are cautious and frightened. Valon calls on everyone to join the battle. They look at him with disapproval. The fire mage extends his hand to the crowd and promises that he will personally replace the weakest player. The students stare at Valon tensely. Mira reiterates that he must take the magic game seriously. Valon disapprovingly calls her a thorn. One of the academy students emerges from the crowd and asks if they can join forces. Valon replies that he doesn't care. A mad grin spreads across his face. The fire mage says that even if the idea of uniting was the student's first thought, he still has no chance. A powerful fireball flies straight at the student's body, engulfing him completely. The others watch in horror. Everyone is confused and doesn't understand how Valon managed to launch the attack so quickly. The fire in the mage's palm fades. Tveit watches the battle and confirms his suspicions that Valon is able to activate his magic without being noticed. Valon turns to the students again, shouting at them not to stand there like a statue. He demands they attack him. Several students nod to each other, preparing to attack. Mise and Tveit continue to watch Valon. The hero thinks that the students believe they had no chance, so they attack together. The students launch a combined attack. Valon easily repels the attack. His gaze drifts into the distance, where the girl is preparing a long-range spell. The girl throws her palms out in front of her and casts the wind cannon spell. A giant whirlwind swirls right in front of her. Valon jumps up and dodges the attack again. A few moments later, he drops to the ground and asks if the attack was serious. A magic circle begins to form around his palm. Valon grins and promises to show everyone how to attack properly. The students realize Valon is gathering magic. The fire mage announces the attack. He uses the rage technique and takes off. The girls look at him in fear. Valon quickly approaches them. He lands the first punch to the body of one of his opponents. Then he attacks the second student with his foot. The girl tries to cover herself with her hands. Valon decides to attack the young man last. He also tries to use rage. However, the boy doesn't have time to cast the spell. In the blink of an eye, Valon appears right in front of him and says that they will see each other again. Giant whirlwinds of flame, released by Valon, rise up around the heroes. Mira looks at him in horror. The students assume the mage used the bullet of flame. Thid continues to watch the fight. As the crowd of students stands in stunned silence, Valon's laughter echoes across the training field. He turns to the academy students and says that this is what a real fight looks like. Mise turns to Tveit. The hero continues to watch as Valon smiles triumphantly in front of everyone. Tveit recalls his training and realizes that the coding technique Valon uses is the same as his compression technique. It's a technique for enhancing magic. Traitor analyzes Valon's fighting style. After creating a magical concentrate, Valon doesn't release the magical clot, but continues to hold it in his hand. This is a complex technique beyond the capabilities of a normal student. Tveit confirms his suspicions that Valon is an advanced fighter. Valon sees that none of the other students are ready to fight. He chuckles in displeasure. The defeated students sit on the ground on the training field. Suddenly, someone casts the spell, Lightning Spear. A sudden magical attack, a giant flaming arrow, hurtles straight toward Valon. Valon uses the rage technique again. He instantly forms a magical clot in his hand and deflects the lightning spear. The guy who released the spear clicks his tongue in annoyance. Valon asks his name. The young man introduces himself as Zigg Falchion. Valon recalls that this guy is considered a capable student at the academy. He laughs and says that at least one of the students shows promise. His shoulder is partially burned by Zigg's attack. Valon announces to everyone that he will replace the first person eliminated. The students in the crowd discuss the situation. Mise and Tveit leave the training field. Mise says Valon is incredibly strong. Tveit agrees, adding that he wasn't even fighting at half strength. Mise is very surprised by this. Tveit recalls the battle. The coding gave Valon freedom of movement, meaning the mage could use high-level techniques, even several at once. Alicia and Gran come out to meet the heroes. Tveit asks if he and Gran managed to find the bombs. The friends reply that they found several on their property. The hero adds that the number of students is dwindling. He apologizes to his friends, as they are tired after the festival. But they still need to defuse the bombs as quickly as possible. Gran, Alicia, and Mise resolutely agree. The mages enter the warehouse. Alicia opens the door first. The girl skeptically notes that it's already dark outside. Gran, chuckling awkwardly and holding a flashlight, replies that they still look suspicious, given how they're hiding. Mise and Tveit defuse the bombs with magic. Alicia agrees. The boys remove one of the bombs. Alicia whispers to Tveit. The girl announces the operation is cancelled because someone is approaching the group. Gran and Mise glance fearfully at the door. Mira enters the room and asks if the students are training here so late. They recognize each other. Mira recalls that she knows both Gran and Alicia, as they're both members of Team Lion. Gran looks awkward, but Mira adds that she remembers everyone from their year. Tveit dusts off his hands and says it's time for them to finish and leave. Mise tries to argue with him. Alicia quickly interrupts her friend and pushes her out of the warehouse. The girls push past Mira. Gran and Tveit go out to pick up their friends. Mira wishes them both luck. The next day, Gran, Alicia, Mise, and Tveit are walking down the hallway. Alicia asks Tveit why they were all called. Tveit remains tensely silent, but Alicia continues talking, noting that calling them all at once is pointless. Tveit replies that he doesn't know, but assumes it has something to do with last night. Gran asks again if they're absolutely required to keep the bombs a secret from the student council. Tveit confirms that the information is classified. Mise and Gran are very nervous about the upcoming interview with the student council. Tveit thinks their lies will be easily exposed, as they've never been interrogated before. The heroes approach the door to the student council office. Tveit decides they'll tell the truth if the council suspects them of anything. He knocks on the door, which is open. Tveit apologizes and goes inside with his group. The student council president greets them. All the council members present look at the students as they enter. The president turns to them with a smile and says that everyone was really looking forward to seeing them. Mira invites everyone in. The heroes sit down on the sofas. The president introduces himself to everyone. His name is X-Duelite. Tveit notes that the president is very polite and doesn't sense any hostility. He wonders if Valon and X are evenly matched. The president looks directly at Tosh Venomiles, and Tveit catches his eye. X explains that he called the students in to ask a few questions. The rest of the student council members remain silent. The president asks if the mages saw anything suspicious during their late-night training. Gran and Mise look at Tveit tensely. A second later, they break into happy smiles and breathe a sigh of relief. Tveit decides he can answer this question truthfully. He says he didn't see anything, but he did fight with strangers a few nights ago. The president's eyes widen in shock. Tveit is surprised in his mind that this is the first time the president has heard about this. But out loud, he says that Valon should know the details. X sighs, covers his eyes with his hand, and asks the rest of the council if anyone has heard about the incident from Valon. Mira shakes her head furiously. Housen remains tensely silent, and Shiria sighs awkwardly. No one on the student council has heard about the attack. The president asks Housen to call Valon through the announcement. After a while, an irritated Valon bursts into the student council office. He slams the door open and insists that the student council not call him out like that again, as it irritates him greatly. The president calmly replies that otherwise he wouldn't have come. Valon chuckles in displeasure. Valon notices Tveit and greets him. X explains that they called Valon in because of a complaint about an intrusion. The president asks if Valon was fighting anyone. Valon scratches his head indifferently and confirms that he fought. Tveit, Gran, Mise, and Alicia listen intently to the conversation. The president asks Valon why he didn't say anything. Valon counters that he was going to report it when he showed up at the student council. X asks what Valon did with the trespassers. The fire mage looks at the president in surprise and replies that he threw them out. X takes a deep breath and rests his face in his hands. Mira turns to him excitedly. The girl angrily waves her hand at Valon and demands that he be thrown out, since his attitude towards everything irritates her very much. The president reminds him that there are other students in the student council office. Mira pauses and apologizes for the noise. Valon indifferently says that Mira can kick him out if she wants, since he doesn't care. The president smiles irritably and adds that expelling Valon isn't part of his plans. Valon clicks his tongue in displeasure. The president explains to Valon that the ejected criminals were spies for another country. Valon frowns at the president. Tveit listens intently to the conversation. The president adds that he would like to detain them. Tveit realizes the fire mage didn't know who infiltrated the academy that night. Valon says he knew nothing, which greatly angers Mira. The girl shouts that the fire mage would have known if he had at least sometimes answered the student council's calls. Mira and Valon continue to argue. The mage asks what about the students who aren't even on the student council. Pointing at Tveit, he says the boy also fought spies, without knowing all the details. Tveit agrees, although in reality, he knew everything. Valon insists that the student council should report everything to the administration if they can't figure it out themselves. Keeping everything a secret is stupid and pointless. Mira objects, saying that the festival would be cancelled if she did. The magician waves his hand dismissively and says there's nothing special about canceling the festival. Mira falls silent, indignant. Shiria explains to Valon that the Magic Games Festival is a significant economic and political event for the country, one that will help people feel secure after the war. The girl insists that now that the war is over and people are ready to welcome a time of peace, it is their duty to ensure safety at the festival. Valon chuckles and says that all these formulations are invented by the heads of state. He teases the president for remaining silent, as he always does. Valon approaches the president furiously. He asks X if he plans to keep everything a secret again, and justify himself by saying that he is acting for the common good. Valon continues to curse the president, mentioning that he even kept his sister's death a secret. Shiria's sudden scream interrupts the fire mage. The girl is flushed and breathing heavily. The rest of the room is immersed in silence. Alicia breaks the silence and says that the student council members should act accordingly. The president apologizes to everyone and dismisses Tveit and his friends. The boys leave silently. As they close the door, they hear Valon continue his angry monologue. The mage says that holding the festival and creating a regular course at the academy is simply an imposed peace. The last words make Gran feel hostile. The heroes exit into the hallway. Alicia says the student council has its own problems. Mai shares her fear with everyone that she might have been interrogated. Gran yawns, rubs his neck, and sighs that not a word was said about bombs. Tifi follows his friends, thinking that they've definitely attracted the attention of the student council, even though they're completely unsuspecting. He stops in the middle of the hallway and turns to the others to say something. Tveit reveals to them that there's likely a traitor in the country, which is why he asks them to keep quiet about the bombs. Everyone is shocked. The hero explains that the academy's security is so high that even spies have a hard time getting around it, and that the presence of an informant inside explains everything. Alicia listens to his thoughts and suggests that the traitor might be someone from the student council. Tveit agrees and asks him to continue to keep quiet about everything. Suddenly, the girl remembers she wanted to buy a gun for the festival. She asks her friends if anyone wants to go with her. Tveit replies that he needs a weapon too. The hero thinks about what kind of weapon would suit him, and that it's high time to find himself a faithful partner, since from now on he is a simple academy student, and not an agent of a secret organization. Tifi is thinking about Wallen's last words they heard in the student council office, and doesn't hear his friends trying to call out to him. Finally, Alicia manages to get his attention. Dee snaps out of his thoughts. Alicia notes that she rarely sees her friends so pensive. Mize is worried that Tveit is unwell, but he reassures her, saying he was just thinking about something. Alicia spots the weapon shop and tells her friends they're almost there. The heroes go inside. Mize and Gran are amazed by the store's spaciousness. Gran has never been there before. Everyone looks around. Alicia explains that the shop sells magical weapons and that they are popular among the Knights of the Order. The girl says that since the weapon is only needed for the festival, it'll be enough to buy something rank C. She asks what Tveit is planning to buy. The hero replies that he needs a sniper rifle. Looking at the swords, he adds that he needs a weapon for any situation, not just for the festival. Alicia considers his words. Tveit recalls that the organization issued him a BF-28 sniper rifle. However, now he needs to find a new weapon for himself. Alicia shows Tveit where the guns are. He thanks her friend. She leads everyone to another room with magical weapons. Suddenly, the hero sees Zigg in the store, also browsing the various items. Zigg wasn't expecting to see anyone there, so he tenses slightly when he hears his name. He turns around with displeasure and sees Tveit with his friends. Zigg tries to quickly avoid the group, but Alicia asks why he's avoiding them. Zigg replies that it's because Tveit threatened him. Tveit looks at him in bewilderment. He doesn't remember such a situation. Zigg is shocked that Tveit managed to forget. Tveit's friends also look at him with concern. Zigg angrily reminds him that during the duel, Tveit told him not to cross paths with them. Tveit remembers that incident. Zigg is even more angry that Tveit forgot about it. Mise watches them with concern. Tveit tells Zigg to forget about it. Zigg looks at him in shock. Zigg falls to his knees. He can't believe Tveit said that to him. Gran, Alicia, and Mise all simultaneously feel sorry for Zigg. Tveit tells Zigg that he was serious during the duel, but now Zigg has changed for the better. Zigg listens attentively. Zigg sighs and replies that he's been thinking a lot since the duel. The guy gets to his feet and asks everyone for forgiveness for his past actions. Alicia answers for everyone that Zigg has become a different person and that they are no longer angry. Zigg points at Tveit and says it's all his fault. He recalls the duel and says that after it, he worked hard to hone his skills and confront his weaknesses every training session. Showing off, Zigg adjusts his hair, adding that now his mind is clear, that he has stopped being arrogant and is spending all his energy on training. Alicia offers to help Taishan choose a magical weapon, as Zigg also uses one. Both boys are surprised by the girl's words. Zigg turns up his nose and agrees to help. The other heroes silently judge him. Zigg doesn't understand what's going on. Dot explains that Zigg's manner hasn't changed. The boy apologizes for it again. Zigg asks what weapon Tveit is looking for. He repeats that he needs a sniper rifle. Tveit adds that it must be effective and versatile to be suitable for the festival. Zigg pulls out one of the rifles and offers Tveit a look. Tveit holds the sacred hawk in his hand. Zigg explains that it's a first-class rifle, though a bit pricey. It has a high degree of magic compression and a good far-sighted crystal. Tveit takes a closer look at it and thinks it's a decent weapon. He raises the sight to his eye, thinking that the Sacred Hawk is expectedly worse than the BF-28, but is quite suitable for self-defense and participation in the festival. Zigg asks if it's true that the hero only needs weapons for the festival. He adds that victory will be fights even without weapons. Tai Tanbi. Tai asks if Zigg has noticed anything strange in this kingdom. Zigg pauses and confirms he's been smelling a strange odor lately, but it usually appears at this time of year. Tveit replies that it's a bad sign and it's best to have a weapon just in case. Tveit thinks Zigg definitely knows something. Zigg briefly agrees. Tveit thinks he deliberately didn't pursue the topic further. The young man suggests that Typh test the hawk. Tveit is delighted with the idea. Zigg smiles and invites him to the basement to a special place. The heroes descend the stairs. In the testing room, Alicia is already practicing with her sword. Ms. asks Tveit if he wants to test his weapon. Alicia is already checking her sword as it feels too light. The girl approaches Tveit and offers to test the weapon in combat. She draws her sword from a sheath. Tveit, with a rifle, and Alicia, with a sword, stand facing each other. The girl begins to explain the rules of combat. Each participant starts by standing against the wall. The first one to injure their opponent wins. Gran, Mise, and Zigg watch the duel with interest. Tveit asks if Alicia is going to cut him. The girl draws her sword and replies no, although with her strength she could leave a cut. Tveit agrees that a test in combat would be appropriate. Alicia smiles cheerfully in anticipation of the fight. Tveit asks Gran to give a signal. Gran is confused by the request, but Alicia adds that he is the loudest among them. Gran gives the signal to begin the fight. Tveit immediately raises his rifle and takes aim. He fires a shot. Alicia screams that this is stupid. The girl repels the first attack, cutting the bullet with her sword in a wide swing. Tveit sees this and realizes the girl's sword is also unusual. Alicia takes off. Tveit thinks the girl didn't even tense up when she struck the bullet, though her skills would have allowed her to do so. Tveit shoots again. Alicia twists her wrist, changing the position of her sword. The bullet touches the blade and ricochets. Tveit is surprised to see Alicia getting much closer to him. The girl lunges forward again and swings her sword. Alicia puts a blade to Tveit's neck and declares victory hers. Tveit lowers Hawk. The boy replies that he's not even surprised by her victory. Gran exclaims with delight that the match was amazing, and that he couldn't even keep up with the speed of Tveit and Alicia. Mise whines anxiously that her friends were serious and made her doubt the match was just a training match. Zigg watches everyone silently and tensely. Alicia talks about her sword. She fought with a Sea Crank's weapon called Ice Steel. The sword was better than she thought. Tveit asks if Alicia expected the second shot he fired. The girl replies that she does. She recalls how, during the exam, Farnese's teacher blocked Tveit's bullets with her sword, so the heroine practiced constantly. Now she can replicate the move. Alicia suggests a second round. Gran, Mise, and Zigg are surprised by what's happening. Alicia frowns slightly, her gaze becoming stern and determined. She urged Tveit to fight seriously. Tveit understands Alicia's attitude. He wonders if Alicia could have noticed he was giving in, as he had no reason to fight seriously. Tveit agrees and turns to Gran again. The participants in the fight move to opposite walls of the hall. Gran commands the duel to begin. Alicia leaps forward. Tveit raises his rifle. Tveit shoots directly at the girl as she charges forward. Alicia successfully deflects the bullet with her sword. Tveit fires off a few quick shots, but Alicia blocks them all. She rushes towards Tveit and screams at him not to think she is weak. Tveit concentrates the magical power in his hand and shoots again, taking aim. Alicia is surprised to see her friend use the same technique and raises her sword again to deflect the attack. The bullet hits the blade with a roar. The sword swings back. Alicia loses her balance and doesn't understand what's happening. Tveit takes aim again. The hero shoots again and hits his opponent right in the forehead. Alicia lies on the floor in surprise. Tveit lowers the sacred hawk. He approaches the girl and declares victory his. Alicia rubs the bruise on her forehead in frustration and asks her friend what just happened. Tveit explains that he intentionally varied the weight of the bullets. He made the first two lighter, but the third one was heavier. Alicia replies that she couldn't maintain the momentum of the third bullet because it was heavier. This is exactly what Tveit was aiming for. Alicia is upset by her loss. She sits down on the floor and sulks, sulking over losing to Tveit because of his cunning. She touches her forehead in displeasure and sighs. She notes that Tveit is indeed experienced in combat. The guy evades the answer vaguely. He looks at his new magical weapon again and thinks that the Sacred Hawk's compression is extremely powerful. As long as Tveit has time, he'll fire special damage bullets, but only now does the hero realize how convenient the BF-28 was. Tveit helps Alicia up. Mise calls everyone out. Tveit raises his rifle and quietly says that he has hopes for his new partner. Tveit speaks to Chris via magical communication. She's surprised that the hero is working with his classmates. Tveit asks if she has any idea who is controlling the Empire's spies. Chris sips tea from a small cup. She replies that neither the army nor the Knight's Order have anything to do with spies. She traced the financial flows of both organizations and found no traces. The Terraria Kingdom's leadership is on edge in preparation for the Lofsectus Festival and Conference, making it nearly impossible to contact the Empire discreetly. Tveit asks if there are any leads linking the spies to the Academy. Chris replies that she did everything she could, but because the Academy isn't as politically important as the Army, her capabilities were limited. Chris looks through the documents on the desk and makes the assumption that the Academy is not involved in espionage. Because it makes no sense. Chris asks Tveit what the Academy will get if the festival and conference are cancelled. Tveit thinks that the girl is right, because the creation of the regular course and the hero's success in the battle against demons led to the success of the Biltaraz Academy, so they cannot miss their chance. Tveit continues to ponder who would benefit from the sabotage and aid to the Empire if the Order and the Army are above suspicion, and for the Academy there is no point in betraying the country. Tveit understands where this is all heading. Chris agrees, noting that it was easy to arrive at the correct answer through process of elimination, and that the situation is quite ironic. Chris says with annoyance that the conflict seems large-scale, although it all started over a trifle. Gran calls Tveit. The hero promises Chris to contact her when they're finished. She replies that he has the right to do things his way. Tveit comes out from behind the wall to his friends and asks what's going on. Gran happily announces that they've finished defusing the bomb. He adds approvingly that Mise sorted everything out. Mise is glad she was able to help. Tveit thanks her for her efforts. The heroes leave the building. Tveit says they've defused all the bombs they found. Alicia asks what they plan to do next. Tveit suggests they circle the Academy again, but suddenly he notices a shadow flickering in the darkness among the trees. He asks everyone to remain silent. When Gran asks what happened, Tveit replies that enemies have arrived. All the heroes freeze in tension. Tveit tries to assess the situation. He notices 3 shadows watching them. He assumes they've learned the students defused the bombs. Now they need to hold off the enemies. Alicia enthusiastically offers her help in the fight, and Mize also promises to do his best. Gran finds this difficult, but he clenches his fist and promises to help as well. Tveit replies that he's counting on his friends. Everyone takes off. Alicia runs into the forest and says she'll corner the enemies. Tveit runs in the opposite direction. Shadows rush through the forest. Alicia catches up with them and shouts at them to stop. The girl takes aim at her enemies. One of them draws a short blade. He lunges at Alicia, and she reaches for her sword and tries to draw it from its sheath. The spy tells Alicia to blame her own stupidity, not him. The man lunges at the girl, trying to stab her in the stomach, but Alicia blocks his path with her sword. With a smirk, she replies that the man stole her line. She swings powerfully and wounds the spy. The shadows order a retreat and rush into the forest. At the exit, Gran, Mize, and Tveit are already waiting for them. Tveit concentrates his magical power in his hand and adds a bullet to the spell. He warns the spies that they won't be leaving. T fires a magical shot, stunning the enemies with the power of his attack. T fires another shot to distract them. Then he quickly approaches and knees the spy in the chin. He smirks as he notices that 2 enemies have already been defeated. Only 1 remains. Mize casts the alchemy spell, creating bright streams of magic and light around her. The magical bonds ensnare the 3rd enemy. Gran uses the hammer and the fixation technique. He deals a powerful blow to the 3rd enemy. The man flies back against the wall and hits his back with a loud thud. He slides to the floor and clutches his head. Gran asks if he's alive. Tveit turns to his friend. Memories of wartime flash through Gran's mind. He curses the man and swings his hammer. Tveit screams his name. Gran looks around in confusion, unable to understand why Tveit was screaming. The hero asks him to stop as there is no point in fighting any further. Tveit asks gloomily if Gran wanted to kill the spy. The question perplexes Gran and frightens him. He apologizes to Tveit and says he lost his temper. Mize and Alicia come running out of the forest. The girls ask what to do with the defeated spies. Tveit replies that it's late, so he might as well hand them over to the student council. He thinks to himself that this would be a good opportunity to gauge their reaction. Tveit apologizes and goes into the student council office. No one expected to see him. Ix and Mira looked at him in surprise. Tveit stopped at the threshold and informed the president that he had come with a report. The hero explains that they encountered 3 suspicious individuals. They managed to defeat them, but the friends decide to leave the rest to the council. Mira and X listen to him, stunned. The president rises from the table and says the student council members will handle everything. X asks if Tveit has already met with the offenders. X smiles and apologizes for forcing the students to deal with spies when the student council should have handled it. Tveit thinks the president suspects something, though he's not surprised. The young man says he was just passing by, and the second time he wasn't alone. X looks at him in surprise. Tveit adds that they detained the spies at the southern warehouse and treated them after the battle. The president thanks him for the report. Tveit leaves the office and runs down the hallway. Suddenly, Alicia catches up with him and asks what he's up to. Tveit was sure she'd already returned to the academy. Alicia said she seemed to be beginning to understand his train of thought. The hero chuckled and said he wasn't hiding anything. There was simply no point in telling. Alicia asked what he was actually doing. Tveit tells her he's going to spy on the student council president. Alicia is shocked, but decides to join Tveit. Together, the heroes begin surveillance. Tveit explains that the student council will go after the spies, and they, in turn, need to observe what they do. If the student council is connected to them, then perhaps they will hand over the enemies to someone. Alicia agrees that makes sense. The friends see X and Mira walking down the hallway. They're apparently heading to the warehouse. They continue their surveillance. Tveit sees the president and Mira lead 3 captives out of the warehouse and leave the academy grounds with them. Alicia hopes that the student council is leading spies into the order. Tveit responds that in the worst case, they will have to fight the president. X and Mira approach the Knights of the Order's headquarters with the prisoners. Tveit says with relief that they avoided the worst-case scenario. Alicia asks if they should continue to monitor. Tveit says the student council members are handing over the enemies to the guards. He asks his friend to use rage to hear what the president is saying to the guards. Alicia casts a spell. Tveit learns the president is discussing prisoner transfers and security. Nothing suspicious. Suddenly, someone addresses Tide and Alicia. A man and a woman in armor approach them. They are knights. They ask if Tide and Alicia are students at Biltaraz Academy. Tveit can't tell if they're under suspicion. The man wants to ask them a question. Suddenly, he recognizes Alicia. His face changes from gloomy to joyful. Alicia is surprised. She looks at the knight and realizes it's Schlen, a familiar figure. Schlen laughs and says they haven't seen each other in a while. Tveit asks how they know each other. Alicia explains that Schlen knew her father. They met a couple of times when she was little. The knight introduces himself as Schlen Dant, senior commander of the Knights of the Order of True Light. He also asks his companion to introduce herself. The female knight identifies herself as Talia Pendiente, a junior knight of the Royal Guard, which surprises Talia Pendiente, a junior knight of the Royal Guard, which surprises Tveit and Alicia. Alicia asks why the Knights of the Order and the Royal Guard work together. Schlen replies that they are monitoring security in the capital. Finally, Schlen asks the question he's been meaning to ask all along about the Academy's security. Alicia frowns. Schlen explains that every year the Order is ordered to guard the Academy during the festival, but this year the number of guards has been significantly reduced, as the Student Council claims it is not necessary. Alicia and Tveit exchange thoughtful glances. Schlen adds that he decided to ask the students because he's uneasy about the situation. Tveit sees the knight's genuine concern and decides to tell him the truth. Tveit says he's worried himself. He says there have been several instances of suspicious individuals appearing nearby at the academy. Schlen thanks the children for the information. Schlen concludes that he needs to propose increasing security within the order. Returning to his joking tone, he asks Tveit and Alicia what they're doing near the order. Tveit, without batting an eye, lies that they're just taking a walk to relax after training. Schron laughs. The knight promises to drop by the festival if he has time and cheer for Alicia. The girl shyly thanks him. Tveit asks if Schlen is interested in hearing about Alicia's progress. The girl blushes rapidly. Schlen, with a gentle expression, confirms that it's interesting, since Alicia is the sole heir to the former commander of the sword, Gallius. He adds regretfully that, due to the Great War, the former commander was unable to train the next generation of knights, and none of them inherited his skill. However, hope is not yet lost. The knight sees this hope in Alicia, as she was the only one who witnessed the commander's techniques. Schlen hopes that with practice, she will achieve mastery. Alicia's head snaps up in amazement. The man says they've all been eagerly awaiting this day. Alicia grips the hilt of her sword with a firm hand and promises she won't let him down. Schlen suggests that his man escort the academy students, as it's getting late. Alicia tries to refuse, but Schlen is distracted by a text message. Tveit stares at her friend, making her nervous. Tveit says he, too, is looking forward to the day when Alicia becomes a master. The girl blushes again. Suddenly, they hear the screams of knights. Tveit wants to find out what's going on. Schlen shouts that Alicia needs to leave with Tveit. When the heroine asks what happened, the knight replies that the capital is under attack. Schlen informs Tveit and Alicia about the attack. Alicia clarifies whether she understood correctly that the attack was carried out on the Order of Knights. Schlen's face instantly tightens. He confirms the information and adds that they're heading to the site of the attack. He tells Tveit and Alicia to run to the dorm. Talia looks sternly at the children. Alicia immediately expresses a desire to go with the knights. Schlen tries to object to her, but the girl immediately interrupts him, saying that she is confident in her abilities. Alicia looks directly and decisively at Schlen, and asks if this is why he wanted to take her into the order. Schlen stops short and looks at the girl in surprise. Tveit also turns her gaze to her friend. The knight closes his eyes in resignation. Schlen commands the students to follow him. Talia nervously asks if he really means to do so. Schlen tells Talia that Alicia is the heir to the Order's commander's sword, and is also an experienced swordswoman, and Tveit doesn't seem weak to the knight. The man recalls that it was Tveit who defeated Commander Lauren during the training exercises. Schlen asks if he can rely on Tveit. Tveit readies his rifle, clutches his belt, and replies that he won't be a burden. The knight commands the departure. The heroes use the fury technique. Schlen rushes in the vanguard, followed by Thalia and Alicia, with Tveit bringing up the rear of the small detachment. Ordinary townspeople rush towards them, shouting. Tveit realizes the battle is still ongoing. Suddenly, the hero feels someone else's magical gaze on him. This alarms him. He stops abruptly, begins casting a spell, and asks who is standing in front of him. However, nothing happens. Tveit looks tensely at the sky. Alicia turns to him. Running up, the girl asks what happened, to which the boy replies only that he imagined something. Tveit sets off again, thinking about how his task now is to reach the epicenter of the attack. Tveit runs right behind Alicia. An unknown young man looks out over the troubled city from the roof of a building, his figure hidden in the shadows. He smirks and is surprised that Alicia, being a talented student of the heroic course, did not notice anything, just like the knights. He asks not to think badly of him and disappears from the roof. The heroes arrive at the scene of the attack and freeze in shock. Confusion and bewilderment are evident on their faces. There are numerous fallen knights on the ground. Schlen immediately begins questioning the wounded. He lifts one of the knights and asks what happened. The knight weakly replies that they were attacked while inspecting the city. Schlen clenches his teeth in anger. The knight continues to say that they managed to evacuate all the inhabitants, but they were unable to capture the enemy. Alicia and Tveit listen intently. The knight describes the enemy as a man in a red robe who appeared alone but did not reveal his face. The man reports that after the enemy dealt with the order, he headed south. Schlen thanks him for his work and asks the knight to hold out a little longer, promising that help is on the way. Thalia concludes that the enemy is definitely strong, since he was able to defeat 5 knights single-handedly. Schlen orders the pursuit. The heroes rush in pursuit to the south of the city. Crowds of frightened citizens continue to run past them. Screams of terror are heard everywhere. A few blocks away, an explosion is heard. A pillar of flame rises above the rooftops. Alicia screams and draws Schlen's attention to what's happening. The heroes run up to a house on the roof of which someone is standing. The stranger's figure is hidden by a cloak. Flames, blaze and smoke billows directly behind him. Tveit realizes it's a man, even though he can't see his face. Schlen shouts at the stranger to surrender. The knight threatens that they will have to use force. The stranger continues to silently gaze at the city from the rooftop. Thalia and Schlen draw their swords and charge. An unknown magician forms a small flame on his palm. A second later, 5 fire spheres appear around him. Schlen and Thalia are stunned. With a flick of his finger, the mage directs the spheres toward the knights. The fireballs explode. Spells are flying at the heroes. Thalia can't believe a single mage is capable of such a powerful spell. One of the spheres wounds Thalia, leaving her coughing in the smoke. Schlen rushes to her aid and deflects one of the spheres. He asks if Thalia is okay, and she replies that she was only slightly grazed and rises from the ground. Alicia draws her sword from its sheath. Tveit asks the girl to distract the mage. Tveit's gaze turns threatening. He suggests his friend use the same strategy she used against Farnace's teacher during the entrance exam. Alicia nods contentedly. The girl rushes to attack. Schlen tries to stop her. The mage forms another fire sphere. Alicia uses the fury technique, pushing off the ground and flying high above the roof where the enemy is standing. Schlen is amazed by her abilities. Alicia attacks from the air. The sword almost touches the mage's face, but he calmly dodges. The mage leaps to another rooftop with one powerful leap, and Alicia runs toward him, screaming that he can't escape. The mage creates another fireball in his palm. Thalia warns Alicia of the impending attack. Meanwhile, Tveit, in a tower embrasure far from the main battlefield, takes aim at the mage with a sniper rifle. The hero realizes the mage is moving too slowly. He fires. The magic bullet cuts through the fire spear. The mage instantly turns to the tower from which Tveit was shooting. Tveit looks at him through the scope in surprise. Schlen and Alicia rush to attack, seeing the mage's confusion. However, the heroes do not have time to hit him with their swords. The magician instantly forms 2 more fire spheres and releases them at the knights. Tveit can't believe the mage could have launched such a swift attack. Alicia and Schlen dodge the magical flames and fall to the roof. A crack appears beneath the mage's feet. The crack grows to the size of a hole. Both the mage and the knights lose their balance. The stranger instantly turns around to attack the defenseless Schlen. At that moment, Tveit fired another shot, preventing his comrade from being wounded. The mage immediately erected a magical barrier. Tveit and his opponent look at each other. The mage breaks away and runs off the roof. Schlen tries to stop him, but notices his wounded waist below and closes his eyes in resignation. Tveit descends from the tower, analyzing the battle. The mage used a reinforced barrier to deflect the shot. It won't be easy to shoot through such a wall. Alicia runs up to Tveit. A moment later, Schlen approaches them. Talia leans on his shoulder. The knight says their enemy may have been an operative. The knight says thoughtfully that the target could have been the heads of state who had gathered in the capital in connection with the festival and conference. Schlen apologizes to the students for the difficulty of increasing the academy's security. The knight explains that after the incident, the entire order will be reassigned to protect high-ranking officials. Tveit isn't sure the attack targeted politicians. Schlen continues to apologize. Alicia tries to calm him down, telling him there's no need to worry about them. After the knights leave, the girl asks why Tveit has gone quiet. But Tveit doesn't share his doubts with her. He recalls the battle and thinks that Schlen's conclusions would explain why the enemy attacked right now. But something bothers the hero. Of course, this could be an imperial plot to seize the kingdom of Valabar. But the fact is, the academy's security has deteriorated even further. Tveit continues to ponder. In previous years, the festival had twice as many security guards. Now the student council insists there's no problem. Tveit thinks with frustration that the enemy's strategy is affecting innocent people too. His gaze grows heavy. Tveit thinks that he can't leave things as they are. He meets up with his friends again at the academy and informs Gran, Mise, and Alicia that their mission is cancelled. Alicia asks what he means. Tveit explains that he checked all the equipment in the warehouse this morning and found no bombs. He adds that the students have already foiled the spies' plans twice, so the enemy will probably temporarily move on to something else. Afterwards, Tveit reminds his friends that they need to practice for the festival. Gran chokes. The girls nervously turn away, realizing Tveit is right. They've relaxed a bit. Tveit announces he has some work to do in the library and sends his friends off to lunch. He quickly runs down the hallway. The three remaining students are suspicious. In the hallway, Tveit runs into the student council president. The president smiled affably, but his gaze was sharp and inquisitive. He asked if Tveit had managed to gather information last night. Tveit expected the president to bring it up. Tveit recalls feeling someone's eyes on him while jogging through the city. He asked the president if he was watching them. The president confirms. X invites Tveit to a conversation. He invites him into the office, saying that something is bothering him. Tveit agrees. The student council office a year ago. A student meeting. A girl with short hair says the academy needs to establish a regular course. X and Valon look at her in surprise. The girl smiles. She is standing by the window. X asks what is meant by the regular course and whether ordinary people with neither status nor talent will study there. Valon is irritated by the very idea. The girl claps her hands enthusiastically. She suggests that the regular courses format be different from the heroic courses, and that in this department students should study only what they truly need. Valon continues to frown. X awkwardly tries to object. Suddenly, the girl interrupts them and says that if the boys are admitted to high school, they need to join the student council and help her establish the course. This is the former head of the student council, Frau. She looks at the guys with enthusiasm and anticipation. X tries to politely decline. Valon interrupts him with a passionate remark. The young mage believes that working with the student council is just a useless, tedious chore, and besides, it won't help them in any way. His face turns serious. Valon adds that the Great War is still ongoing. He sits down on the sofa, waves his hand, and tries to end the conversation by saying it won't be easy. But Frau decisively interrupts him. The girl confidently asks Ix and Valon to lend her their powers, because she is capable of creating a normal course. Its main goal is to ensure that people live peacefully after the war. Valon is amazed by her words. X looks at his friend, but he remains silent. A smile appears on X's face. The flashback ends. Tveit and X enter the student council office. The president offers the hero a seat and apologizes for disturbing him while he's preparing for the festival. Tveit tries to figure out what the president wants from him. Is X trying to hide the fact that he was spying on the students last night? Tveit realizes that he and Alicia are being followed, and that's no secret to X. The heroes sit down on the sofas opposite each other. The president crosses his fingers in his lap and asks if Tveit was able to gather any information last night. Tveit replies that his suspicions were confirmed. His answer slightly disconcerts X. Tveit reminds the president that he wanted to talk about something. X asks for permission to get to the point. Tveit shudders from a sudden surge of magic. Powerful magical energy begins to emanate from X's body. His eyes take on a strange look. X asks if Tveit is his enemy. Tveit senses a terrifying, murderous intent in the president's aura. He understands that even raising a finger would crush his heart in an instant. The president's magical gaze fills him with terror. Tveit calmly thinks that he did not train to fall here and calmly raises his head to meet this gaze. The president looks stunned. Tveit answers the president's question. He explains that if X's actions go against his principles, they could become enemies. X calms the magical aura around himself and agrees with Tveit's arguments. The spell dissipates. The president apologizes for his threats, but is surprised that fear hasn't overtaken Tveit. Tveit continues to look at X indifferently. The president gets up from the sofa and says that he wanted to talk about the academy. X wants to hear Tveit's opinion, as a regular student, on how significant the differences between the courses are. The president recalls that Tveit even dueled with one of the students from the heroic faculty after enrolling. Tveit recalls his duel with Zigg. He replies that the gap between the courses is an undeniable fact. The hero adds that many students in the heroic course look down on the others. The president's gaze turns sad. However, Tveit adds that the students are gradually beginning to abandon this attitude. Tveit cites the example of Zigg, who completely changed after their duel. He concludes that, on the scale of the academy, one student is insignificant, but given the opportunity, he believes more students could change their minds. Tveit continues that bias is still present, but at the same time, students' desire to do what they love is palpable. He thinks of Misa, who cast aside her status to enroll in the academy for the sake of freedom. Tveit also recalls that Gran could have enrolled in the heroic faculty, as he was a war veteran. However, Gran chose strength for peace over strength for battle, and also ended up in the regular course. Tveit declares decisively that, in his opinion, regular students will soon become a symbol of their country's peace. The president is stunned into silence. A second later, his face lights up with a smile. X says he's glad to hear it. He approaches the table and explains that the course's establishment was his initiative. Tveit looks at the president in surprise. He thought it was the government's idea, or that of the academy's leadership. But he couldn't have imagined that such a proposal would come from a student. X asks with a smile if Tveit knew he had fought in the Great War. The young man replies that he had. The president continues his story. Besides him, there were two other students in the war. The first was Valon, whom Tveit already knew. The second was Frau Duelite, X's older sister and former student council president. The president adds that the creation of a regular course was his sister's last wish. Tveit recalls Chris's words about one of the students dying in the war. He also recalls Valon cursing at the president, saying he even kept his sister's death a secret. X adds that he and his sister shared similar views, so he fulfilled her wish. After Tveit's words, he feels like he's been able to repay Frau at least a little. However, Valon still objects to this state of affairs at the academy. Tveit asks why. The president smiles awkwardly and suggests that Tveit ask himself. Tveit thinks X is deliberately avoiding the topic. The president asks what competition Tveit will be participating in. He replies, an endurance competition. The president asks if Tveit would like to participate in a training session and suggests asking Mira for help. Tveit declines. Tveit leaves the student council office, thinking that instead of strength for battle, he too will choose strength for peace. This is his destiny after the war. Chris is studying documents in his office. Tveit summons her through a magical bond. He says that this night he will put an end to everything. The hero decided it was best to tell Chris everything. He accepted the information and asked to report the results later. Chris takes off her glasses and folds her hands under her chin. She thinks it would be better for Tveit if he had the right to choose his own future. The Academy warehouse. The trio of spies are back on the premises. Their leader reports that the explosives have been defused and that they must proceed according to plan. A magical bolt suddenly hits one of the spies. The others turn away in fear. Tveit attacks another one, capturing it. The spies don't have time to set up a defense. Tveit uses the lock-on technique. He approaches one of the spies. The leader of the intruders orders a retreat. Tveit sees a magical communication device in his hands. Tveit emerges from the warehouse. 4 more cloaked figures appear before him. He notes that reinforcements arrive quite quickly. Tveit wonders if the spies saw their fallen comrades. One of them asks fearfully if Tveit is really just a simple student. Tveit grins and says the academy is full of students who are far more powerful than the spies. They all attack Tveit together. The city is silent. Alicia and Gran are walking down the street. Suddenly, Mise runs up to them. The girl tells her friends that Tveit didn't participate in the hot training. Alicia and Gran are convinced that Tveit is hiding something from them. Mise asks worriedly if Alicia is sure Tveit is acting alone. Alicia doesn't know the answer to that question. She asks her friends if they know about the attack on the knights last night. The girl admits that they were with Death and helped the knights. Mise immediately asks worriedly if Alicia is hurt. Alicia thanks her friend for her concern. She recalls that Tveit noticed something about the attacker that night. Mise suggests that the spies who planted the bombs and the mage who attacked the knights are connected. All 3 of them consider this. Gran complains that Tveit is used to keeping things to himself. Alicia agrees, but this angers her greatly. She grabs Gran by the collar and starts shaking him, saying that even though they promised to help Tveit, he still remains silent. Mise tries to stop them. When Alicia suddenly turns to Misa and asks if Defik could have done such a thing, the girl suddenly agrees. Mise's eyes also light up with displeasure. Gran tries to calm her friends. Alicia concludes that Tveit is acting alone and trying to figure something out. She turns around and calls her friends back to the academy. The heroes quickly run to the academy. Gran notices that someone is standing at the gate. Mise fears that it is one of the spies, but Alicia sees that this is not the case. Mira meets them at the academy gates. She tells the heroes that she stayed here for the president's sake. Mise asks why Mira is here. She replies regretfully that she didn't expect anyone to come. Alicia asks permission to go to the academy, as they have business. Mira apologizes, but firmly refuses. The students are shocked and don't understand why Mira is acting this way. The fight between Tveit and the spies continues. One of them is stabbed in the leg. Tveit bounces away from enemies after completing one of his attacks. Tveit swings back and delivers a powerful kick to the body. The spy is sent flying. Meanwhile, another enemy sneaks up behind the hero. Tveit creates a magical field. He fires and hits the enemy's forehead precisely. Then he casts another spell. Another spy watches in disbelief at how fast Tveit is moving. A moment later, he too is pierced by a bullet. Tveit looks at the defeated enemies and asks the mage what he will do now. He turns to the leader of the invaders and adds that his strategy will soon fail. The mage remains silent in response. He turns away from Tveit and tries to leave the roof of the academic building. At the academy gates, Gran, Mise, and Alicia continue their conversation with Mira. Alicia asks why Mira won't let them into the grounds. Mira explains that a duel between 2 students is currently in full swing on campus. This information shocks the 3 mages. Mira says that she was given orders to stop anyone who tried to interfere, so she can't let the guys in. Mise tries to understand why the duel happened. Mira announces that this duel is for the right to participate in the festival's war games. Mise remembers the fight on the training field and how Zigg and Valon had already fought over it. Gran suggests that someone from Team Hawk suddenly wanted to participate, which is why Mira is guarding the entrance to the academy. Alicia remains tensely silent. After a moment, she asks who these students are. The fight between Tveit and the unknown continues. Tveit shouts to the mage that there is no point in hiding his face anymore. He calls the enemy by name, Wallensteelen. Valon slowly removes his dark hood. Tveit finally sees his face. Valon grins cheekily and asks Tveit how he knew. He asks at what point the hero realized the mage was Valon. Tveit replies that he knew it when he saw one of the spies wearing a magical wing, which wasn't yet on the market. He recalls their very first battle. Tveit assumed the spies were being controlled by someone from the academy, and since last year's festival had been cancelled due to the war, only the students and those responsible for the festival knew about the wing. This is how Tveit connected the attackers to Valon. Valon objects that there are other members of the student council besides him. Tveit categorically states that Valon was the best fit for the role. His words surprised the fire mage. Valon bursts out laughing. He confirms Tveit's point, and the hero realizes the mage has other motives. But he's no longer going to hide. When Tveit first met Valon, he killed the first spy himself, even though they were allies. Tveit asks if Valon ultimately allowed him to escape. Valon replies that he did. Tveit understands that on that occasion, Valon not only forgot to report the incident to the student council, but he deliberately kept silent about it. Tveit wonders if Valon was only feigning nonchalance, but in reality, he knew everything from the very beginning. The hero asks what the mage's goal is. Valon indifferently refuses to tell. Tveit asks if this is related to the death of the previous student council president in the Great War. His words shock Valon. The mage angrily clicks his tongue and curses. His gesture attracts Dive's attention. Valon says he's not in the mood for dialogue and extends his hand toward the hero. He adds that Tveit is annoying him and sticking his nose in where it doesn't belong. A magical flame ignites in Valon's palm. The flame grows into a giant magical fireball. Valon screams that he'll make it so Tveit won't even be able to walk again. A fighter's fear hurtles straight toward Tveit. He stares at it, his eyes wide. Mira and Tveit's friends continue their conversation at the gate. They discover that the duel is taking place between Tveit and Valon. Mai says she didn't think Tveit would want to participate in the war games. Gran agrees, since Tveit never told him anything. Alicia asks Mira if it's really just a duel. Mira replies that it is. However, Valon's fighting style is very dangerous to those around him. That's why the president ordered her not to allow anyone onto the academy grounds. Alicia looks at her with distrust. Gran also doubts it, but is forced to admit that the girl is most likely not lying. Mies agrees with him. Alicia continues to ponder. She asks why the president decided to isolate Tveit and Valon. Suddenly, she recalls her friend's words about someone from their country, including a student council member, possibly being behind the sabotage. Alicia turns to her friends and asks if she remembers Tveit's words correctly. If this is true, then everything fits together as the heroine thinks. The friends are shocked to realize that the traitor trying to cancel the festival was Valon. Gran remembers Valon and X arguing in the student council office, and how Valon said that creating a regular course and holding a festival was a forced peace. Confusion was evident on his face. Suddenly, Gran's gaze becomes determined. He turns to his friends and says he absolutely must get to Tveit and Valon. The girls look at him in surprise. Alicia asks why he needs this. Gran explains that there are two reasons. The first reason is that this battle could be connected to his homeland. The girls don't quite understand what they mean. The second reason Gran gives is that he feels he needs to find out about Valon Steelin's past, although he himself is not sure why. Mies and Alicia look at each other in confusion. Then the girls smile. Alicia says she doesn't fully understand, but there's nothing she can do about it now. Mies agrees that if the Gran insists on their help, they can't refuse. Mira asks if the heroes plan to leave. They deny it. She adds that they have nothing to fear and that Tveit will emerge from the battlefield safe and sound. Mira sighs and closes her eyes. She says that even Valon wouldn't fight at full strength against a regular student, no matter how nasty his personality. The heroes laugh and ask Mira if she understood them. Mira looks at the trio, confused. Alicia inspiredly tells Mira that she better worry about Tveit's opponent. The duel continues. Tveit looks intently at the roof. A fireball hurtles toward him. Valon already senses his triumph, wishes to fight a defeat, and smirks. Tveit casts the flashblade spell. A blade of magical energy appears in his hand, easily cutting through the firestorm. Tveit turns around, swings his blade, and dispels Valon's fire magic. Flashes, remnants of flame, and tall columns of smoke surround the hero. Valon continues to watch him from the roof. He notes with surprise that Tveit has dispelled his flame. The flames gradually fade. The fight asks Valon for forgiveness. Valon looks at his opponent in shock. Bai says that even though Valon wanted to finish it quickly, he won't be able to. Tveit reforms the magical blade in his hand and declares himself stronger than Valon. Valon is speechless.